Star Wars. Dark Nest Book 1. The Joiner King. By Troy Denning. Prologue. The feeling had returned, a sense of desperation that burned in the force like a faraway star, clear and bright and beckoning. Jaina Solo found her gaze straying through the Justice ship viewport, out into the blue-flecked void that hung behind the slowly spinning cylinder of Detention Center Maxec 8. As before, the sensation came from the direction of the unknown regions, a call for, "What?" And from whom? The touch was too wispy to tell. It always was. Jedi Solo? The Inquisitor stepped closer to the witness rail. Shall I repeat the question? A tall, stiff woman with a shaved head and deep lines at the corners of her gray eyes, Athadar Jayad had the brusque demeanor of a retired military officer. It was a common affectation among petty Reconstruction Authority bureaucrats, even when the only notation in their service record was a decades-old planetary conscription number. When you boarded the Night Lady with Jedi Lobaka and... Sorry, Inquisitor. I did hear the question. Jaina shifted her gaze to the accused, a massive Yaka with an expressionless, near-human face. He wore an engraved Ithorian skull on the lateral cover of his cybernetic implant. Red Star's crew tried to turn us away. A glint of impatience showed in Jayad's gray eyes. They attacked you with blasters, isn't that correct? Right. And it was necessary to defend yourselves with your lightsabers? Right again. Jayad remained silent, tacitly inviting her witness to elaborate on the battle. But Jaina was more interested in the sense of desperation she felt in the Force. It was growing stronger by the moment, more urgent and frightened. Jedi Solo? Jayad stepped in front of Jaina, blocking her view out of the inquest salon. Please direct your attention to me. Jaina fixed the woman with an icy stare. I thought I had answered your question. Jayad drew back almost imperceptibly, but continued her examination as though there had been no resentment in Jaina's voice. What were you wearing at the time? Our cloaks, Jaina said. Your Jedi cloaks. They're just cloaks. Jaina had stood at enough witness rails in the last few years to know that the Inquisitor was trying to bolster a weak case with the mystique of her Jedi witnesses, a sure sign that Jayad did not understand, or respect, the Jedi role in the galaxy. Jedi don't wear uniforms. Surely you can't mean to suggest that a criminal of Red Star's intelligence failed to recognize. Jayad paused to reconsider her phrasing. Tribunal inquisitors were supposed to be impartial investigators, though in practice most limited their efforts to presenting enough evidence to lock away the accused. Jedi Solo, do you mean to suggest the crew could have legitimately believed you to be pirates? I don't know what they believed, Jaina said. Jayad narrowed her eyes and studied Jaina in silence. Despite Luke Skywalker's advice after the war to avoid involving the Jedi in the mundane concerns of the new government, the challenge of rebuilding the galaxy obliged much of the Order to do just that. There were just too many critical missions that only a Jedi could perform, with too many dire consequences for the Galactic Alliance, and most Reconstruction Authority bureaucrats had come to view the Jedi Order as little more than an elite branch of Interstellar Police. Finally, Jaina explained, I was too busy fighting to probe their thoughts. Jayad let out a theatrical sigh. Jedi Solo, isn't it true that your father once made his living as a smuggler? That was a little before my time, Inquisitor. Jaina's retort drew a hiss of laughter from the spectator area, where two of her fellow Jedi Knights, Tessar Sabatine and Lobaka, sat waiting for her to finish. And what would that have to do with the price of spice on Nal Hutta? Jayad turned to the panel of magistrates. Will you please instruct the witness to answer? Everyone knows the answer, Jaina interrupted. It's taught in half the history classes in the galaxy. Of course it is. The Inquisitor's voice grew artificially compassionate, and she pointed to the Yaka captive. Would it be possible that you identify with the accused? That you are reluctant to testify against the criminal because of your father's own ambivalent relationship with the law? No. Jaina found herself squeezing the witness rail as though she meant to crimp the cold metal. In the last 5 standard years, I've captured 37 warlords and broken more than 100 smuggling. Suddenly the sense of desperation grew more tangible in the force, more clear and familiar. Jaina's gaze turned back to the viewport, and she did not finish her answer. Wait. Tahiri Vela raised a hand, and the 2 Yuzin Vong standing before her fell silent. The 2 groups of spectators watched her expectantly, but she remained quiet and stared into Zonama Sikit's blue sky. Over the last few weeks, she had begun to sense a distant foreboding in the force, a slowly building dread, and now that feeling had developed into something more, into anguish and panic and despair. Jedi Vela? Asked the smaller of the speakers. With one blind eye and a lumpy, lopsided face, he was one of the extolled, a disfigured underclass once known as the Shamed Ones. They had earned their new name by rising up against their upper caste oppressors to help end the war that had nearly destroyed both the Yuzin Vong and the civilized galaxy. Is something wrong? Yes. Tahiri forced her attention back to the group. Their blue-rimmed eyes and leathery faces seemed more familiar to her than the reflection of the blonde-haired women she saw in the mirror every morning, but that was hardly a surprise, considering what had happened to her during the war. She was as much Yuzin Vong now as she was human, at least in mind and spirit. But it doesn't have anything to do with this. Go on. The extolled one, Bava, she remembered, bowed deeply, intentionally lowering himself to her height. As I was saying, Jedi Vela, 4 times this week we have caught Sal Gader and his warriors stealing from our gardens. Tahiri cocked her brow. Your gardens, Bava? Laokyo was supposed to be a communal village, an experiment where the contentious castes of Yuzin Vong society would learn to work together, and to trust each other. I thought the gardens belonged to everyone. We have decided that every Grahal is also allowed to plant an extra plot for itself. Bava sneered in Gater's direction, then continued. But the warriors are too lazy to work their own ground. They expect us to do it for them. We cannot do it for ourselves. Gater objected. Half a meter taller than Tahiri and nearly 3 times her mass, he still bore the tattoos and ritual scarrings of a former subaltern. We are cursed by the gods. Nothing we plant will grow. Tahiri fought back a sigh. Don't tell me you've separated by caste again. You're supposed to be living in mixed groups. As Tahiri spoke, she felt the familiar touch of a chowder fan searching for her in the force, wanting to know if she also sensed the growing strength of the feeling. She opened herself to the contact and focused her thoughts on the mysterious fear. Tekli was not particularly strong in the force, and what Tahiri perceived as a clarion call would seem barely a whisper to the little chowder fan. Neither of them bothered to reach out for their companion Danny Kui. Force-sensitive though she might be, so far Danny had proven numb to the sensation. Living in mixed grashals is unclean, Gater said, drawing Tahiri's attention back to the problems in Laokyo. Warriors cannot be asked to sleep on the same dirt as shamed ones. Shamed ones, Bava said. We are extolled. We are the ones who exposed Shimmer's heresy, while you warriors led us all to ruin. The blue rim around Gader's eyes grew wider and darker. Beware your tongue, Rael, lest its poison strike you dead. There is no poison in truth. Bava sneaked a glance in Tahiri's direction, then sneered. You are the shamed ones now. Gater's hand sent Bava tumbling across the ruggrass so swiftly that Tahiri doubted she could have intercepted it had she wanted to, and she did not want to. The Yuzin Vong would always have their own way of working out problems, ways that Danny Kui and Tekli and perhaps even Zonama Seekit itself would never fully comprehend. Bava stopped rolling and turned his good eye in Tahiri's direction. She returned his gaze and did nothing. Having risen from their outcast status through their efforts to end the war, the extolled ones were proving eager to find another caste to take their place. Tahiri thought it might be good to remind them of the consequences of such behavior. Besides, the feeling was growing stronger and clearer. She had the sense that it was coming from someone she knew, someone who had been trying to reach her, and Tekli, for a very long time. Come fast. The voice arose inside Tahiri's mind, clear and distinct and eerily familiar. Come now. The words seemed to fade even as Jason Solo perceived them, sinking below the threshold of awareness and vanishing into the boggy underlayers of his mind. Yet the message remained, the conviction that the time had come to answer the call he had been feeling over the last few weeks. He unfolded his legs. He was sitting cross-legged in the air, and lowered his feet to the floor of the meditation circle. A chain of soft pops sounded as he crushed the tiny bladder vines that spilled out of the seams between the larstone paving blocks. I'm sorry, Akana. I must go. Akana answered without opening her eyes. If you are sorry, Jason, you must not go. A lithe woman with an olive complexion and dark hair, she appeared closer to Jason's age than her own 5 standard decades. She sat floating in the center of the meditation circle, surrounded by novices who were trying to imitate her with varying degrees of success. Sorrow is a sign that you have not given yourself to the current. Jason considered this, then dipped his head in acknowledgement. Then I'm not sorry. The call continued in the force, a needle-sharp pang that pulled at Jason deep inside his chest. And I must go. Now Akana opened her eyes. What of your training? I'm grateful for what you have shown me so far. Jason turned to leave. I'll continue when I return. No. As Akana spoke, the meditation circle exit vanished behind a vine-strewn wall. I cannot permit that. Jason stopped and turned to face her. Illusions aren't necessary. If you don't wish me to return, I won't. What I don't wish is for you to leave. Akana floated over to him and lowered her own feet. She was so immersed in the white current that even the delicate bladder leaves did not pop beneath her weight. It's too soon. You're not ready. Jason forced himself to remain patient. After all, he was the one who had sought out the Falinasi. I have completed many trainings, Akana. What I have learned is that every order believes its way is the only way. I am not speaking of monks and witches, Jason Solo. I am speaking of you. Her dark eyes caught his gaze. Your feelings on this are unclear. Someone calls, and you go without knowing why. Then you feel it too? No, Jason. You are as clumsy in the current as your uncle. Your feelings leave ripples, and ripples can be read. Does the call come from your brother? No. Anakin died in the war. It had been 8 years, and Jason could finally speak those words with some measure of acceptance, with some recognition of the purpose his brother's death had served in the Force. It had been the turning point in the war, when the Jedi finally learned how to fight the Yuuzhan Vong, and not become monsters themselves. I've told you that. Yes, but is it him? Akana stepped closer to Jason, and his nostrils filled with the scent of the waha plants that grew in the temple bathing pool. After someone sinks beneath the current, a circle of ripples remains behind. Perhaps it is the ripples you sense. That does not make what I feel any less real, Jason countered. Sometimes the effect is all we can know of the cause. Do you remember my words only so you can use them to spar with me? Akana's hand came up as though to bat him across the ear, and his own hand reflexively rose to block. She shook her head in disgust. You are a dreadful student, Jason Solo. You hear, but you do not learn. It was a rebuke to which Jason had grown accustomed during his 5-year search for the true nature of the Force. The Gensari, the Ainti, even the witches of Dathomir had all said similar things to him, usually when his questions about their view of the Force grew too probing. But Akana had more reason than the others to be disappointed in him. Striking another would be anathema to any adept of the White Current. All Akana had done was lift her hand. It had been Jason who interpreted the action as an attack. Jason inclined his head. I learn, but sometimes slowly. He was thinking of the 2 apparitions he had already seen of his dead brother. The first when a cavern beast on Yuzantar used one to lure him into its throat, the second on Zonima, when Seekit had taken Anakin's form while they talked. You think I'm giving form to this call, that I impose my own meaning on the ripples I feel. What I think is not important, Akana said. Still yourself, Jason, and see what is really in the current. Jason closed his eyes and opened himself to the White Current in much the same way he would have opened himself to the Force. Akana and the other adepts taught that the current and the Force were separate things, and that was true, but only in the sense that any current was different from the ocean in which it flowed. In their essential wholeness, they were each other. Jason performed a quieting exercise he had learned from the Durham listeners, then focused on the call. It was still there, a cry so sharp it hurt, in a voice he remembered and could not identify. Come, help, a male voice, but one he recognized as not belonging to his brother. And there was something else, too, a familiar presence that Jason didn't know, not sending the call, but reaching out along with it. Jaina. Jason opened his eyes. It's not Anakin, or his ripples. You're certain? Jason nodded. Jaina senses it too. That was what his sister was trying to tell him, he knew. Their twin bond had always been strong, and it had only grown stronger during his wanderings. I think she intends to answer it. Akana looked doubtful. I feel nothing. You aren't her twin. Jason turned and stepped through the wall illusion hiding the exit, only to find Akana, or the illusion of Akana, blocking his way. Please ask the Pyderians to bring my ship down from orbit. I'd like to leave as soon as possible. I am sorry, but no. Akana's eyes caught his gaze again, and held it almost physically. You have the same power I once sensed in your Uncle Luke, but without the light. You must not leave before you have found some. Jason was stung by her harsh assessment, but hardly surprised. The war against the Yuzan had brought the Jedi a deeper understanding of the Force, one that no longer saw light and dark as opposing sides, and he had known before he came that the Falanasi might find this new view disturbing. That was why he had hid it from them, or thought he had. I'm sorry you disapprove, Jason said. But I no longer view the Force in terms of light and dark. It embraces more than that. Yes, we have heard about this new knowledge of the Jedi. Akana's tone was scornful. And it troubles my heart to see that their folly now rivals their arrogance. Folly? Jason did not want to argue, but being one of the first advocates of the new understanding, he felt compelled to defend his views. That folly helped us win the war. At what price, Jason? Akana's voice remained gentle. If the Jedi no longer look to the light, how can they serve it? Jedi serve the Force, Jason said. The Force encompasses both light and dark. So now you are beyond light and dark? Akana asked. Beyond good and evil? I'm no longer an active Jedi Knight, Jason answered. But yes. And you do not understand the folly in that? As Akana spoke, her gaze seemed to grow deeper and darker. The arrogance? What Jason understood was that the Falanassi had a rather narrow and rigid view of morality, but he did not say so. The call was continuing to pull at him inside, urging him to be on his way, and the last thing he wanted to do now was waste time in a debate that would change no one's mind. The Jedi serve only themselves, Akana continued. They are pompous enough to believe they can use the Force instead of submitting to it, and in this pride they have caused more suffering than they have prevented. With no light to guide you, Jason, and the power I sense in you, I fear you will cause even more. The frank words struck Jason like a blow, less because of their harshness than because of the genuine concern he sensed behind them. Akana truly feared for him, truly feared that he would become an even greater monster than had his grandfather, Darth Vader. Akana, I appreciate your concern. Jason reached for her hands and found himself holding only empty air. He resisted the temptation to find her real body in the Force. Adepts of the White Current considered such acts intrusions just short of violence. But I won't find my light here. I have to go. 1. Evening had come to Unity Green, and the first hawkbats were already out, dipping down to pluck yamelgels and kufi eels from the rolling whitecaps on Liberation Lake. On the far shore, the Yorick coral bluffs that marked the edge of the park had grown purple and shadowed. Beyond them, the durasteel skeletons of the rising sky towers gleamed crimson in the setting sun. The planet remained as much Yuzentar as Coruscant, and in many ways that would never change. But it was at peace. For the first time in Luke Skywalker's life, the galaxy was truly not at war, and that counted for everything. There were still problems, of course. There always would be, and today several senior masters were struggling to address the chaos that Jaina and 4 other young Jedi Knights had caused by abruptly abandoning their duties and departing for the unknown regions. Lobaka was the only one who completely understood the biomechanics of the Maladoth. Corran Horn was saying in his throaty voice. So, as you can see, the Ramoan relocation project has ground to a complete standstill. Luke reluctantly shifted his gaze from the viewport to the council room's speaking circle, where Corran stood using a laser wand to highlight the holographic projection of a huge Yuuzhan Vong slave ship. The Jedi Order had been hoping to use the vessel to evacuate the population of a dying world. Corran flicked the laser wand, and the holograph switched to the image of blast-pocked asteroid miner. The situation in the Maltorian mining belt is deteriorating as well. Without Zek there to lead the hunt, Three Eyes pirates have the run of the system. Raw material shipments have fallen by 50%, and Replanet Hab is trying to buy them off. That's one circuit we need to kill now, Mara said. Seated in the chair next to Luke's, she was, as usual, the first to cut to the heart of the matter. That was one of the things Luke most admired about her. In a time when the smallest decision carried ramifications that even a Kalumi Dejuric champion could not predict, his wife's instincts remained steady and true. If rehab conglomerates start buying off pirates, we'll have marauders popping up all over the core. The other masters voiced their agreement. Fine, Corran said. Where do we find a replacement for Zek? No one rushed to answer. The Jedi were spread too thin already, with most Jedi Knights, and even some apprentices, already assigned 3 tasks. And as the ranks of the greedy and the selfish grew ever more adept at manipulating the Galactic Alliance Senate, the situation seemed increasingly desperate. Finally, KYP Duran said, The solos should be finished on Borau soon. Dressed in threadbare cape and tunic, wearing his brown hair long and shaggy, KYP looked as though he had just come in from a long mission. He always looked like that. Maybe Replanet Hab will be patient if they know they're the Solo's next assignment. The silence this time was even longer than the last. Strictly speaking, the Solos were not available for assignments. Han wasn't even a Jedi, and Leia's status was completely informal. The Council just kept asking them to help out, they just kept doing it, and every master in the room knew the Order had been exploiting the Solos' selfless natures for far too long. Someone else needs to contact them, Mara finally said. It's getting so bad that Leia cringes whenever she sees Luke's face on the holocom. I can do it, KYP offered. I'm used to making Leia cringe. That takes care of Maltoria, Corran said. Now, what about the Badhan AR cry? Alma's last report suggested that RayMWA and his fundamentalists had a line on Zonama Sekit's location. They were provisioning the Avengers for a scouting mission into the unknown regions. A subtle eddy in the force drew Luke's attention toward the entrance. He raised a hand to stop the discussion. Excuse me. He turned toward the foyer and immersed his mind completely in the force until he recognized one of the presences coming toward them, then said, Perhaps we should continue this later. We don't want Chief Olmus to know how concerned we are about Jaina's departure. We don't? No. Luke rose and started toward the door. Especially not when he's bringing Chiss. Luke stopped in the foyer area, where a simple wooden bench and 2 empty stone vases sat opposite the door, arranged to subtly calm visitors and make them feel welcome. Barely a moment passed before the door hissed open and a young apprentice came to a surprised halt directly in front of Luke. "I'm Master S. Skywalker." The young Rodian stammered. He turned and raised a spindly-fingered hand toward the door. "Chief Olmesen." "I know, Tull." "Thank you." Luke nudged the youth back into the corridor with the other apprentice, then stepped into the doorway and found himself looking at Chief of State Cal Olmus and a trio of blue-skinned Chiss. With a wrinkled face and sagging jowls, the Chiss in front was probably the oldest Luke had ever seen. The 2 in the rear were clearly bodyguards, tall, strong, alert, and dressed in the black uniforms of the Chiss Expansionary Defense Fleet. "Chief Olmus," Luke said. The strains of Olmus's office showed in his hollow cheeks and ashen complexion. "Welcome. You're expecting us." Olmus cast a pointed glance into the conference room. "Good." Luke ignored the hint and bowed to the elderly Chiss. "An aristocrat." It took a moment for the name to rise to the top of Olmus's mind, where Luke could sense it without being overly intrusive. "Mitzweek Leone. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." The Chiss's red eyes narrowed to crimson lines. "Very impressive. It's not easy to gather identity files on Chiss aristocracy." "We haven't." Luke smiled and continued to block the door. "You and your bodyguards are welcome to come inside, once you have removed your hidden weapons." Olmus cringed visibly, but Luke did not move. Even had he not perceived the concealed weapons through the Force, he still would have made the request. These were Chiss, after all. "As you know," Luke continued, "the only weapons allowed in the Jedi Temple are lightsabers." Mitzweek Leone smiled like an old man caught sipping something against his doctor's orders, then pulled a small holdout blaster from his boot and passed it to a bodyguard. "My bodyguards will wait in the corridor," he said. "I can see they wouldn't be of much use in a room full of Jedi." "There would be no need." Luke stepped aside and waved the 2 statesmen toward the conference circle. "Please join us." As they crossed the room, Mitzweek Leone kept sneaking glances at its appointments. The automated service kitchen, the small forest of rare Trebula plants, the flow-formed chairs, and the arrogance vanished from his demeanor. It was not a reaction Luke liked to see. The new temple had been a gift from the Galactic Alliance, pressed on the Jedi when, in a desperate attempt to manufacture a symbol of progress, the faltering Reconstruction Authority had moved the seat of government back to Coruscant. In most regards, the relocation had failed as spectacularly as it had deserved. But the temple, a stone and transparent steel pyramid designed to harmonize with the new face of post-war Coruscant, never failed to impress with its regal scale and rebirth architecture. It also served as a constant reminder to Luke of his greatest fear, that the Jedi would start to perceive themselves through the eyes of others and become little more than the guardians of a grateful galactic alliance. At the conference area, the Jedi Masters rose to greet their guests. "Everyone knows Chief Omis, I think." Luke motioned Omis into a chair, then took Mitsweekleone by the elbow and guided him into the sunken speaking circle. "This is Aristocra Mitsweekleone from the Chiss Empire. Please use my core name, Swek," the Aristocra instructed. "It will be much easier for you to pronounce correctly." "Of course," Luke said, continuing to look at the council. "Swek has some disturbing news for us, I believe." Swek's wrinkled brow rose, but he no longer seemed surprised by Luke's intuition. "Then you know the purpose of my visit?" "We can sense your apprehension through the Force," Luke said, avoiding a direct answer. "I assume it concerns our Jedi in the unknown regions." "Indeed it does," he said. "The Chiss ascendancy requires an explanation." "An explanation?" Corran was not quite able to conceal his indignation. "Of what?" Swek pointedly ignored Corran and continued to stare at Luke. "The Jedi have many voices, Aristocra," Luke said. "But we speak as one." Swek considered this a moment, then nodded. "Very well." He turned to Corran. "We demand an explanation of your actions, of course. What happens on our frontier is no concern of yours." Despite the wave of confusion and doubt that rippled through the Force, the Jedi Masters remained outwardly composed. "The Chiss frontier, Aristocra?" Salba Sebetine, one of the newest Jedi Masters, asked. "Of course." Swek turned to the variable, his brow furrowed in thought. "You don't know what your Jedi Knights have been doing, do you?" "All of our Jedi are well trained," Luke said to Swek. "And the 5 under discussion are very experienced. We're confident they have good reason for any action they've undertaken." A glint of suspicion showed in Swek's crimson eyes. "So far, we have identified 7 Jedi." He turned to Omis. "It appears I have no business here after all." Obviously, the Jedi involved in this matter are acting on their own. "Involved in what matter?" KYP asked. "That is of no concern to the Galactic Alliance," Swek said. He bowed to the council at large. "My apologies for taking so much of your time." "No apologies are necessary," Luke said. He considered dropping the name of Chafor Embentrani, an aristocrat he and Mara had met on a mission some years earlier, but it was impossible to know how this would be received. Chiss politics were as volatile as they were secretive, and for all Luke knew, Formbys had been one of the 5 ruling families that had mysteriously disappeared while the rest of the galaxy fought the Yuuzhan. "Anything in which our Jedi Knights involve themselves concerns this council. Then I suggest you do a better job supervising them in the future," Swek said. When Luke did not step out of his way, he turned to Omis. "I'm quite finished here, Chief." "Of course." Omis shot Luke a look imploring him to stand aside, then said, "An escort will meet you at the temple entrance. I believe I need to have a word with these Jedi." "In that case, I'll thank you for your hospitality now." Swek bowed to the chief, then started for the door. "I'll be returning to the Ascendancy within the hour." Omis waited until the Aristocrat was gone, then scowled at Luke. "Well?" Luke spread his hands. "At this point, Chief Omis, you know more than we do." I was afraid of that, Olmus growled. Apparently, a team of Jedi have involved themselves in a border dispute with the Chiss. How can that be? Mara asked. Luke knew that she meant the question literally. Before departing, Jaina had sent the Council a set of destination coordinates that she and the others had calculated by triangulating the direction from which the mysterious call had come. An astronomical reconnaissance had revealed not even a star in the area, and certainly no indication that the coordinates would be of interest to the Chiss. Their destination was over 100 light-years from Ascendancy space. Then our Jedi are out there, Olmus said. What in the blazes for? We can't spare one Jedi at the moment, much less 7. Mara's green eyes looked ready to loose a stream of blaster bolts. Our Jedi, Chief Olmus? Forgive me. The Chief's voice was more placating than apologetic. Luke knew that, in his heart, Olmus considered the Jedi as much servants of the Galactic Alliance as he was. I didn't mean to imply anything. Of course not, Mara said, in a tone that suggested he had better be serious. She turned to the rest of the council. Mitsweeklioni said 7 Jedi? What do we make of that? This one only counts 5. Saba lifted her hand and began to raise her taloned fingers. Jaina, Alma, Zek, Lobaka, and Tessar. KYP added 2 fingers. Tekli and Tahiri? Olmus frowned. How could you know that? I thought they were with Zonima Sekit in the unknown regions. They're supposed to be, Korin said. But like the others, they're also MYRKR survivors. I don't understand, Olmus said. What does this have to do with the MYRKR mission? I wish we knew, Luke said. Undertaken in the middle of the war with the Yuuzhan, the MYRKR mission had been as costly as it had been successful. Anakin Solo and his strike team had destroyed the enemy's Jedi-killing Voxen. But 6 young Jedi Knights had died in the process, including Anakin himself, and another was missing and presumed lost. All I can tell you is that for several weeks, Jaina and the other survivors of that mission reported feeling a call from the unknown regions. On the day they left, that call became a cry for help. And since we know Tenno Ka is still on Hapes, Mara explained, it seems likely the extra Jedi are Tekli and Tahiri. Nobody suggested that Jaina's brother, Jason, might be one of the extras. The last anyone had heard, he had been somewhere on the far side of the galaxy, sequestered with the Falinasi. What about Zonima Sekit? Olmus asked. Zonima Sekit was the living planet that had agreed to serve as home to the defeated Yuuzhan. Could the call have come from it? Luke shook his head. Zonima Sekit would have contacted me directly if it needed our help. I'm convinced this has something to do with the mission to MYRKR. Olmus stayed silent, waiting for more of an explanation, but that was all Luke knew. Instead, Luke asked, What did Mitsweeklioni tell you? Olmus shrugged. He demanded to know why the Galactic Alliance had sent its Jedi, his words, to interfere in a Chiss border dispute. When he saw how surprised I was, he demanded to speak to you. This is bad, Mara said. Very bad. I agree, Olmus said. Either he thinks we're all lying, or he believes our Jedi Knights have gone rogue, Saba finished. In either case, the result will be the same. They'll try to solve the problem themselves, Olmus said. He ran a hand through his thinning hair. How hard will this be on them? Our Jedi Knights can take care of themselves, Luke said. I know that. Olmus snapped. I'm asking about the Chiss. Luke felt Mara's ire rise, but she chose to overlook Olmus's tone and remained silent. Now was a poor time to remind him that the Jedi did not expect to be addressed as though they were unruly subordinates. If the Chiss take action against them, Jaina and the others will attempt to defuse the situation, for a time, Luke said. After that, it depends on the nature of the conflict. But they won't hesitate to meet force with force, Mara clarified. Nor would we ask them to. If the Chiss push things, sooner or later Jaina is going to bloody their noses. Olmus paled and turned to Luke. You need to put a stop to this, and soon. We can't let it come to killing. Luke nodded. We'll certainly send someone to. No, I mean you personally. Olmus turned to the others. I know the Jedi have their own way of doing things. But with Jaina solo leading those young Jedi Knights, Luke is the only one who can be sure of bringing them home. That young woman is as headstrong as her father. For once, nobody argued. 2. A silver splinter shot across the Falcon's bow, 3 kilometers ahead and hanging just below the clouds, then disappeared into a fog bank almost before Han Solo realized what he had seen. Did you see that? As Han spoke, he kept both hands on the control yoke. With fangs of gray mist dangling beneath a low gray sky and spires of vine-covered Yorick coral rising from a floor of undulating forest, Borel was a dangerous planet to map. Deadly even. What's another ship doing here? You told me this planet was abandoned. It is abandoned, dear. Leia glanced at the console in front of the co-pilot's seat, then shook her head in disgust at the static-filled array. The sensors can't get a reading through these ionized clouds, but we know what kind of vessel that was. And you say I jumped to conclusions. Despite Han's protest, his heart was sinking. Since the Derelict Planet Reclamation Act had passed, there seemed to be more survey ships in the galaxy than stars. It could have been a smuggler or a pirate, you know. A place like this would make a good hideout. Leia studied her display screen for a moment, then shook her head. Not a chance. Have a look. The view from the stern vidcam appeared on his display, showing the knobby little cone of a Concer mapping skiff. It was in the middle of his screen, dead center. He's following us. So it would seem, Leia answered. The good news is he hasn't been there long, or I'd have seen him. With our long-range sensors blinded, I've had the exterior cam views rotating across my display. Good thinking. Han smiled at Leia's reflection in the cockpit canopy. She had thrown herself into her role as the Falcon's second-in-command with the same devotion she brought to everything she did, and now a finer YT-1300 co-pilot could not be found anywhere. But there was an uneasy tension beneath her regal bearing, a restlessness in her big brown eyes that sometimes made the post seem too small for her. And Han understood. Any woman who had inspired a rebellion and shepherded a galactic government through its infancy might find life a little cramped aboard a tramp freighter, even if she had too much class to say so. That's what I love about you. Leia smiled brightly. Smart as well as beautiful. Han shook his head. You're a really good co-pilot. He pushed the throttles forward, and the forested ridges below began to flash past in a verdant blur. Maximize the rear shields. Concer just delivered a fleet of armed mappers to Replanet Hab, so things might get rough. Leia only stared at the throttles. Han, what the blazes are you doing? I'm tired of getting kicked around by these Replanet Hab pilots. It makes me look old. Don't be ridiculous, Leia said. You're barely in your mid-60s. That's my point, Han said. Just because a guy goes a little gray at the temples, people think he's slowing down. They think they can push him around. Han, nobody thinks you're slowing down. Leia's voice grew soft. You have at least 40 good years left. Maybe even 50, if you take care of yourself. A prim electronic voice sounded from the comm station behind Leia. And may I point out how difficult it would be to see the gray in your hair from another vessel? C-3PO leaned forward, pushing his golden head into Han's peripheral vision. Whatever the reason other pilots have for thinking you've slowed down, sir, I'm quite sure your hair color has nothing to do with it. Thanks, 3PO, Han growled. Maybe you ought to disconnect those vocabulator circuits before someone probes them with a plasma torch. A plasma torch! C-3PO cried. Why would anyone do that? Han ignored the droid and took the Falcon into a wisp of low-hanging cloud. Normally, he would have circled around it to avoid the small risk of hitting one of the strange spires the Yuuzhan Vong had left scattered across the planet. But that would have required a second mapping run around the other side, and they simply did not have the time, not if they wanted to beat these claimed jumpers at their own game. When the Falcon came out the other side without crashing into anything, their passenger gasped in relief and pushed his T-shaped head between the seats. Captain Solo, there's no sense placing your ship at risk. Izam Nor spoke with the mouths on both sides of his arched neck, giving his Ithorian voice a mournful stereo quality. DPRA regulations state that when two parties file simultaneous claims, the Reconstruction Authority must give preference to the one with greater resources. My people do not have the means to match even a small rehabilitation conglomerate, much less one like Replanet Hab. You're young, so maybe you don't know this, Han retorted. But I don't usually obey regulations. An uneasy wheeze shot from both sides of the Ithorian's throat. Leia laid her hand over Han's. Han, I hate losing to these world grabbers as much as you do, but Izam is right. The Ithorians don't have. Look, we can do this, Han said. A vast fog bank appeared on the horizon, its misty hem dragging in the treetops. Borao isn't an easy world to map, and we have a big head start. And the Reconstruction Authority has to log every claim it receives. Han eased the control yoke back and started to climb above the oncoming fog bank. Risking a small wisp of cloud was one thing, but even he would not fly blind through who knew how many kilometers of dense fog. If I can talk Lando into sponsoring us, we still have a chance. All we have to do is transmit our map first. Leia remained silent. Okay, so it's a small chance, Han said. But it's better than nothing. And it's not like we haven't bet on long shots before. Han. Besides, maybe Luke can swing us some support from Cal Omus, he added. That would. Han! Leia laid her hand on his and pushed the control yoke forward again, ending their climb. We don't have time to waste recalibrating the terrain scanners. Are you crazy? He studied the atmosphere ahead with a nervous eye. You are. You're crazy. I thought you wanted to win this thing? I do, Han said. And to do that, we need to stay alive. Captain Solo makes an excellent point, C-3PO said. Without our sensors working properly, our chances of hitting an abandoned watchtower in those clouds are approximately. Don't quote me odds, 3PO, Leia said. I need to concentrate. She focused her attention on the gray curtain ahead, and whirls of fog began to peel away from the center. Han started to make a wisecrack about having a weather Jedi for a co-pilot, then recalled what Leia had said to C-3PO and thought better of it. Her training was still casual at best, and if she said she needed to concentrate, it was probably smart to believe her. By the time they reached the fog bank, Leia had opened a long channel down the center, a very narrow channel, not much wider than the Falcon itself. C-3PO's electronic voice split the tense silence. Oh my! Quiet, 3PO! Han barked. Leia needs to concentrate. I'm aware of that, Captain Solo, but the route she is clearing has opened a small path through the ionic interference. We seem to be receiving an in-system comm transmission from Master Durin. Take a message, Han ordered. In the canopy reflection, he saw a furrow crease Leia's brow, and blankets of fog started to spill back into the channel. And stop bothering us. I'm sorry, Captain Solo, that's quite impossible. The ionic interference seems to be returning, and our reception is too distorted for me to record. If you were to climb a few hundred meters, I could use the static scrubbers to enhance the signal. Not now. The fog closed in completely. Unable to see past the end of the cockpit anyway, Han looked over to Leia. If this is too much. It's not too much, if you'll just leave me alone. She snapped. Do you want to win this thing or not? All right. No need to get touchy. Han turned his gaze forward, and the fog parted again. Much better, C-3PO said. Thank you, Princess Leia. Master Durin seems quite upset. KYP's voice came over the comm speakers, scratchy and distorted. Melt your circuits from the inside. Take it easy, kid. You're on, Han said. And this had better be good. When are you going to stop calling me kid? KYP asked. Soon, Han promised. Look, we're kind of busy here, so if that's all you need to know. Sorry, KYP said. I wish this could wait, but I'm only passing through on my way to Remoti. The Baradium ring? Han asked. I thought Tessar Sabatine was supposed to handle that. Supposed to is right. KYP paused a moment. Something came up. Bigger than smuggling Baradium? Hard to say, KYP said. When you're done here, the Council needs you and Leia to take over in the Maltorian system. Nice of them to ask. Han grumbled into the comm mic. That's what I'm doing now, KYP said. The Council doesn't give orders, especially to you two. Could have fooled me, Han said. What happened to Zek? Is he okay? There was a long pause, and Han thought they might have lost the signal. KYP? Zek's fine, KYP said. But something came up, and he had to leave. Alarms started to go off inside Han's head. Jaina had told them about the mysterious call that she and the other strike team members had been feeling from the unknown regions. Listen, KYP's voice crackled over the comm. We didn't want to ask you again, but this is important. Replanet Hab is about ready to start paying 3i off. I'll have to talk it over with Leia. Given who was currently trying to steal Bora out from beneath them, Han was not sure either one of them would be eager to help Replanet Hab with its pirate problem. Red Star's tribunal ought to be just about over, and we were hoping to catch up with Jaina for a few days before she goes out again. There was another long silence, and this time Han decided to wait KYP out. A blurry sliver of green murk appeared at the end of the fog channel that Leia was holding open. Her gaze remained dead ahead. Han hoped that she was actually seeing, that she had not sunk so deeply into her trance, she would fail to notice the hazy stripe of darkness ahead. Finally, KYP said, seeing Jaina might be a problem. Don't tell me, Han said. Something came up. The hazy strip ahead thickened into a sharp, distinct streak. Something in the unknown regions, I'll bet. Well, yes. Thanks for letting us know, Han snorted. Normally, he tried not to worry about Jaina's assignments. As a top fighter pilot and leading Jedi Knight, his daughter could handle almost anything the galaxy threw her way. But the unknown regions were different. The unknown regions were home to 100 terrors too terrible to imagine, or so he had been told. What's the situation? We don't know exactly, KYP said. But there's no reason to worry. Master Skywalker has taken Mara and Saba to investigate. Now Han was worried. To draw 3 masters away when the Jedi were already spread too thin, the problem had to be serious. All right, kid, Han said. The dark streak at the end of the fog channel had grown sharp enough to identify as a Yorick coral spire. What aren't you telling us? Nothing. Han remained silent, and finally KYP asked, Did I mention the Chiss? To Leia's credit, she did not look away from the forward viewport, but she did lose her concentration. The fog came rolling back into the channel ahead of the Falcon, and Han lost sight of the spire. He jerked back on the throttles, then felt a sudden stab of neck pain as something slammed the ship forward. A cacophony of damage alarms erupted from the control console. Han's gaze flew to the status lights of the most critical systems. What was that? Nor asked from behind him. Did we crash? Not exactly, Han answered. Over the comm, he said. Stand by, kid. We're a little distracted here. Copy. KYP sounded relieved to have a few moments to formulate his explanation. Take your time. Once Han had confirmed that all vital components were still operational, he called up the view from the stern vidcam and saw nothing but static. Something hit us from behind. The mapping skiff? Leia asked. It was following us, Han said. I hate that. Oh dear, C-3PO said. I hope there aren't any casualties. It would serve them right, Han growled. He activated the intercom and ordered Leia's Nogri bodyguards, Cockmaim and Newall, into the cannon turrets. Don't shoot anything. Just tell me what you see back there. Han glanced over at Leia and saw by the tension in her lips that she had heard every word of the conversation between him and KYP. He closed the intercom, then returned to his comm mic. Okay, kid. Tell us about the Chiss. It's not as bad as it sounds. KYP told them about Aristocrat Swek's visit and Cal Omas's suggestion that Luke handled the matter personally, and then said, Master Skywalker knew you'd be worried, so he asked Sogel to fill you in when you asked for the Maltorian dossier. I really wasn't. The Falcon shuddered, and another damage alarm sounded. Cockmaim reported that, despite its damage, the mapping skiff was firing at them. Then shoot back. Han ordered. KYP, you'll have to. Standing by. KYP acknowledged. Be careful. I've got a better idea. Han pushed the throttles forward and accelerated into the fog, then asked Leia. Can you do that fog thing again? Yes, Leia said. A low rumble reverberated through the Falcon as Mewall and Cockmaim unleashed the big laser cannons. But why not climb out of here and fight where we can see? Han allowed himself a sly grin. Didn't you see that spire up ahead? I saw it, Leia said. A smile as sly as Han's came to her lips. I like the way you think, Flyboy. How does he think? Nor asked. What are we doing? You'll see, Han said. Just hold on. Leia turned her attention back to the fog, and soon the verdant finger of a vine-covered spire could be seen jutting up at the end of the channel. If Han did not brake until the last second, the mapping skiff following them would have no time to avoid a crash. Nor finally saw what they were planning. No! He shrieked the word with both mouths. You mustn't! Tell your gunners to stop firing. Stop firing? Han repeated. The spire was as wide as his hand now, and he was beginning to see dark patches of coral showing through the curtains of vine. Are you crazy? They're shooting at us. It doesn't matter. Nora's voice remained shrill with panic. My people could never inhabit a planet won through murder. It's not murder, Han objected. They started this. We're just defending ourselves. There is a difference between defending and killing, Nora said. Han began to grow impatient. Look, if that's the way you feel, the Ithorians are never going to find a planet. The spire had grown as large as his arm. Another 5 seconds, and the mapping skiff wouldn't have a chance. In this galaxy, you've got to fight for what you need. My people believe there has been too much fighting already. Nor paused, then said, This isn't your choice to make, Captain Solo. If you kill our rivals, the Ithorians will not come anyway. Han, Izim's right, Leia said. Her gaze remained fixed on the fog, but she reached over and gently clasped his arm. We just can't win this one. Han could hear in the edginess of Leia's voice that she wanted to keep going as much as he did. The war had made both of them harder, less forgiving and more determined to win at any price, and sometimes that made him wonder if the Yuuzhan Vong had won after all. Certainly, they had changed more in the galaxy than a few thousand planets. Okay. Han pulled the control yoke back, and the Falcon began to climb free of Burrow's clouds. The world grabbers win again. Sorry to hear that, KYP said over the comm. But you'll have a freer reign in the Maltorian belt. There are no gray areas with 3i. Not so fast, kid. We haven't said we're going. But Jaina is in the unknown regions, Han said. That's the point. Give us a second. Leia muted the comm mics, then asked, What are you thinking? You know what I'm thinking, Han said. Though he would never have said so, Han wished he had gone after Anakin to Mwakar. He knew it would have made no difference, and maybe even gotten them both killed, but he still wished he had tried. You're thinking the same thing. I suppose I am, Leia sighed. You know there's no sense going after them. Them? Han asked. Jaina and Loian. And Jason. Leia's eyes were closed, and her face was raised toward the stars. It feels like he's on the move, too. Another reason to go, Han said. 5 years is too long. You know we'd just be going for ourselves, Leia said. Our kids are better at this sort of thing than we are now. Yeah, Han said. But what else do we have to do? Stick our necks out for Replanet Hab? Look for another abandoned planet just so they can steal it out from under the Ithorians? Leia closed her eyes, perhaps reaching out to their children through the Force, or maybe only searching her own heart for guidance. Finally, she opened her eyes again and reactivated the channel. Sorry, KYP, we can't help you, she said. Han and I have other plans. 3. The unknown object lay directly ahead of Jade's shadow, a crooked oval of darkness the size of a human thumb. Sensor readings suggested a body about as dense as ice, which would have been a rare, though not impossible, thing to find floating around loose in the interstellar void. But infrared measurements placed the core temperature at somewhere between warm and sweltering, and the spectrograph showed a halo of escaped atmosphere that suggested living inhabitants. Mara had already sensed as much through the Force. She could feel a strange presence within the object, diffuse and ancient and utterly huge. There were also other, more familiar life forms, smaller, distinct, and somehow enclosed within the haze of the larger being. But there was no hint of Jaina or the other strike team members, nor of the urgent summons they had reported from these coordinates. Mara glanced at an activation reticle in the front of the cockpit. A small section of the shadow's plexiglass canopy opaqued into a mirror, and she turned her attention to Luke and Saba Sabatine, who were seated high behind her in the co-pilot's and navigator's chairs. Time to reconnoiter? She asked. What's reckon, recoy? The question came from behind Luke's chair, where a freckle-faced boy with red hair and fiery blue eyes stood peering around the edge of the flight deck hatchway. What's that? Reconnoiter, Ben. It means take a look. A smile came to Mara's heart at the sight of her son, but she forced a stern tone. Aren't you supposed to be playing with Nana? Nana's game module is for little kids, he complained. She was trying to make me play Teeks and Ewoks. And why aren't you? Luke asked. I turned her off. How? Mara asked. Her power switch is hidden under her neck armor. Ben looked away as casually as a young boy could. I tricked her into bending down and showing it to me. Turning Nana off wasn't very nice, Mara said. Her circuits are pulse-shielded. How do you think she's going to feel after an emergency shutdown? Stupid. Ben's answer was almost gleeful. I've only done it to her 3 times before. A loud hiss of amusement escaped the pebbled lips of Saba Sabatine, causing Ben to shrink back through the hatchway, and almost muffling Luke's exclamation of alarm. You have? Ben nodded, but his wide eyes remained fixed on Saba's lumpy face. Luke reached around the corner and pulled him onto the flight deck itself. Promise me you won't do that again, Luke said. Mara could feel how worried he was by Ben's mischievousness. They had long ago decided against having someone else raise their son while they crisscrossed the galaxy attending to their duties as Jedi Masters, but they both knew their choice would require an extraordinary amount of discipline from their young son. Nana can't protect you if you shut her down. If she's that stupid, how can she protect me anyway? Ben countered. A defender droid's not supposed to be dumber than her kid. Rather than explaining the complexities of utter devotion programming, Mara said, Ben, answer your father. Or would you rather stay at the academy next time he and I go on a trip? Ben pondered his decision for a moment, then blew out a long breath. Fine. He turned to Luke. I promise. Good, Luke said. Maybe you should go reactivate her. But we're there. Ben pointed out the forward viewport, where the unknown object remained hidden in its darkness. I want to see Jaina. Jaina isn't here anymore, Mara said. How do you know? The Force, Mara explained. If she were here, your father and I would feel it. Maybe not. You don't feel everything. We would feel Jaina, Luke said. She's not here. Now do as your father says. Mara hooked her thumb toward the main cabin. Go power up Nana and stay with her until we figure out where Jaina is. Ben didn't argue, but neither did he turn to go. If Ben doesn't wish to go, this one will watch him. Saba spun her chair around and winked a slit pupil eye at him. He can sit on her lap. Eyes widening, Ben spun on his heel and disappeared down the access corridor. Saba hissed in amusement, but softly and slow, and Mara thought maybe the Barabel's feelings were hurt. Maybe. Don't let it bother you, Saba, Mara said. Even we don't understand what's happening with him these days. Saba blinked at Mara's reflection, twice. He is hiding from the Force, she said. This one is surprised you and Master Skywalker have not noticed. We have, Luke said. What we don't understand is why. He started to close himself off after the war. Ben says he wants to be like his Uncle Han and do things the hard way, Mara added. But I think there's more to it than that. This has lasted too long to be a phase. Mara did not add, and he's gotten too good at it, perhaps because of how much that thought frightened her. She had to concentrate hard and longed to find the force in her son, and sometimes Luke had trouble sensing Ben's presence at all. Interesting. Saba licked the air with her long tongue, then turned to look down the access corridor. Perhaps he did not like how the war felt. Perhaps not, Luke said. We tried to shield him from it, but it just wasn't possible. There was too much happening in the galaxy, Mara said, surprised to find herself feeling almost defensive. The Force was too filled with anguish. And so were we, Luke said. That's what really worries us, Saba. Maybe he's hiding from us. Then you have nothing to worry about, Saba said. Ben will not hide from you forever. Even this one can see how attached he is to his parents. Luke thanked her for the reassurance, then asked R2-D2 to bring up an infrared image of the unknown object. What looked like a collection of palpitating blood cells appeared on Mara's display screen. Each cell had an irregular white heart surrounded by a pink halo, and they were all connected by a tangled web of flowing red dashes. It looks like a network of housing modules, Mara observed. And it feels like a windy mountain, Saba added. Now we're getting somewhere, Luke said. By the way, what are rangies? Very tasty, and the feeling is mutual. Sissing hysterically, Saba rose and turned to leave the flight deck. This one will take the Stealth X and reconnoiter. Better hold tight, Mara said. On the infrared display, a string of tiny white circles was flaring to life near the center of the unknown object. At least until we know what those are. The circles began to swirl and grow larger. Mara didn't even try to count the number, but there had to be over 100 of them. More tiny circles blazed into existence and shot after the others. She initiated a series of automated systems checks to warm the Shadow's battle circuits. Lower. The Shadow's retractable laser cannons dropped into firing position as Luke anticipated Mara's order. She armed the proton torpedoes and opened the firing tube doors. R2, tell Nana to put Ben in his crash couch, Luke ordered. R2-D2 tweeted the protest. Nobody said they were shooting, Luke said. We just want to be ready. R2-D2 added another warning. Really? Luke responded. That many? Mara glanced at the corner of her display and saw a counter quickly adding numbers. 500? She gasped. Who sends 500 craft to investigate one intruder? R2-D2 chirped testily, then Mara's screen displayed a message telling her to have some patience. He was still trying to assemble vessel profiles. Identifying who had sent them would have to wait. Sorry, Mara said, wondering when she had started to be intimidated by astromech droids. Take your time. R2-D2 acknowledged, then added a note about the propulsion systems the vessels were using. Rockets? Luke asked in disbelief. As in old nuclear rockets? R2-D2 tweeted irritably. The note on Mara's display read, Chemical rockets. Methane/oxygen, specific impulse 380. Luke whistled at the low number. At least we can run, if we have to. Jedi? Saba began to siss again. Run? The image on Mara's display melded into a single infrared blob. She looked up and saw a small cloud of twinkling stars between the shadow and the unknown object. As she watched, the swirling cloud grew steadily larger and brighter. Soon the stars resolved into two parts, yellow slivers of rocket exhaust and brilliant green bursts that looked a lot like strobe beacons. Mara engaged the ion drive actuator. Does this make sense to anyone? She began to turn, giving the shadow some running room. With all that evasive maneuvering, that has to be a combat. R2-D2 began to whistle and trill urgently. Mara checked her display, then asked, "What old blink code?" R2-D2 buzzed in impatience. "Imperial?" Mara looked out the side of the canopy. The swarm had drawn close enough now to reveal the sleek, dart-shaped hulls of a small fighter craft stretched between the green-nosed strobes and the yellow rocket tails. In the closest vessel, she could barely make out a pair of curved antennae pressed against the interior of a low cockpit canopy, and there were two bulbous black eyes peering out at her. "As in Palpatine's Empire?" R2-D2 squawked a peevish affirmative. "Then tell us what they're saying," Luke ordered. "And stop talking to Mara that way." R2-D2 warbled a half-hearted apology, then the message appeared on Mara's display. "Lizzle welcomes you. Please, all arrivals may please enter through the central portal, please." 4. The nearer the Falcon drew to her destination, the more mystified Leia became. The thumb-sized oval of darkness they had found when they emerged from hyperspace, at the coordinates they had wheedled out of Corran Horn, who was supervising operations in Luke's absence, was now a wall of murk that stretched to all edges of the cockpit canopy. But the terrain scanners showed a jumble of asteroids, ice balls, and dustbergs ranging from 100 meters across to several thousand, all held together by a web of metal struts and stony tubes. Though the structure had not yet collapsed under its own gravity, a rough guess of its mass was enough to make Leia worry. The Falcon's escorts, a swarm of small dart ships being flown by something with antennae and big, bulbous eyes, suddenly peeled off and dispersed into the surrounding darkness. A jagged array of lights came to life ahead, hooking along its length toward a single golden light at the end. "That must be the guidance signal the dart ships told us to watch for," Leia said. The terrain schematic on her display showed the lights curving over the horizon of a small carbonaceous asteroid located on the cluster's outer edge. "Follow the amber light. And slow down, it could be dangerous in there." "In where?" Leia sent a duplicate of the terrain schematic to the pilot's display. Han decelerated so hard that even the inertial compensators could not keep her from being pitched into her crash webbing. "You sure about this?" he asked. "It looks about as safe as a ranker's throat down there." The image on their displays was that of a jagged 5-kilometer mouth surrounded by a broken rim of asteroids, with dark masses of dust and stone tumbling down into the opening in lazy, slow motion. Though the scanner's view extended only 2,000 meters into the chasm, the part it did show was a twisted, narrowing shaft lined by craggy protrusions and dark voids. "I'm sure." Leia could feel her brother's presence somewhere deep inside the jumble of asteroids, calm, cheerful, and curious. "Luke knows we're here. He wants us to come in." "Really?" Han turned the Falcon toward the lights and started forward. "What did we ever do to him?" As they passed over the array, Leia began to catch glimpses of a black, grainy surface carefully cleared of the dark dust that usually lay meters thick on carbonaceous asteroids. Once, she thought she saw something scuttling across a circle of light, but Han was keeping them too far above the asteroid to be certain, and it would have been too dangerous to ask him to go in for a closer look. She trained a vidcam on the surface and tried to magnify the image, but the shaft was too dusty and dark for a clear picture. All she saw was a screenful of gray grains not too different from sensor static. They were barely past the first array when two more came to life, beckoning the Falcon deeper into the abyss. The ship bucked as Han avoided, only half successfully. A tumbling dustberg, then a frightened hiss escaped Leia's lips as the jagged silhouettes of two small boulders began to swell in the forward viewport. "Don't sit there hissing." Han's gaze remained fixed on his display, where the resolution of the terrain schematic was not fine enough to show the two objects. "Tell me what's wrong." "There." Leia pointed out the viewport. "Right there." Han looked up from his display. All right, no need to get all worried. He calmly flipped the falcon on her side and slipped between the two boulders an instant before the pair came together, then went back to watching his display. I had my eye on them. Han's voice was so cocky and sure that Leia forgot for a moment that this was not the same brash smuggler who had been running her defenses since she was still fighting the Empire. The man whose lopsided grins and well-timed barbs could still raise in her a ruddy cloud of passion or a red fog of anger. He was wiser now, and sadder, maybe a little less likely to hide his goodwill behind a cynical exterior. Whatever you say, flyboy. Leia pointed at the light arrays, the ones she had decided would be too dangerous to investigate. I want to do a close pass on one of those. Han's eyes widened. What for? To see what kind of technology we're dealing with here. Leia put on a flirtatious pout, then asked in an innocent voice. That isn't too risky for you, is it? For me? Han licked his lips. No way. Leia smiled and, as Han angled toward the array, shunted extra power to the particle shields. Maybe the challenge of napalm terrain flying down a dark, twisting shaft filled with flotsam would help snap Han out of his touchy mood. Han weaved past a dozen obstacles, working their way across the abyss toward the second array of lights, and that was when C-3PO, returning from a post-jump hyperdrive check, arrived on the flight deck. We're crashing! Not yet, Han growled. Everything's under control, 3PO. Leia's attention was focused on the asteroid ahead, where the lights had begun a slow flashing as the Falcon approached. Why don't you go back and continue supervising the maintenance checks? I couldn't possibly, Princess Leia. C-3PO placed himself in the navigator's chair behind Han. You need me in the cockpit. Han started to reply, but stopped when a ball of frozen gas came floating across the Falcon's path. You see? C-3PO demanded. Captain Solo nearly missed that object. I did miss it, Han snapped. Otherwise you'd be plastered across the canopy right now. What I meant was that you failed to see it until the last moment, C-3PO explained. Do be careful, there's a rather large one coming toward us from 47.668. Quiet! Han swung around an oblong megalith the size of a heavy cruiser, then added, You're distracting me. Then perhaps you should have your synapses checked, C-3PO suggested. Slow processing time is indicative of aging circuits. There's another object at 32.878 degrees, inclination 5 point. 3PO. Leia spun around to glare at him. We don't need help. Go to the main cabin and shut down. C-3PO's chin dropped. As you wish, Princess Leia. He stood and half-turned toward the exit. I was only trying to help. Captain Solo's last medical evaluation showed a reaction time decrease of 8 milliseconds, and I myself have noticed. Leia unbuckled her crash webbing. That he seems to be growing. She rose and hit the droid's circuit breaker. Rather easy ITAAA. The sentence trailed off into a bass rumble as C-3PO lost power. I think it's time to get his compliance routines debugged. She pushed the droid into the seat in front of the navigation station and strapped him in. He seems to be developing a persistence glitch. No need. The Falcon shot to the right, then shuddered as a dust berg burst against its shields. Nobody listens to droids anyway. Right, what does 3PO know? Leia kissed Han on the neck, then returned to her own seat. Yeah. Han smiled the same hungry grin that had been making Leia's stomach flutter since Palpatine was Emperor. Han swung the Falcon in behind the lights and began a steep approach toward the surface. The array began to flash more brightly, illuminating the rough, silvery surface of a metallic asteroid. On the ground behind the first beacon, Leia saw the swirling lines of a closed iris hatch, made from some tough membrane that bulged slightly outward under the pressure of the asteroid's internal atmosphere. The light itself was held aloft on the end of a conical, meter-long stand that seemed to be crawling across the surface of the asteroid on 6 stick-like legs. At the forward end of the apparatus, the lenses of a large ovoid helmet reflected the glow of the next beacon in line. "Bugs?" Han groaned and shook his head. "Why did it have to be bugs?" "Sorry," Leia said. Han normally avoided insect nests, something to do with a water religion he had once started on the desert world of Kamar. Apparently, a mob of angry Kamarian insects had tracked him down months after his hasty departure, taking him captive and demanding that he turn Kamar into the water paradise he had shown them. That was all Leia knew about the incident. He refused to talk about how he had escaped. "It'll be okay. Luke seems to feel comfortable with them." "Yeah, well, I always knew the guy was a little strange." "Han, we have to go in," Leia said. "This is where Jaina and the others came." "I know," Han said. "That's what really gives me the creeps." They reached the end of the array and passed over the insect holding aloft the amber light. Then Leia glimpsed a second iris hatch and they left the asteroid behind. Far ahead, spiraling down the walls of the ever-narrowing passage, 3 more beacon lines flared to life. Han stayed close to the walls, showing off for Leia by following the contour of the conglomeration's unpredictable topography. After a time, the arrays began to grow hazy and indistinct as the dust, being slowly drawn inward by the conglomeration's weak gravity, thickened into a gray cloud. Han continued to hug the wall, though now it was to make it easier for the terrain scanner to penetrate the powdery fog. A nebulous disk of golden light appeared at the bottom of the shaft. As its glow brightened, Leia began to see meter-long figures in insect-shaped pressure suits working along the passage walls, dragging huge bundles across asteroid surfaces, repairing the stony tubes that held the jumbled structure together, or simply standing in a shallow basin and staring out at her from behind a transparent membrane. "You know, Han," she said, "this place is starting to give me the creeps." "Wait till you hear a pincer rap," Han said. "Those things will really ice your spine." "Pincer rap?" Leia glanced over at the pilot's seat, wondering if there was something Han wasn't telling her. "Han, do you recognize?" Han cut her off. "No, I'm just saying." He raised his shoulders and shuddered at some memory he had kept buried their entire married life, then finished. "It's not something you want to experience." That's all. The dust cloud finally began to thin, revealing the disk of light below to be a bulging hatch membrane more than 100 meters across. Several dozen insects were scuttling away from the middle of the hatch, oozing a thick layer of greenish gel from a valve at the rear of their pressure suits. Han eased back on the throttles then, when the portal showed no sign of opening, brought them to a stop 20 meters above the center. The insects reached the edge and turned around, the lenses of their dark helmets turned up toward the Falcon. Soon, the gel began to bleed off in green wisps. "What are they waiting for?" Han turned his palms up and gestured impatiently. "Open already!" Once the gel had evaporated, the insects returned to the center of the portal and began to mill about aimlessly. "Is there anything on the comm channels?" Han asked. Leia double-checked the channel scanner. "Only background static, and not much of that." She did not suggest trying to calm the shadow. Some insect species were sensitive to comm waves, a fact that had led to some tragic misunderstandings in the early days of contact between the Verpine and the rest of the galaxy. "I could wake 3PO. He might be able to tell us something about who we're dealing with here." Han sighed. "Do we have another choice?" We could sit here and wait for something to happen. No, Han said, shaking his head wearily. You cannot wait a bug. Leia rose and flipped the droid's circuit breaker. After the light had returned to his photoreceptors, he sat turning his head back and forth as he calibrated himself to his surroundings, then finally fixed his gaze on Leia. I do wish you would stop doing that, Princess Leia. It's most disorientating, and one of these times my file allocation table will be corrupted. I could lose track of my personality. Wouldn't that be too bad? Han replied. 3PO, we need your help, Leia said, allowing the droid no time to process Han's sarcasm. We're having trouble communicating with the indigenous species. Certainly. C-3PO responded cheerily. As I was saying before you debilitated me, I'm always happy to help. And you are certainly aware that I'm fluent in. Over 6 million, we know, Han interrupted. He pointed outside. Just tell us how to communicate with the bugs. Bugs? C-3PO stood and turned toward the roiling mass of insects. I don't believe those are bugs, Captain Solo. They appear to be a sentient hybrid of Coleoptera and Hymenoptera, which often use complex dances as a means of communication. Dances? You don't say. Han returned his hands to the control yoke and throttle. So what are they telling us? C-3PO studied the insects for a moment, then emitted a nervous gurgle and moved forward to the control console. Well? Han demanded. How odd. C-3PO continued to study the creatures. I have no record of this happening before. Of what happening? Leia stepped to the droid's side. What are they saying? I'm afraid I can't tell you, Princess Leia. C-3PO kept his photoreceptors focused below her eyes. I have no idea. What do you mean, no idea? Han demanded. You're always bragging about how many forms of communication you're fluent in. That's quite impossible, Captain Solo. Droids are incapable of bragging. C-3PO returned his attention to Leia. As I was explaining, my memory banks contain no record of this particular language. However, syntactic analyses, step comparisons, and pattern searches do suggest that this is, indeed, a language. You're sure? Leia asked. It couldn't be random wandering? Oh no, Mistress Leia. The pattern and period of circulation bear a statistical correspondence that is quite significant, and the recurring oblique head bobs suggest a syntax far more sophisticated than basic, or even Shiriwook. C-3PO turned back to the viewport. I'm quite sure of my conclusions. Then let's hear 'em, Han demanded. Who are these guys? That's what I'm trying to explain, Captain Solo, C-3PO said. I don't know. They all fell quiet, C-3PO carefully documenting the mysterious dance while Leia and Han tried to see how this fit into the mystery of why the survivors of the MYRKR mission had been summoned here. None of it made any sense. It seemed almost impossible that the insects could have any tie to the MYRKR strike team. And even Leia could feel that they were not strong enough in the Force to send the call Jaina and the others had reported. C-3PO suddenly stepped away from the canopy. I've identified the basic syntactical unit. It's really quite simple, a matter of positioning the abdomen at one of 3 levels to indicate whether a step is. 3PO. Han interrupted. Can you tell us why they're not opening the door? C-3PO tipped his head slightly. Why, no, Captain Solo. To do that, I'd have to understand what they're saying. Han groaned. What's wrong with the Imperial blink code those dart ships were using? Unfortunately, their pressure suits don't seem to be equipped with strobes, C-3PO explained. But I am making progress with their dance language. For instance, I've established that they're repeating the same message time after time. Exactly the same message? Leia asked. Of course, C-3PO said. Otherwise, I would have said similar. Long or short? That's quite impossible to say, C-3PO said. Until I can establish the average number of units it requires to express one concept. How long does it take to repeat the message? Leia peered out at the bulging hatch, studying its membranous segments. Seconds? Minutes? 3.54 seconds on average, C-3PO said. But without a context, that datum is entirely worthless. Not entirely worthless. Leia returned to the co-pilot's seat. Adjust ahead, Han. I want to see something. As Han complied, Leia stared out at the bulging hatch, looking for any flaw in her thinking. The insects suddenly arranged themselves in the center of the membrane, then started to scuttle toward the edge and ooze green gel again. Keep going, Leia said. I know what they've been saying. That's quite unlikely, C-3PO objected. Even I don't have enough data to establish a grammar, much less attempt an accurate translation. Instead of arguing, Leia reached for the glide switches that controlled the Falcon's shields. Han eyed her hand warily, but continued forward. When the hatch began to bow inward, Leia lowered the shields, and a moment later the flexible membrane was sucked tight against the Falcon by the external vacuum. Han let out a breath, then said to Leia, Good call. Yes, Princess Leia, it was quite an extraordinary translation. C-3PO sounded crushed. In how many forms of communication did you say you are fluent? 5. Luke felt as though he had swallowed a jug of minnows. Ben had turned an alarming hue of green. Mara, who could normally whirl dance for hours in weak gravity, held her jaws clamped tight against the possibility of an embarrassing eruption. The Skywalkers were hardly micro-G novices. But their stomachs were rebelling at the utter strangeness of the asteroid colony, at the sticky gold wax that lined the corridors, at the constant thrum of insect sounds, at the endless parade of six-limbed, meter-high workers scurrying past on the walls and ceiling. Saba, however, seemed entirely comfortable. She was moving along in front, trotting along a wall on all fours, her head swinging from side to side and her long tongue licking the sweet air. Luke suspected that the heat and mugginess reminded her of Barabai, but maybe she just liked the way her hands and feet squished into the corridor's wax lining. Barabels, he had noticed, took pleasure in the oddest things. They came to a cockeyed intersection, and Luke stopped to listen to a strange pulsing sound that was rumbling out of a crooked side tunnel. It was muted, eerie, and rasping, but there was a definite melody and rhythm. Music, he said. If you're from Tatooine, maybe, Mara said. The rest of us would call that a rancor belch. This one likes it, Saba said. It makes her tail shake. I've seen squeaky thrust impellers make your tail shake, Mara said. She pointed at the floor, where a steady flow of booted feet had worn the wax down to the stone. But it is popular. Let's check it out. They started up the passage and Ben asked, Is this where Jaina is? No, Luke said. Ben had been repeating the same question since they had emerged from hyperspace. I told you, she's not in the asteroid colony. Then where is she? We don't know. Luke looked over his shoulder at Ben. That's what we're trying to find out. Ben considered this a moment, then said, If you don't know where she's at, then maybe she is here, and maybe you just don't know it. This sent Saba into a fit of sissing. He has you there, Master Skywalker. Ben retreated behind his mother, and Luke found himself worrying about the boy's strange fear of Saba. They had made a point of exposing him to friends of many species early in his life, and only Saba still seemed to frighten him. Luke smiled patiently, then explained, Ben, if Jaina were here, I would feel her in the Force. Oh. Surprised that Ben was willing to drop the matter with that, Luke added, but I do feel Aunt Leia. She's here with Uncle Han. Saba stopped on the wall ahead and peered back down at Luke. The Solas are here? This one thought they were going to hunt Three-Eye. So did this one. Luke could not quite keep the displeasure out of his voice. Apparently, they decided it was more important to join us. And they have every right, Mara said. We've seen Jaina more than they have in the past year, and with Jason still off chasing Force lore, Han and Leia must be lonely. She ruffled Ben's hair. I would be. I know, Luke said, feeling guilty now for his irritation. He had grown so accustomed to everyone doing as the council asked that he tended to forget that it had no formal authority. Everyone, especially the Solos, served at their own pleasure. They've already done more than we have a right to ask. And what of Three-Eye? Saba asked. Who will stop her? It might not be a bad thing to let the Reconstruction Police handle that one until we find Jaina, Luke said. After that, the council can send her and Alma back with Zek. It shouldn't take the three of them long to clean up the problem. If they will go. Saba continued up the corridor, shaking her head. This one is beginning to doubt the wisdom of our council. Every pack needs a long fang, or its hunters will scatter after their own prey. The Jedi are a different kind of pack, Luke said, following after her. We're an entire pack of long fangs. A pack of long fangs? Saba let out a trio of short sisses and disappeared around a bend. Oh, Master Skywalker! As they continued up the passage, the music grew clearer. There was an erratic chirping that struck Luke as singing, a rhythmic grating that passed for percussion, a harsh fluting that provided the melody. The overall effect was surprisingly buoyant, and Luke soon found himself enjoying it. After about 50 meters, the passage opened into a cavernous, dimly lit chamber filled with rough-looking spacers. The music came from a clear area in the center of the room, where a trio of stick-like verpines stood playing beneath the chemical glow of a dozen waxy shine balls. Luke found himself studying their instrument, trying to imagine how they made so many different sounds sharing only one string. Astral! Ben left Mara's side and started into the cantina. This is gonna blast. Mara caught him by the shoulder. Not a chance. He gave her a knowing smirk, for they had left Nana behind to help R2-D2 watch the shadow. You can't leave me out here alone. I'm only 8. What makes you think you'll be alone? Mara nodded Luke toward the cantina, then said to Ben, You and I will stand watch out here. Luke and Saba stepped through the door. The usual assortment of riffraff spacers, Given, Bathans, Nikto, Quarren, were gathered in the middle of the room, sitting on synthetic stone benches and holding their drinks in their laps. A few hard cases, such as the Defel, Shadow Wraith, hiding in the corner, and a Genet hoodlum holding court on the far side of the chamber, sat apart from the group. Many of the patrons were listing in their seats, but there was none of the latent hostility that usually permeated the Force and spaceport cantinas. Luke followed Saba to the service area, where a distracted Duros stood at the end of a long bank of beverage dispensers. There was no counter or ordering station, nor anything that looked like a payment terminal, but a soft clicking noise was coming from a darkened alcove beneath the middle dispenser. As they drew near, the clicking stopped and a worker insect emerged from the alcove. It stared up at them for a moment, then handed an empty cup to both of them and retreated into its alcove. Luke and Saba studied the unmarked dispensers for a moment, then Saba hissed in frustration. She walked over to the inattentive Duros and thrust her mug into his hands. Blood's hour. The Duros swung his noseless head around sharply, then saw he was being addressed by a barable. The blue drained from his face. Don't have blood's hour, he said in his flat Duros voice. Only Membrosia. Will this one like it? The Duros nodded. Everyone likes Membrosia. Then I'll have the same, Luke said, passing his mug over. The Duros studied Luke's face for a moment, clearly struggling to place it in some context other than a pair of well-worn flight utilities. I'm just a pilot, Luke said, reinforcing the force illusion he was using to disguise himself. A thirsty pilot. Sure. The Duros turned to the nearest dispenser and filled both mugs with a thick amber liquid, then returned the cups. Luke pulled a 10-credit voucher from his pocket, but the Duros waved it off. Nobody pays here. Nobody pays? Saba echoed. This one doesn't believe you. A hint of indignation permeated the force, then the Duros shrugged and looked back to the Verpine musicians. Saba studied him for a moment, then glanced at Luke. This one is tired. She will find a seat. She took a sip from her mug, then started to work her way deeper into the cantina. The Duros looked as though he wished Luke would join her, but Luke remained where he was, pouring camaraderie and goodwill into the force. The Duros' aloofness did not melt until Saba raised a storm of angry jabbering by taking an empty seat in front of an Yuak. This should be interesting. The Duros grinned. That little Yuak has a death mark in 10 systems. You don't say. Luke took a sip of Membrosia. It was sweet and thick and potent, warming him from his toes to his ear tips. He allowed himself a moment to savor the sense of well-being that came with the intoxicating heat, then asked the Duros. Have you been here long? Too long, the Duros said. Turns out Lizzle doesn't use processing chips, and now I can't get a cargo out. Is that a common problem? Common, but not a problem. The Duros waved his hand vaguely in the direction of the Membrosia dispensers. Everything's free, and you can stay as long as you want. Very generous, Luke said. What's the catch? Isn't one, the Duros said. Except you'd get used to it, and then you don't want to leave. That sounds like a catch to me, Luke said. Depends on how you look at it, the Duros admitted. Especially if you have obligations at home. Why don't you just take your chips back to the known galaxy? Luke asked. With so many manufacturing worlds destroyed by the war, the Galactic Alliance is desperate for processing chips. Too dangerous. The Duros cocked his big head toward Luke. You wouldn't want some criffing bounty hunter to catch you with these particular chips. Ah, Luke said. Lando and Tendra had put up a 1,000,000 credit reward for a load of specialized processing chips that had been hijacked on its way to Tendrando Arm's new rehab droid factory. That makes sense. Void breathing right it does, the Duros said. Already had 5 Jedi come through on my tail. That's when I decided to dump the load. Luke tried not to wince at the loss of the vital chips. You're sure the Jedi were looking for you? Who else would they be looking for? The Duros shook his head, then said, I knew Calrissian had pull with the Jedi, but who'd have guessed it was that strong? Not me, Luke answered. He stepped closer to the Duros and lowered his voice. Were they fairly young? A couple of humans with a Barable and a Wookiee? And a Twi'lek. The Duros' voice grew suspicious, and he began to ease away from Luke. How'd you know? I've got a little problem of my own with them, Luke said. And I don't want to find them waiting at my next stop. Know where they went? The Duros watched the Verpine band for a moment, no doubt trying to find a way to work an angle for himself. Luke poured a little more goodwill into the force, and finally the Duros shook his head. Sorry, he said. You need to ask Lizzle. Before Luke could ask how to find Lizzle, he realized someone new was coming up behind him. The person seemed both to have her own presence in the Force and to be a part of the larger, diffuse essence that permeated the entire asteroid colony. He turned to find a striking Falleen female approaching, her scaly skin almost as green as a male's. She acknowledged Luke with a polite nod, then stopped before the Duros. Tarnis, we have a cargo for you, she said. The Duros took a sip of Membrosia and tried to appear calm. To where? The Horo Nest, the Falleen answered. You'll be given a load to take home, of course. Tarnis's eyes grew round, at least by Duros standards. Done. When the Duros did not instantly start for the exit, the Falleen said, It requires immediate departure. Lizzle is already loading the Star Song. No problem. Tarnis placed his mug on the floor. I'll just gather my crew. We're gathering them now. The Falleen started toward the exit. They'll meet you in the hangar. Right behind you, Tarnis said. He started after the Falleen, shaking his head in amazement. Finally! Seeing that he had been forgotten in the excitement, Luke used the Force to slow the Duros down, then cleared his throat. Oh, yeah? Tarnis took the Falleen's arm and gestured toward Luke. This fellow wants to talk. I can find my own way to the hangar. The Falleen barely slowed. We're very busy. She glanced over her shoulder, but avoided Luke's eyes. Enjoy the hospitality of the nest. When Luke reached out to probe her feelings, he experienced a deep sense of worry. Her scales rippled in alarm. Then an enormous, murky presence rose inside her mind and pushed him out so forcibly that he stumbled into a Membrosia dispenser. As Tarnis and the Falleen walked out the exit, Mara peered around the corner, checking to be certain the surprise she had felt was nothing to be alarmed about. Luke smiled and turned around to display the new Membrosia stain on the back of his utilities, then watched intently as Tarnis and the Falleen disappeared down the corridor. Once the pair were far enough ahead that she would not be noticed following, Mara took Ben's hand and started down the corridor, talking as though they were just a mother and son returning to their vessel. Luke worked his way to the Cantina center and sat on a bench next to a pair of Ishitib. He remained quiet for a few moments, pretending to listen to the music but actually reaching out in the Force to search for eavesdropping devices. He was not quite certain what had happened over at the Membrosia dispensers, but he felt certain that the Falleen's arrival had been no coincidence. Lizzle, whoever that was, had not wanted Tarnis to talk about Jaina and the others. After a few minutes, Luke finally felt confident that he could ask his questions in peace. He began to pour out feelings of camaraderie and goodwill, and it wasn't long before the nearest Ishitib turned toward him. My name is Zalera. She pointed at her companion, who swiveled her eye stalks around and gently clacked her beak. This is Lyrie. She likes you. Luke smiled back. Thank you. Zalera batted the lids of her yellow eyes. I like you? That's very nice. He eased off the good feelings, then said, Actually, I'm looking for some friends. We'll be your friends, Lyrie said. She came around to Luke's other side, then slipped her stubby hand through the crook of his arm. Her breath smelled heavily of Membrosia. I've never felt this way about a human before. Me either. Zalera took Luke's other arm. But this one is cute, even with the recessed eyes. Ladies, that's just the Membrosia talking. Luke sensed Mara already returning to the cantina. She did not feel angry or frightened, but she was frustrated. She had lost the Duros and his escort. I'm looking for a group of young travelers who came through here. There would have been at least 2 humans, a Twi'lek, a Barable. And a Wookiee? Lyra asked. Then you've seen them, Luke said. Lyra opened her beak in a sort of smile. Maybe. Maybe not, Zalera added. She began to tug at the chest closures on Luke's utilities. Let us have a look inside, and we'll tell you. Luke caught her hand. It probably wouldn't be a good idea for us to. Come on, bright boy. Lyra reached for closures a little farther down. Give us a chance. No. Luke put enough force behind the word to prevent Lyra from ripping open his utilities. That would never work. Why not? Zalera demanded. Because I have lips and you have beaks, for starters. Zalera spread her eye stalks. You'd be surprised what a girl can do with her beak. Let me show you, Lyra said. She caught Luke's nose in her beak and gave it a tug. Ouch. Luke reached up and freed his nose. Other people were starting to look in their direction, and that was exactly what he didn't want. Please, ladies. Just tell me what you know about my friends. Zalera ripped his chest closures open, revealing Luke's undershirt. First you show, then. Mara's astonishment hit Luke like a force hammer, and he failed to hear the rest of Zalera's comment. He turned toward the exit and saw Mara swinging her hand down to cover their son's eyes. Who's that? Lyra asked, following his gaze. My wife. Wife? The Ishi-Tib repeated in unison. They jumped to their feet, Zalera crying. You didn't tell us you were mated. And he's got a fry, too. Lyra exclaimed. The outburst caused the Verpine musicians to fumble over a string of notes, and several annoyed patrons turned to suggest that Luke and the Ishi-Tib take their personal lives to a quiet corner. Mara rolled her eyes, then shook her head and dragged a very reluctant Ben around the corner. Luke sent her a feeling of reassurance, trying to make sure she knew there was a good explanation. He received an impression of amused doubtfulness in reply. Then he heard Saba sissing from across the room and realized he might never live this one down. He shook his head in disgust, then closed his utilities and looked up at the Ishi-Tib. Will you please sit? Zalera put a hand on her hip. I don't think so. You just forget about us, you double spawner. Lyra shooed him toward the exit. You'd better go catch your mate and that little fry. As soon as you answer me. Luke grabbed both Ishi-Tib by their wrists and pulled them down. When did you see my friends? The Wookiee and the Barable and the others? When they were here, Zalera answered coolly. Which was? Luke put the force behind his question, pressuring her to answer. I don't know. Zalera turned to Lyra. When was that? Who can remember? They only stayed a day. Luke started to pressure Lyra to think back, then realized that someone else was approaching. As with the Foline who had led Tarnus away, the newcomer appeared to have a double presence in the Force, except that the individual essence felt much more menacing and powerful than had the Folines. Luke turned and, when he saw a blocky shadow with red eyes and white fangs approaching, nearly reached for his lightsaber. The Defel watched Luke's hand until it dropped back to his side, then turned to the Ishi-Tib. The nest has secured a barrel of fresh Tybran salts, he rasped. We are preparing an immersion tank now. For us? Zalera gasped. Where? Lyra demanded. The Defel offered a shadow-furred arm to each of them. We'll escort you. First, answer my question, Luke said, putting the weight of the Force behind his command. Lyra started to stop and look back, but the default pulled her forward. Come, ladies. His eyes flared red. The immersion tank is growing cool. The same murky presence Luke had felt before rose against him. It was not a force attack, merely an enormous exertion of will. Had he wanted to, Luke could have found another way to maintain his hold, but that would have meant drawing even more of the mysterious entity's attention to himself than he already had. Besides, Saba was on her way over, a furry little Yuak at her side. It was the Yuak she had sat in front of earlier, with a single white stripe running diagonally across a stocky body that was otherwise as black as space. They stopped in front of Luke and stood there sissing and chortling together. Go ahead, Luke said. Get it out of your system now. Who's your friend? Tarfang, Saba laughed. He says he can help us find our friends, if you are finished chasing Ishitib. 6. Save for the lining of golden wax. The rows of shine balls stuck to the ceiling, the random tunnel openings, and the lack of even a vague sense of up or down, the interior of the spherical hangar resembled all the spaceports Han Solo had visited on 1,000 unknown, out-of-the-way planets scattered across the galaxy. There was the usual collection of battered transports, the usual cargo of stolen goods on open display, the usual dregs of their species smugglers bustling in and out of their vessels, working harder to make dishonest livings than they would have at honest jobs. Han felt a swell of nostalgia rise inside, and he found himself missing the days when he could debark in such places and know that nobody was going to mess with him and the Wookiee. Of course, now he had a Jedi Knight wife, a pair of Nogri, and a refitted battle droid to back him up, but it just wasn't the same. Chewbacca had been his co-conspirator as well his best friend, a pain-in-the-neck conscience at times but also a comrade-in-arms who understood the betrayals and disappointments that had turned Han into the wary, bitter smuggler he'd been when Leia came along and rescued him from that aimless life. At least we've solved one mystery, Leia said. She pointed at a Duraplast pallet filled with crates labeled Reconstruction Authority, Sanitation. That may explain why it's been so hard to track down the RA supplies shrinkage. I don't know, Han said. He eyed the giant bugs that seemed to be crawling across every surface. This pile of rocks isn't big enough to take everything that's disappearing. The more Han watched the activity around the transports, the more he felt his skin crawl. The bugs were marching in and out of the vessels completely unescorted, offloading cargo, foodstuffs, even vital ship's tools, and stacking them at the base of the boarding ramps. Instead of stopping the insects, the crews were doing the same thing in reverse, unloading huge stoneware crocks, balls of multicolored wax, and many of the same tools and foodstuffs the bugs were unloading. And nobody seemed upset about working at cross purposes. In fact, save for the care they took to avoid crashing into each other, they barely seemed to notice one another at all. Han spied the sleek gray wedge of a Horizon-class space yacht resting about halfway up the wall of the docking vault, its landing struts sunk well past their feet in the waxy substance that coated the chamber. The boarding ramp was lowered and a big Tendrando Arms Defender droid was standing beside it, her massive torso and systems-packed limbs at odds with her cherubic face and smiling mouth. There's the shadow, Han said. He brought the Falcon's nose around and started toward an open berthing space on the wall next to Mara's ship. Let's go say hello. Leia shook her head. It doesn't feel like there's anyone aboard. No? Han scowled. It wasn't like Mara to leave the shadow open and unattended, although with Nana there, that wasn't really the case. Basically a bodyguard version of Lando's successful YVH battle droid crossed with a TD nanny droid, the Defender was more than capable of guarding the ship. Even the bugs seemed to realize that, every now and then, one would stop by and sweep its antennae across the ramp, but they never attempted to enter. Probably in the Cantina already. Han swung the Falcon's stern, up, along the wall and landed in the open berth. The struts sank into the wax and seemed to hold the ship fast, but he fired the anchoring bolts anyway. Microgravity could be tricky. It was impossible to tell which way it was pulling until something started to slide. Han rose and strapped on his blaster. Okay, let's go see Nana. Maybe she can fill us in. They lowered the boarding ramp and reeled back as a wave of warm, too sweet air rolled through the hatchway. The vault was filled with a blaring cacophony of ticking that immediately sent a rivulet of sweat rolling down Han's spine. Half a dozen bugs appeared at the bottom of the ramp and started to board. They had deep orange thoraxes, pale blue abdomens, and feathery, meter-long antennae. Han's stomach turned queasy, but he started down to meet them. Leia caught him by the arm. Han? What's wrong? Nothing. Han swallowed hard, then continued down the ramp. He was not going to be intimidated by a memory of the Cimmerians. Besides, these guys were only about waist height, with 4 skinny arms, scrawny legs, and a stubby set of mandibles better suited to steadying loads than rending flesh. I'm okay. Han stopped midway down the ramp. He folded his arms across his chest and assumed a stance wide enough to block the ramp, then forced himself to glare down at the lead bug. In addition to the smooth green balls of its 2 main eyes, it had a trio of ocular lenses atop its head, leaving him uncertain as to which set of eyes he should meet. Where do you fellows think you're going? The lead bug stared up, ticking its mandibles nervously, and emitted a soft drumming from its chest. Burr-a-burr-rub. It dropped to all 6s, lowering itself to about knee height, then dipped its antennae politely and shot between Han's legs. Hey! Before the bug could continue up the ramp, Han spun around and caught it by the undersized wings on its back. Some insects had a habit of hiding eggs wherever they could, and he didn't want any infestations aboard the Falcon. Hold on! The bug spun its head around to meet Han's gaze, then pointed at his hands and gently clacked its mandibles. Ubber-burrub. Captain Solo, C-3PO said helpfully. I do believe the insect is requesting that you release it. You understand this stuff? Han asked. I'm afraid it's only an educated guess, C-3PO said. This form of their language is as obscure as the dance. Then not a chance. Han, Leia said, I don't sense any danger here. Until C-3PO figures out how to communicate. I am communicating. Han fixed his gaze on the nearest of its eyes and said, I don't know who you think I am, but no one boards the Falcon until I say so. The other 5 bugs dropped to all 6s, then slipped to the underside of the ramp and continued toward the hatchway. No! Han flipped the insect he was holding off the ramp, then started after the others. Stop them! The Nogri stepped in front of Leia and placed themselves squarely in the door, crouched for action. The bugs swung back to the ramp's upper side and tried to squeeze aboard the Falcon anyway. The first pair were knocked away by a pair of quick Nogri kicks. The remaining trio of insects stopped where they were and dropped into a 6-limbed crouch. Their antennae fell flat against their heads, and a soft little "arrrrrrr" began to come from their chests. Someone else might have described the sound as meek, but Han knew better than to assume. Bug minds did not work the same way as those of other species. BB-8, the Solo's battle droid, appeared behind the Nogri and pointed his blaster cannon over Miwala's shoulder. Do not be alarmed! With the full jacket of laminanium armor and red photoreceptors and a death's head face, he still resembled the YVH droid from which he had been refitted. Intruders identified. Permission to fire? No! Leia snapped. Stand down! Return to Leisure Station. Leisure station? BD-8's tone grew doubtful as the other bugs continued up the ramp. Ma'am, we're being boarded. We're not being boarded, Leia said. Not if I can help it, Han said. He snatched another of the bugs and, in the low gravity, sent it spinning 20 meters across the hangar. Cockmame and Meewall removed the last two, grabbing a mandible and executing quick twists that sent the insects tumbling away. Han nodded his approval. See? A bitter odor began to waft up from the floor. Han looked down to see two of the dislodged bugs standing beside the ramp on their forefront limbs, their abdomens raised so they could squirt greenish fluid on the sides of the ramp. What the garzel? Han cried. Bubber, the bugs drummed. Bubber yourselves! Han raised his arms to shoo them away. They continued to squirt, and C-3PO picked that moment to interrupt. Captain Solo, we seem to have another visitor. The droid pointed past Han's shoulder. Han turned around to find a tall, bald-headed figure with large, buggy eyes and a pair of thick tusks approaching the Falcon's boarding ramp. In his hands, he carried a rag and a spray canister. Great, Han said. Now an Aqualish. That can't be good, Leia said. The Aqualish were an aggressive species known across the galaxy for picking fights, and jumping into the middle of them. What's he want? To wash the viewports, it looks like, Han said. The Aqualish reached the base of the ramp and started forward toward the bugs. What do you want, Fa-Face? The nickname was despised by Aqualish, but it was better to take an aggressive tone with them. They were less likely to start a fight with someone who did not intimidate easily. Nothing, friend. The Aqualish spoke in the gravelly voice typical of his species. Just to help you out. Han and Leia exchanged puzzled glances. Friend was not usually a word you heard from an Aqualish. We're not your friends, Han said. You will be. The Aqualish waited until the bugs finished squirting, then shooed away the one on his side of the ramp and sprayed a harsh-smelling foam over the same area. That stuff better not be corrosive, Han warned. Aqualish could not smile. The need had probably never arisen during their evolution, but this one lifted his head and managed to seem like he was. It's not. He tossed the spray canister to Han. You need to clean that mess up. The Aqualish pointed at the far side of the ramp, where the other worker had squirted its goo, then started to wipe the area he had already coated. Han sprayed a thick layer of foam over the side of the ramp, filling the air with a smell somewhere between rotting fruit and burned sulfur. Tell me again what I'm doing. When you tossed the workers off, they marked you, the Aqualish explained. He tossed Han the rag. Now you have to start over, or they'll call their soldiers and tear your ship apart to see what you're hiding. Start over? Leia asked. Transacting, the Aqualish explained. Isn't that why you're here? Maybe, Han said. You mean like trading, right? More like taking, the Aqualish said. They take what they want. You take what you want. Everybody's happy. The insects started up the ramp again. Boarding imminent, BD-8 reported. Permission to. No, Leia said. Stand down. Han finished wiping the foam away, then stood up to find the 6 insects lined up on the ramp below. They're not going to lay eggs or anything? He asked. No, they only do that in the heartcone, the Aqualish assured him. Just let them bring out whatever they want, then take back whatever you want to keep. It's a lot easier and safer. If you say so. Han stepped aside to let the bugs pass. Okay? The lead worker responded with a single mandible clack, which was simultaneously echoed by the rest of the squad. That would be an affirmative, C-3PO offered helpfully. The bugs started up the ramp. Han jumped down beside the Aqualish and returned the spray canister and rag. Sorry about that font-face stuff. He reached for his money. What do I owe you for the help? Nothing, friend. The Aqualish waved a dismissing hand. It happens to everyone the first time. Really? Han's mind began searching for angles, trying to figure out what kind of swindle the Aqualish was trying to pull. Hope you don't mind me saying so, but you're a pretty helpful guy for your kind. The Aqualish watched the last bug disappear into the Falcon, then nodded. Yeah. I don't get it either. He turned and started back toward his own vessel. This place just makes me feel good. Han, Leia, and the others spent the next hour returning to the Falcon most of what the bugs carried off. At first, the work was confusing and frustrating, especially after they had carried the same crate of protein packages aboard for the 7th or 8th time. But eventually order emerged, with the ship's crew leaving anything they could bear to part with at the foot of the ramp and stacking whatever they wanted to keep in the forward hold. Toward the end, the bugs even started to add balls of wax and jugs of some amber, sweet-smelling spirit to the Falcon's stack. Finally, the only item under contention was Killick Twilight, a small moss painting that had once hung outside Leia's bedroom in House Organa on Alderaan. Designed by the late Kader, one of Alderaan's foremost artists, the piece depicted a line of enigmatic insectoid figures departing their pinnacle city home, with a fierce storm sweeping in behind them. Han had no idea why the bugs were so taken with it, apart from the subject matter, but every time he put it on the keep stack, an insect would deposit a jug of spirits, or a shine ball in its place, and carry it back down the ramp again. Han was about ready to start exterminating. The painting was Leia's most prized possession, and he'd almost died trying to recover it for her on Tatooine. A bug emerged from the Falcon carrying Killick Twilight in its 4 arms and stopped about halfway down the ramp, peering over the top of the frame. Han, waiting at the bottom, folded his arms and sighed. Come on, he said. Let's get it over with. Instead of continuing down the ramp, the worker jumped to the floor and disappeared behind the disordered heap of crates and spare tools stacked next to the Falcon. Hey! Han rushed to the other side to cut off the bug's escape, but it was nowhere to be seen. He glanced back at its buddies, waiting for this last bit of transacting to be completed, but they only turned their oblong eyes away and pretended not to notice. Han sneered, then knelt down to peer behind the Falcon's landing struts. Nothing. Blast! Han slowly turned, his pulse pounding as he searched for the bug. Halfway up the hangar wall, he saw the Skywalkers emerging from a passage with Saba Sabatine and a black-furred Yuak, but no sign of the thief. Hut slime! Han? Leia appeared at the top of the boarding ramp, her arms loaded with provisions that she and the others were stowing again. What's wrong? Nothing, Han answered. The bugs are getting sneaky. Leia put her load aside. Define sneaky, Han? Nothing to worry about. A soft rustle sounded from the transaction pile. Han peered over a stack of raw protein packages and saw a slender insect foot sliding behind a crate of Andorian brandy. I've got everything under control. Han slipped around the stack of packages, then pulled the crate aside and found the worker bug cowering with Killick Twilight in its 4 hands. Ubber, it thrummed. Yeah? 2 can play that game. Han pulled the painting from its grasp, then turned to find Ben rushing up ahead of Luke and the others. Uncle Han! He raised his elbow in an old smuggler's greeting Han had taught him. Dad said you were here. Good to see you, kid. Han touched his elbow to Ben's. I'd love to talk, but I'm in the middle of a contest of wills. Leaving Leia to slow down the bug and greet Luke and the others, Han carried the painting onto the Falcon, then knelt on the floor and opened a smuggling compartment. "That's a funny place to put Aunt Leia's painting," said Ben, who had followed him aboard. "Tell me about it," Han said. He slipped the painting into the compartment, closed the cover, and stood. "Now let's go see your mom and..." The bug appeared in the corridor, sweeping its antennae along the floor. It passed Han with a polite rumble, then stopped and began to pry at the secret panel. When the compartment would not open, it sat down and began to clack its mandibles. "All right. You don't have to call your buddies." Han knelt on the floor beside the bug. "Just get out of my way." Han opened the panel. The insect pulled the painting from the compartment and turned to leave, then let out a startled rumble when it found Saba and her Yuak companion coming up the corridor. The Yuak snatched the painting from the bug's hands, turned it over, and spat on the back. "What the blazes?" Han turned to Saba. "Is this guy a friend of yours?" "Tarfang and I have made no kills together," Saba said. "But he can help us." "Yeah?" Han watched doubtfully as Tarfang placed the painting on the floor. "How?" The Yuak glared up at Han and jabbered something in the squeaky language of his species, then motioned Han and the others toward the boarding ramp. "Listen up, Cuddles," Han said. "I don't know who you think you are, but I'm the Falcon." "Uncle Han, look!" Ben pointed at Killick Twilight. The bug stood holding the painting in its hands, running its antennae over the back where the Yuak had spit. It repeated the gesture several times, then emitted a sad little hum and returned the painting to the smuggling compartment. Han looked back to Tarfang. "How'd you do that?" The Yuak's only answer was an indignant snort. He spun around and started for the boarding ramp, no longer seeming to care whether Han or anyone else followed. "Touchy little fellow, isn't he?" "Tarfang is not a nice being," Saba started after the Yuak. "But his captain can help us find Jaina and the others." Han caught up to her outside, where C-3PO informed them that Luke and the others had gone on ahead with Tarfang. Despite Saba's assurances that Killick Twilight was perfectly safe now that someone had spit on it, Han asked the Nogri to stay with the painting. They dropped Ben at the shadow with Nana, then joined Luke, Mara, and Leia outside the blast-pocked, carbon-scored disk of a small YT-1000 transport. A smaller cousin to Han's own YT-1300, the YT-1000's cockpit sat atop the hull where the Falcon's upper laser cannon turret was located. There was no lower turret at all. For defense, the vessel had only 4 short-range blaster cannons spread evenly along the rim of its hull. "That thing flew here?" Han gasped. An indignant Yuak voice chuttered from inside the vessel's shadowy entrance. "He says it came straight from Regal 8, C-3PO translated. Tarfang stepped into the light and jabbered at Han some more. "I'm certainly glad we don't fly on this ship," C-3PO said. "He says not everyone has credits to waste on repairs." Leia stepped to Han's side. "We apologize, Tarfang." She flashed one of her old diplomat smiles, a bland show of teeth that could have meant anything. "Han didn't mean to insult you." "Yeah," Han said. "I was just amazed by your bravery." Tarfang eyed Han for a moment, then growled deep in his throat and waved them up the ramp. Han turned to Luke and Mara. "You sure about this?" "Not really," Luke said. He smiled and clapped Han on the shoulder. "We weren't expecting you and Leia." "Yeah, well, anybody can bust up a pirate ring," Han said. "But Jaina, we figured you'd need the help." "We might," Mara said with a laugh. She kissed him on the cheek. "Good to see you, Han." They exchanged greetings all around, then climbed the boarding ramp into a surprisingly tidy airlock with all proper emergency equipment neatly stowed in a transparasteel rescue locker. Beyond the hatch, the interior of the main access corridor was lit only by two of the waxy shine balls the bugs used for illumination. By the green glow, Han could see that the Durasteel floor panels had been Sani buffed a little too well. There was a telltale shadow where the invisible seams came together over the smuggling compartments. Tarfon was waiting a few steps up the corridor. He grunted and waved them into the main cabin. Given the ship's dim lighting, Han expected to find some fierce, dark-loving being like a Defel waiting inside. Instead, kneeling in front of an open engineering panel was a little juggered Celestin in a set of carbon-smeared utilities. He was busy soldering power feeds to a new master control board, though Han could not imagine how even a Celestin could see to work by the light of the single shine ball stuck to the wall above him. Tarfon went to the Celestin's side and, coming to attention, cleared his throat. "Go on." The Celestin spoke without looking away from his work. "I'm listening." Tarfon launched into a lengthy explanation, gesturing at Saba and Luke even though the Celestin's attention remained fixed on the control board. Finally, the captain finished the attachment he was working on and turned to his visitors. "I'm Jay Jun, captain of the Xaritoichi." "Xaritoichi?" Han asked. "What kind of name is that?" "It's a Galactic Alliance registration number, of course." Jun frowned and squinted in the direction of Han's voice, but Han was standing well back in the shadows, where even a Celestin's sensitive eyes would have trouble with the contrast between light and darkness. "You haven't heard of the Xaritoichi? Should we have?" Leia asked. Jun pasted on a small Celestin smirk. "Not if I've been doing my job." "You're succeeding beyond your wildest dreams," Han said. Leia grabbed the back of his elbow and squeezed in warning, but the Celestin merely smiled in pride. "Tarfon tells me you're looking for someone to help you catch your friends." "To find them," Luke corrected. "I see. Well, it makes no difference." Jun cast an annoyed glance in Tarfang's direction. "I'm afraid my first mate sometimes exceeds his authority." Tarfang asked something in a disbelieving tone. "It's not the mate's responsibility to raise funds," Jun replied. "You let me worry how we're going to pay for that vortex stabilizer." "A warp vortex stabilizer?" Han asked. "For a YT this old?" "It can't be easy to come by one of those out here." "Not at a fair price," Jun agreed. "I've had one brought in, but I'm 200 credits short of the shipping fees." "Not if you help us, you're not," Han said, stepping into the light. "We can pay you the 200 credits. Jun's mouth fell. "I knew that was your voice." He turned to Tarfong. "Why didn't you tell me Han Solo was with them?" Tarfong sneered in Han's direction and prattled an answer. "Yes, but this is Han Solo." The Celestin rose and thrust a hand out. "The Xaritoichi follows all your procedures, and I've memorized all your combat maneuvers from the history vids." I wouldn't trust everything I see in those holovids," Han said, allowing the Celestin to shake his hand. "Now about that help." "I'd like to help you." Jun's voice grew disappointed, and he turned back to his work. "But it wouldn't be proper." "Proper?" Han echoed. That particular word encompassed everything he hated about Celestins. "Why not?" "Because I have an arrangement with our hosts, and evidently they don't want you to find your friends." Tarfong groaned and slapped his brow. "We can't ignore the wishes of our business partners," Jun said to the Yok. "We have a deal." "A deal you can't keep until you find 200 credits," Han said. "How long are they willing to wait?" We are facing a bit of a dilemma, Juin admitted. What if we were to buy a copy of your charts? Luke asked. Juin shook his head. My charts wouldn't help you. Your friends went to Yaga. And you don't know where Yaga is? Luke asked. Nobody does, Juin said. The Yagoi are very proud and secretive. They hide the location of their nest from outsiders. Saba glared down at Tarfong. Then why did you say you could help us find our friends? Tarfong jabbered in answer. Because the XR808G has been assigned a cargo for Yagoi, C3PO translated. And when a ship is assigned a cargo for Yaga, it is also assigned a Yaga to serve as its navigator for the trip. Fine, Leia said. Even she seemed to be losing patience. Help us get a cargo, and we'll pay you for consulting. Tarfong rattled off a long response, which C3PO translated as, Tarfong suggests you simply give Captain Jun the money. They'll check on our friends and give us a report when they return. Sure they will. Han turned to the others, then nodded toward the door. We're wasting our time here. Luke motioned Han to wait, his gaze fixed on Tarfong. Han realized for the first time that Mara was no longer with him. Under circumstances like these, she had an uncanny knack for slipping away unnoticed. Finally, Luke turned back to Han. Tarfang's not trying to swindle us, Han. He really does want to work out an honest deal. Tarfang snarled something at the Jedi Master. He wasn't stealing your thoughts, C3PO said to the Yuck. Master Luke is not a thief. Tarfang whirled on the droid and yapped a command. Very well. But I wouldn't blame him if he used his lightsaber on you. C3PO turned to Luke. Tarfang is threatening to remove your eyes if you do that again. Oh, that scares him, Han said to the Yuck. You want to make a deal? Here it is, 200 credits to get us a cargo. To Han's surprise, it was Saba who answered. He can't. Why not? Because Lizzle wouldn't allow it, Luke said. He, or she, doesn't want us to find Jaina and the others. They, Juin corrected. Luke frowned. What? They, Juin said. The Celestin continued to work, soldering what looked like the rear hold power feed onto the main cabin output. Han would have said something, but he had long ago learned never to tell another captain how to maintain his own ship. Besides, anyone who looked at the Falcon's main control board would probably have just as many doubts about his work as he was having about Juin's. Lizzle isn't the leader. Juin looked up from his work, dragging the hot tip of his soldering iron across the flux inhibitor circuitry. Lizzle is them. They all share one name? Leia asked. In a sense, but it's more than that. The way they think of it, they're all Lizzle together. Lizzle is the nest, but so are all of the members. They don't have an individual sense of identity? Leia asked. I think that's so, Juin said. But I'm not really current on my xenobiological definitions. Tarfang chortled something helpful sounding. Master Tarfang says that it's only important to remember that when you say Lizzle, you might be talking about the entire nest or any of its members. Tarfang chattered something impatient. And you'll never be sure which, C3PO added. Cozy, Han said. So why doesn't Lizzle want us to find Jaina? When Juin hesitated, Tarfang let out a long, urgent chitter. But nobody said it wasn't secret, Juin countered. You are being rockhead, Saba rasped. Something is only secret if. Hold on, Han said to Saba. The Celestin mind was as stubborn as it was methodical, and the Barable would only delay things by browbeating Juin. It is a bit unclear. Saba glared at Han out of one dark eye. There are your implied agreements and your tacit obligations. Han turned to Jun. Am I right? The Celestin nodded rapidly. Only captains understand these things. True, Han said. But aren't you smugglers too? Tarfong grunted in affirmative. There you have it then, Han said. He looked back to Jun. You have to answer me. I do? Yeah. Han allowed some of the impatience he was feeling to show in his voice. The smuggler's code says so. Jun looked back to his work and casually asked, The smuggler's code? Item 7? Han prompted. I swear to help other smugglers, as long as it don't cost me? Yes, of course. Jun's beady-eyed gaze flicked back and forth across the master control board. It was impossible that he actually knew the smuggler's code. Han was making it up. But nothing embarrassed most Celestins more than admitting they did not know proper procedures. Item 7. I'd almost forgotten. I think that clears things up, Leia said. She flashed Han an approving smile, then sat on her haunches beside Jun. So what's Lizzle trying to hide? Jun began to solder the forward-loading door's power feed to the forward-loading door's control circuit. You have seen the joiners? Han expected Leia to shake her head, but she seemed to sense something from her brother and allowed Luke to respond for her. You mean Lizzle's translators? Not translators, Jun said. Joiners. They're Lizzle too. Saba lowered her scaly brow. How can that be? She rasped. Most of them do not even have 6 limbs. It doesn't matter, Jun said. They've been absorbed. Absorbed? Han was having trouble following the conversation now, probably because he had not yet seen any of these joiners. Absorbed how? Mentally, I suspect, Luke said, keeping his eyes on Jun. Is it some sort of brainwashing? Jun shrugged. All I know is that when someone spends too long in a nest, he gets absorbed. You're saying that my daughter thinks she's some kind of bug? Han demanded, taking a step forward. And you weren't going to tell me? Jun jumped up and stepped behind Leia. It's not my fault. Take it easy, Han, Luke said. We don't know that has happened. Do we know it hasn't? Han countered. Now you are being a rockhead, Saba said. We know nothing, not even where they are. Saba's intervention reminded Han that he and Leia weren't the only ones with a child at risk. Her son, Tessar, was one of the Jedi Knights who had followed Jaina into the unknown regions. Sorry. I don't know what came over me. Han touched Saba's back, then swallowed hard, remembering that touching a variable uninvited was a good way to lose an arm. Sometimes I forget they're Jedi. Not to worry. Saba thumped a scaly hand down on his shoulder. This one forgets sometimes, too. A moment of silence hung in the air as they recalled all they had lost at MYRKR. Anakin and Bella and Krasov and the others. And Han thought he could almost feel Saba reaching for him in the Force, trying to lend him the strength to have faith in his daughter's abilities, to recall that she was a Jedi Knight, and an ace star pilot, and a hero as big in her war as he and Leia had been in theirs. It was not an easy thing for a father to keep in mind, but it was true, and, as Leia always said, in truth there was strength. All right already, Han said, motioning Jun back to the control board. You can go back to work. I'm better. Leia gave him an understanding wink, then turned back to Jun. What does Lizzle need with a group of Jedi Knights? I don't know, Jun said. But they left with Yunu. Yunu? The central nest, Jun said. Your daughter and the others were met by an escort of Uniguards. More bugs? Han had a sinking feeling. Great. Then there's an organization of nests? Leia asked Jun. The Celestin nodded. The colony. Han thought he was beginning to understand. How big? Jun pulled a datapad from beneath his utilities, then began punching keys. I have heard 375 names. Luke whistled. Enough to stretch from here to the Chiss frontier. Now this is beginning to make some sense. How do you figure? Han asked. The situation isn't complicated, Leia said. The colony is rubbing borders with the Chiss Empire. It's pretty clear why the Central Nest might want a team of Jedi joiners on their side, especially this particular team. Jedi commandos are good equalizers, Han agreed. But what I want to know is how the colony got them to come out here in the first place. Several moments passed with no answer, and finally their gazes began to drift toward Jun. Tarfang's eyes darted from one to the other of them, and finally he jabbered in angry denial. Tarfang asks that you stop looking at them, C-3PO said. He denies any involvement. That's not what we were implying, Leia said. But we do need your help, Luke said to Jun. Han needs your help. We must find our Jedi Knights. Jun considered this for a moment, then said, Perhaps there is a way. There's room in the forward hold. If we hide you in there. Forget it, Han said. We're flying our own ships. I'm afraid this is the only practical way, Jun said. I'll be relying entirely on the guide myself. Han shook his head. Han, I know it'll be crowded, Luke said. But it sounds like the best plan. No, Luke, Han said, discreetly eyeing the control board. It really doesn't. Luke's gaze darted to the board and away again almost immediately, but he was not quick enough to escape Jun's notice. Why are you looking at the control board? He demanded. You don't trust me to maintain my own ship? Well, you did slip with your solder. Han stooped down and pointed at a silver line angling across the board. You're going to have a short running across your flux inhibitors. Jun studied the line, then said, It's nothing to worry about. I followed all the proper procedures. Yeah, but you slipped. It's more than adequate. I'll demonstrate. Jun slipped the master plug onto the supply prongs, then waved Tarfang to the far side of the cabin. Close the main breaker. Jun, I don't think that's a good. A sharp clack echoed across the room. Han barely managed to close his eyes before the ship erupted into a tempest of bursting lamps and sizzling circuits. Leia and the others cried out in shock. When the crackling continued, Han pulled his blaster and, opening his eyes to what looked like an indoor lightning storm, shot through the wire array just above the master plug. The popping and buzzing quickly died away, and the main cabin was again plunged into its previous green dimness. Jun dropped to his knees in front of the control board. Not again! What did I tell you? Han asked. Tarfang returned to the group and studied his crestfallen captain a moment, then looked Han in the eye and spoke sharply. He says the cost just doubled, Captain Solo, C-3PO said. You must pay for the damages you caused. I caused? Han protested. I told him not to. We'll be glad to replace the wire array Han destroyed, saving the XR-8OHE, Leia interrupted. And we'll do anything else we can to help Captain Jun complete his repairs, per Item 7 of the Smuggler's Code. You bet, Han said, catching Leia's strategy. It's not as bad as it sounded, or the smoke would be a lot thicker. June looked up, his small eyes round with wonder. This is covered under item 7? Oh yeah, Han said. But we're flying our own ships. I'm sure we can think of a way to follow Captain June. Luke spoke in a tone that suggested he had already solved this problem. We may need to install a couple of pieces of equipment when we repair the wire array. Tarfong raised a lip, then jabbered a demand. What kind of equipment? C-3PO translated. The secret kind, Luke said, glaring at the Ewok. Tarfong lowered his furry brow and glared back for a moment, then finally said something that C-3PO translated as, Captain June will be taking a big risk. It'll cost you. Fine, Luke said. He stepped close to June and Tarfong, and suddenly he seemed as large as a rancor. But you know who we are. You understand what it will mean if you try to double-cross us. Tarfong shrank back, but June seemed untroubled. Double-cross Han Solo? The Celestin asked. Who'd be crazy enough to do that? 7. Down in the valley, the Tot were scavenging along the floodplain, their thoraxes glowing green in Julio's hazy light. With the rest of their foraging territory brown and withering from a Chiss defoliant, the workers were stripping the ground bare, leaving nothing in their wake but ridged stubble and mud. It was a desperate act that would only deepen their famine in the future, but the insects had no choice. Their larvae were starving now. In the midst of such poverty and hardship, Jaina Solo felt more than a little guilty eating green thacatillo, but it was the only thing on the menu tonight. Tomorrow, it would be brought rib or crate eggs or some other rarity more suitable to a state dinner than a field post, and she would eat that too. The Tot would be insulted if she did not. Jaina spooned a curd into her mouth, then glanced around the veranda at her companions. They were all seated on primitive spicrete benches, holding their bowls in their laps and using small force bubbles to keep the dust at bay. Despite the gritty winds raised by the tidal pull of Corribu, Julio's ringed gas giant primary, the group usually took their meals outdoors. No one wanted to spend more time than necessary in the muddy confines of the nest caves. After the curd had dissolved, Jaina tapped her spoon against the bowl. Okay, she asked. Who's responsible for this? One by one, the others raised their gazes, their faces betraying various degrees of culpability, as they examined their thoughts over the last week or so. Shortly after arriving, the team had discovered that whenever they talked about a particular food, the Tot would have a supply delivered within a few days. Concerned about squandering their host's limited resources, Jaina had ordered the group to avoid talking about food in front of the Tot, then to avoid mentioning it at all. Finally, Tesser Sabatine flicked up a talon. It may have been this one. May have been? Jaina asked. Either you said something or you didn't. Tessar's dorsal scales rose in the barable equivalent of a blush. This one said nothing. He thought it. They can't eavesdrop on thoughts, Jaina said. Someone else must have slipped. She glanced around the group, waiting. The others continued to search their memories, but no one recalled talking about food. Finally, Zek said, I'm just happy it's Thacatillo instead of some Scouret or something. Seated on a bench next to Jaina, he wore his black hair as long and ragged as he had in his youth, but that was all that remained the same. A late growth spurt had turned him into something of a human giant, standing 2 meters tall, with shoulders as broad as Lobacca's. I thought bearbells like to catch their own food. When we can, but this one was thinking of our last meal aboard Lady Luck, and he always tastes Thacatillo when he remembers Bella and Krasov and... Tesser trailed off and glanced briefly in Jaina's direction, quietly acknowledging the bond of grief they had come to share through the MYRKR mission. The others. Even that gentle reminder of her brother's death, even 7 years later, brought a pained hollow to Jaina's chest. Usually, her duties as a Jedi Knight kept her too busy to dwell on such things, but there were still moments like these, when the terrible memory came crashing down on her like a Clonian firestorm. "So maybe the Tod are eavesdropping on our thoughts," Tahiri said, bringing Jaina's attention back to the present. "If we're sure no one said anything, that has to be it." Lobaka let out a long Wookiee moan. "I suppose we will have to avoid thinking about food," Jaina agreed. "We're Jedi. We can't keep eating like huts while the tot larvae starve." "It certainly takes the fun out of it," Almarar agreed. The Twi'lek slipped a spoonful of Thakatillo into her mouth, then bit into a curd and curled the tips of the long lekka hanging down her back. "Well, most of the fun." Zek ate a spoonful, then asked, "Does it bother anyone that they're listening to our thoughts?" "It should," Jaina replied. "We should feel a little uneasy and violated, shouldn't we?" Alma shrugged. "Should is for narrow minds. It makes me feel welcome." Jaina considered this for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Same here, and valued." "Zek? You brought it up." "Just asking," he said. "Doesn't bother me either." "I feel the same," Tekli agreed. The furry little Chadrafan twitched her thick-ended snout. "Yet we avoid the battle meld now because we dislike sharing feelings among ourselves." "That's different," Tahiri said. "We get on each other's nerves." "To put it mildly," Jaina said. "I'll never forget how that blood hunger came over me the first time Tessar saw a Rallop. Or how twisted inside this one felt when Alma wanted to nest with that Radian rope wrestler." Tessar fluttered his scales, then added, "It was a week before he could hunt again." Alma smiled at the memory, then said, "Nesting wasn't what I had in mind." Lobaka banged his bowl down on the bench next to him, groaning in distaste and weary resignation. After the war, Jaina and the other strike team members had begun to notice unexplained mood swings whenever they were together. It had taken Silgal only a few days to diagnose the problem as a delayed reaction to the Jedi battle meld. Their prolonged use of it on the MYRKR mission had weakened the boundaries among their minds, with the result that now their emotions tended to fill the Force and blur together whenever they were close to each other. Sometimes Jaina believed the side effect was also the reason so many strike team survivors found it difficult to move on with their lives. Tenno-Ka was doing well as the Hapan Queen, and Tekli and Tahiri seemed to regard Zonima Sekit as both a friend and a home, but the rest of them, Jaina, Alma, Zek, Tessar, Lobaka, even Jason, still seemed lost, unable to maintain a connection with anyone who had not been there. Jaina knew that was why she had failed to reconnect with Jagged Fell during their desperate rendezvous, when he had still been serving as Chiss liaison to the Galactic Alliance. She loved him, but she'd just grown increasingly distant from him. From everyone, really. Sensing that she had let her dour mood affect the others, Jaina forced a smile. "I do have some good news," she said. "Jason is coming." As she had hoped, this lifted spirits instantly, especially those of Tahiri, who shared a special kinship with Jason by virtue of the time they had spent in Yuzin Vong torture dens. But it was Alma, always quick to take an interest in males, who asked, "Can you tell how soon?" "It's hard to say," Jaina answered. No one bothered to ask if she had actually spoken to her twin brother. There was no holonet in the unknown regions, and even if there had been, they were too close to the Chiss frontier to risk being overheard by a listening post. "But it feels like he's made it past whatever was delaying him." "How will he find the colony?" Tahiri asked. Though she could certainly sense Alma's interest in Jason as clearly as Jaina did, she seemed more amused by it than irritated. "Tekli and I would have been lost without Zonima Sekit's help." I left a message for him with the coordinates of the Lizzle nest, Jaina said. So, assuming he tries to come. She let the sentence trail off when she felt a sudden alarm. The sense did not ripple or grow or rise. It simply appeared inside Jaina, instantly full-blown and strong, and at first she thought she was feeling something inside her brother. Then bowls of Thakatillo began to clack down on the spickreed benches, and her companions started to rise and reach for their lightsabers. You feel it too? Jaina asked no one in particular. Fear, Zek confirmed. Surprise. Lobaka rolled in addition. Resolve too, Jaina agreed. What the blazes? Tahiri asked. It's like the Tot were a part of the meld too. Maybe they're more force-sensitive than we thought, Alma suggested. Jaina gazed around, searching the faces of her companions for any indication that the sensation had felt even remotely like a normal force perception to someone else. She found only looks of confusion and doubt. A familiar rumble rose deep inside the nest. Long plumes of black smoke began to shoot from the exhaust vents above the hangar cave, then a cloud of dart ships poured into the air above the valley and began to climb toward Koriba's ring disk. Looks like another defoliator squad coming in. Jaina was almost relieved as she started toward their own hangar. After the unexpected feeling of alarm, she had feared something worse. Let's turn them back. 8. The wreck was a CCYV-888 stock light freighter. Jason could see that much from its tall hull, and from the stubs of the melted maneuvering fins on the rear engine compartment. The crash had occurred sometime within the last decade. He could guess that much from the faint odor of ash and slag that still wafted down the flowery slope from the jagged crater rim. But the vessel's hull was too thickly covered in insects for him to be certain this was the ship, the one that would explain why he and Jaina and the others had been called so deep into the unknown regions. Jason waited for a throng of thumb-sized insects to scurry past on the enclosure wall, then placed a hand on top and vaulted over. A harsh rattle rose behind him as other, larger visitors pulsed their wings in disapproval. He paid no attention and started up the slope, feeling his way with the force to avoid stepping on any tiny beings hidden in the flora. The colony species came in an enormous variety of sizes and shapes, and any insects he happened to crush on monument grounds were more likely to be other visitors than foraging bugs. Jason's guide, a chest-high insect who had been waiting at the Lizzle nest to serve as his navigator, scurried to his side and began to rumble objections. You're the one who said we didn't have time to wait in line, Jason reminded him. Rububu-buru, the guide responded. With a yellow thorax, green abdomen, and bright red head and eyes, it was one of the more colorful strains that Jason had seen. Herb? I told you, Jason answered. I might know this ship. Jason reached the crash crater and climbed to the rim. 10 meters below, in the crash bottom, a sagging tangle of heat-softened durasteel so covered in crawling insects that it took a moment to realize he was looking at a small starship bridge. The vessel had crashed upside down. The guide thrummed impatiently. Not yet. Jason pointed at a place near the bow where a dozen Jawa-sized insects were sticking their antennae through a twisted rip in the hull. Ask the ones near that breach to clear a space. I need to see if I can read its name. Ubrur. The crash. I need to know the name of the freighter, Jason explained. It's written on the side of the hull. In letters. Like most species of intelligent arthropods in the galaxy, the colony insects recorded their language in pheromones instead of writing, but Jason felt certain the joiners would have explained the concept of letters. You. The guide curled its antennae forward. Buruba, are you? Maybe, Jason said uncertainly. He was relying the Force and his empathic connection with other life forms to infer his guide's meaning, and he could not always be sure that he understood all the nuances. But we'll certainly be on our way sooner than if I have to piece the letters together through their legs. The guide clacked its mandibles in frustration. It drummed its chest loudly, then the insects near the rip began to mill about in confusion. Jason did not understand what they got out of crawling over the wreck, but insects were very tactile creatures, and he suspected they were establishing some sense of connection to it. Finally, a space began to clear where Jason had requested. The durasteel was so caked with carbonization that he could barely make out a handful of dark, upside-down letters. ACH. On F.E.R. Tachyon Flyer, Jason said. It was the ship in which the strike team had planned to depart the MYRKR system, until they were betrayed by 2 dark Jedi they had rescued from the Yuuzhan Vong. Jason turned to his guide. What happened to the people aboard that ship? Boo-ra-boo-boo-boo-boo, the guide said. And he'll keep waiting until I have my answer. Boo-boo-boo-boo, are you Rubu? Yunu must not be kept waiting. Your rules, Jason answered. Not mine. Seeing no easier way down, Jason stepped off the rim and used the Force to slow his descent. The insects on his side of the flyer watched in stunned silence as he caught hold of the rip in the hull and brought his fall to a gentle stop. The guide boomed a question from above. The people who brought this ship here had a friend of mine with them, Jason said. I'm not leaving here until I know what happened to him. Rrrr-ubu-bub-bub. The navigator drummed. I don't wish to see Yuna at once. Jason knew he was being rude, but he had learned from the Falinasi to see through the illusion of authority, to free himself of the expectation of blind obedience by respecting his own desires first. It makes no difference to me if Yuna can't wait. Jason pulled himself up and peered through the hull breach. The flyer's presence certainly lay at the heart of the mysterious summons that had brought him here, but that told him little. Before he allowed himself to be drawn farther along this current, he needed to find out what had happened aboard the ship. He needed to know who had called the strike team survivors here, and why. The interior of the vessel was dark and acrid-smelling, lit only by the shafts of light pouring through several dozen hull breaches. A few of the holes were large and twisted, like the rip beneath the vessel's name, and had probably resulted from the crash. The rest were oblong, small, and surrounded by the metal spatter beads associated with hits from Yuuzhan Vong plasma cannons. The Tachyon Flyer had clearly taken a beating as it left the MYRKR system. It was surprising the ship had held together long enough to fly into the unknown regions. As his eyes grew attuned to the dim light, Jason realized that he was looking into the hold area. The adjustable cargo decks had left their tracks in the crash and fallen into what had been the top of the ship, burying the bridge and crew quarters beneath a tangle of twisted, half-melted durasteel. Seeing that no insects were crawling over the inside of the ship, he closed his eyes and listened for any stirrings in the Force that might explain their reluctance to enter. He heard the whisper of a long-spent inferno and the faint scream of twisting metal, but nothing to alarm him now. Jason swung a leg up and slipped into the flyer's hold. The acrid smell grew stronger. It was more than just ash, it was carbonized synthplas and iron slag and charred fibercrete. He slid down the hull, calling on the Force to hold himself against the wall and slow his descent. About 2/3 of the way to the bottom, he came to the jumble of decks and stopped, then used a Dathomiri Force spell to kindle a sphere of bright light. A chorus of sharp clacks sounded above, and Jason looked up to see a carpet of insects large and small crawling down the hole behind him, their feathery antennae sweeping the surrounding durasteel. Worried his invasion of a sacred site might be considered an outrage, Jason touched them through the force. He felt astonishment, curiosity, a little wariness, but no anger or indignation. "Be careful," Jason called, a little puzzled by their willingness to follow him into the vessel. "It might not take much to shift the debris down here." The insects answered with the full range of thrums, chirps, and thuds. Jason used the force to slide several tons of cargo deck into a secure position, then walked over to the edge and discovered the reason for the insects' earlier reluctance to enter the wreck. Several large exoskeletons lay crushed beneath a twisted cross brace. Though the rest of the jumble was every bit as tangled as it had appeared from above, Jason could now see that many decks had fallen against each other, creating a tent effect that might have protected the bridge from being crushed, at least from above. Jason turned to the insects. "I'd appreciate it if everyone stayed here for now." The insects gave a confirming clack. Floating his sphere of force light behind him, Jason threaded his way down to what had been the underside of the bridge, where the metal was buckled and discolored from a conflagration below. Jason began to fear the worst. Seeing no convenient hatch in the vicinity, he ignited his lightsaber, and was startled by the sudden clicking of mandibles behind him. He glanced over his shoulder, and found a long ribbon of golden eyes reflecting the glow of his force light and green lightsaber. "I asked you to wait," Jason said. Rub. The thrum set up a sympathetic vibration in the jumble above, inducing a long metallic scream as the deck edge slid down an underbrace. "Brr brew. I am being careful." Jason used the force to stabilize the twisted metal above their heads. "Just be quiet." The swarm rustled its agreement, then clicked madly as he plunged his lightsaber blade into the floor of the bridge. "I'm sorry to disrespect the crash," he said. "But my friend may be down there." "Brew burr," a ghostly pale insect informed him. "Obviously." Jason continued to cut. "I still need to find him." This occasioned a flurry of thrumming and clicking among the other insects. "No." Jason began to feel sick, though it was impossible to say whether this was from the smell of melting metal, the stale stench rising from below, or the insect's question. "I'm not going to eat his remains." The insects continued to clack and drum. They seemed to be debating whether he should be allowed to continue if he wasn't going to return his friend to the song. But Jason was inferring as much as translating, and there was so much he did not know about the colony that it was equally possible they were talking about eating him. He shut the words out and tried to hear through the force, as the Duran listeners had taught him, and was relieved to sense that they were arguing over whether they should eat the dead. Jason finished cutting, then used the force to lift 2 discs of metal out of the hole he had cut in the double-floored deck. The smell of ash grew overwhelming, and rustling filled the air as the insects eased forward behind him. Jason lowered his light through the hole and felt his heart sink. The cabin below had been so incinerated that only the twisted remains of a row of double bunks, hanging upside down on the far wall, identified it as the crew's quarters. What had once been the ceiling lay barely 2 meters below, blackened, crumpled, and strewn with ash and twisted metal. The remains of several mattresses lay in the corner beneath the bunks, half burned and covered in black mold. Being careful to avoid touching the white-hot edges, Jason dropped through the hole and found several shattered Trancaris vials under one of the half-burned mattresses. Under another, he found a melted lump of casing and circuitry that might once have been Lobaka's translation droid, MTD. He tried to pick it up, and discovered it had been fused to the floor. Under a third mattress, he found the singed remains of one of the Malatex jumpsuits the strike team had worn on their mission to MYKR. There were 4 slashes across the chest, where Raynar had been wounded before being put aboard the flyer. A series of soft patters sounded from the middle of the cabin. Insects began to swarm over the floor and walls, sweeping their antennae over the bunks and other debris and raising a choking cloud of ash. Jason made his way forward through the galley and wardroom, dropping into a crouch as the space between the crumpled ceiling and the old floor grew too short for him to walk upright. The walls and other surfaces in these rooms were covered with a thick layer of pink powder, the residue of a firefighting foam. On the bridge, the foam lay so thick that he kicked up clouds of pink dust as he moved. The canopy that had once enclosed the flight deck on 3 sides was buckled and broken, with dirt spilling through long rents in the transparent steel. A string of gray emergency patches ran diagonally across the forward view screen, roughly parallel to a line of destruction that had left the navicomputer, sublight drive control relays, and hyperspace guidance system in a burned shambles. It was no wonder the ship had crashed. The Dark Jedi crew had done well to escape the MYRKR system at all. The crash webbing at all the flight deck stations hung down beneath the chairs in a melted tangle, but a faint drag mark beneath the pilot's and co-pilot's seats led through the foam residue toward the engineering cabin. Jason dropped to his knees to peer through the cockeyed hatchway, and his nostrils filled with the caustic stench of charred bone. Jason began a slow breathing exercise. The harsh smell burned his nostrils at first and threatened to make him nauseous, but as he centered himself in the force and slowly detached from his emotions, the odor grew less biting, its implications less painful. He placed a hand on the wall and imagined it growing warm under his touch. The staleness seemed to fade from the air inside the wreck, then the smell of old soot turned to the acrid bite of smoke. Jason's eyes started to water as he looked back through the force. His lungs were racked by an endless fit of coughing, and the cabin grew hot and orange. Where he was touching the wall, his palm began to sting and blister. He held it in place and looked over his shoulder. The flight deck was hidden behind a curtain of smoke and rolling flame. Geysers of fire retardant rose from the ceiling nozzles, creating swirling ghosts of pink fog. Howls of human anguish drowned out the scream of buckling metal. A single figure crawled out of the smoke, hairless and coughing and blistered raw. His face was unrecognizable, but 4 gashes ran diagonally across his chest, the wound hanging half open where the flesh glue had dissolved in the heat. One hand trailed behind, dragging a pair of levitated shapes along by their cloak collars. The 2 shapes were still burning, writhing in the air and flailing against each other in their pain. Smoke began to rise from beneath Jason's palm, and the smell of cooking flesh filled the air. He kept his hand pressed against the wall. Pain no longer troubled him. Pain was his servant. He had learned that from Vergeer. The crawling figure reached the hatchway and paused, turning in Jason's direction. The face was too scorched and swollen to recognize, but the eyes belonged to Raynar, questioning and proud and so terribly naive. The 2 of them locked gazes for a moment, then Raynar cocked his head in confusion and started to open his mouth. Jason pulled his hand from the wall. The figures vanished instantly, returning him to a flight deck filled with the stale smell of ash and clouds of pink dust. An insect brushed its antennae over his scorched hand. "Ruru," it drummed in concern. "Arubua?" "Yes, it does hurt." Jason smiled. "It's nothing." He removed a small canister from his equipment belt and sprayed a coating of synth flesh over his palm. Raynar had been the misfit of their childhood group, trying a little too hard to fit in and often the butt of jokes for his arrogance and showy clothes. He had never impressed anyone as exceptional Jedi material, and there had been a few conversations in which fellow candidates had expressed reservations about his judgment and initiative. Yet what Raynar had done on the flyer, risking his own life to save those who had betrayed his friends and abducted him, was the essence of being a Jedi Knight. Jason doubted he would have done the same thing, and Jaina would have stayed to watch them burn. Given what the theft of the flyer had meant, that Anakin would certainly die of his wounds. Jason might even have joined her. Floating his force light ahead of him, Jason crawled into the engineering cabin and followed Raynar's trail through a cramped maze of toppled equipment. The stench of charred bones grew stronger, and Jason feared he would only find their burned remains trapped in some dead-end corner, or simply lying in the middle of the aisle where Raynar had succumbed to smoke inhalation. His fears began to seem justified when he started to find scorched bones in the middle of the aisle. First, a few finger and toe and hand bones, then a forearm and a shin, then finally a femur. The space between the floor and ceiling grew smaller and smaller, and he had to drop to his belly, and he began to sense the residue of Raynar's panic in the force. Then Jason came to the shoulder blade, lying half buried in a pile of dirt that had poured in through a rent in the hull, and he knew. He began to dig, pulling the soft dirt under his body and pushing it back with his feet, and a moment later he felt a welcome draft of fresh air. Raynar had reached an exit, but in what condition? Had he survived? Had either of the others? His chest tight with hope and fear, Jason belly crawled through the hole, out into the bottom of the crater, and was surprised to find his guide waiting. In its hands, the insect held a new starfighter helmet and flight suit. Uburab. Without waiting for Jason to stand, the guide offered the helmet and suit to him. Urabu. Jason stood. Why would I need a starfighter helmet? Instead of taking either item, he began to brush himself off. I fly a skiff. The guide raised one of its four hands toward the crater rim, where one of the Reconstruction Police's new XJ-5 X-Wings sat with an open cockpit. Jason had a sinking feeling. I'm happy with my skiff. The guide thrummed a long explanation, which seemed to assert that he would be much happier serving the colony in a Chase X than his skiff, which the colony was already using to ferry a group of Togat pilgrims back to the spaceport. Jason did not bother to demand its return. He had already learned that the colony insects had no real understanding of private property. The skiff would be put to use, and fortunately, well maintained, until he was ready to track it down again. Why would I want to serve the colony? Jason asked. Especially in a combat craft? A membrane slid over the guide's bulbous eyes and rose again, and it continued to hold the helmet and flight suit out to Jason. It's a simple question, Jason said. If the colony expects me to kill people, you'd better be able to tell me why. The guide cocked its head in incomprehension, and Jason knew he was asking too much. As social insects, colony residents obviously had a very limited sense of self, and absolutely no concept of free will. He might as well have been asking a Belden to take him fishing. Always the preacher. The voice was the same that had come to Jason back in Akana's teaching circle, save that now the words were raspy and booming instead of faint and wispy. You still think too much, Jason. I usually find it preferable to catastrophic blunders, Jason said. The voice was so harsh and deep he found it even more difficult to place. It might have been Raynar, or it might have been Lomi or Welk or someone else altogether. You seem to know me. You couldn't believe I would just start killing for you. We do know you, Jason, the voice said, not unkindly. We know what you will fight for. As the voice spoke, an immense murky presence rose inside Jason's mind, overwhelming his defenses so quickly he had no chance to shut it out. In the midst of the presence, he saw Jaina and the others, their faces filled with surprise and revulsion and pity. They were all in their flight suits, haggard and travel-worn, but healthy enough and unafraid. They serve the colony, Jason, the voice said. Will you join them? Will you help your sister? Jason did not answer, even in his thoughts. A day ago, he had felt Jaina growing small and cold in the Force, the way she always did before a battle. But there had been no indication afterward of anything alarming, not even the usual weary sorrow that always came of taking lives. He reached out to her, probing to see if there was anything amiss. She responded with a welcoming warmth that let him know she was looking forward to seeing him. But there was more, just a hint of the murky presence that had pushed its way into Jason's mind, not hostile or ominous or threatening, just there. The guide drew Jason's attention back to it by pressing the helmet and flight suit into his hands. Buber. Jason pushed the equipment back into the guide's hands. I haven't said I'm going. Burer. Ubu you are. Perhaps, Jason allowed. The murky presence had withdrawn from his own mind, once again leaving him solely with his guide. Once I've found out what happened here. He squatted on his haunches and ran his fingers through the dirt, searching for any sign that Raynar and the others had died here. When he found no more large bones, he pictured the raw and blistered face he had seen on the flight deck, then called on the Force again, trying to reach into the past and learn what had become of Raynar. But this time, the Force opened itself to him in its own way. Instead of the smoke and scorched flesh he had smelled on the flight deck, the odor it brought down to him was fresh and fragrant and familiar, a smell he had known since childhood. Jason looked up at the crater rim and was puzzled to find an image of his mother there, frowning across the gap at the flyer's blast-pocked hull. She was wearing a white blouse with a brown skirt and vest that reminded Jason of his father's swashbuckling style, right down to the holstered blaster hanging on her hip. There were some new strands of gray hair and a few more laugh lines around her mouth, but she looked healthy and content, and Jason's heart leapt at the sight of her. The last time he had seen her face had been over 5 standard years ago, before leaving on his odyssey of self-discovery, and he was astonished at the joy even a vision of it brought to him. Jason swallowed his surprise and tried instead to simply concentrate on what the Force was revealing to him. He knew that she was not actually standing there now, but at some other time. And since his mother was the only figure he could see, she was probably the link to discovering what had become of Raynar. She turned to someone he could not see, then asked, "What happened to the crew?" There was a pause while she listened to the reply. Jason could imagine only one thing that would bring his parents this deep into the unknown regions, the heart of the colony itself. They had to be looking for the strike team. His mother looked back to the flyer. I mean the rest of the crew. We know Raynar survived. Jason had his answer, but he was not ready to release the vision, not yet. He looked up at his mother's image, reaching out to her in the Force to strengthen their contact. Hello? Her gaze dropped toward Jason's voice. Then she furrowed her brow and reached out, as though grasping for someone's arm. Jason has been here. Has. So they were still behind him. The guide snapped its mandibles next to Jason's ear. Bubarubiyu? No one. Sorry. Continuing to hold the vision through the Force, Jason finally took the helmet and flight suit. Okay. Where am I going? The guide replied that Jason wouldn't recognize the name of the system. It was on the Chiss frontier. Up on the crater rim, the vision of his mother frowned. Jason? I'm having trouble hearing you. Jason ignored her and continued to speak to the guide. Humor me. In case something happens and I need to find my own way. The navigator spread its antennae. Burabu, it answered. You are Buber. Jason? His mother's face grew pale. How? You're not. I'm fine, Mom, he said. I'll see you soon. The guide turned a bulbous eye toward the crater rim. Coribou, Jason said, looking up at his mother. In the Joule system. 9. As the Falcon dropped toward the model pinnacles below, Leia found herself straining against her crash webbing, almost gasping at the bustling vastness of the colony's central nest. The Yagai Towers, brightly adorned in wild splashes of color, stood hip to hip across the entire planet, and the air was so thick with flying vehicles that she could barely see the surface. Kind of looks like old Coruscant, Han said, speaking to Leia and, over the comm, to Luke, Mara, and everyone else aboard the Shadow. So big, and all that bustle. Leia continued to strain forward over her controls, peering out the lower edge of the canopy. As the Falcon descended, she began to see that while the pinnacles came in every size, they were all distinctly cone-shaped, and they all had horizontally banded exteriors, like the insect spires in Killick Twilight. She started to say as much, then decided she was letting her imagination run wild. Cones were a basic geometric form. Creating them out of mud rings was probably as common among intelligent insects as was erecting stone rectangles among social mammals. I'm gonna blast that can of corrosion back to quarks, Han said. Leia glanced over to find Han frowning at his tactical display, then checked her own screen and saw that the XR808G's transponder code had disappeared. Did you land already? Han shook his head. The little earworm shut off his transponder. Knowing better than to ask if Han had remembered to run a code search, Leia activated her throat mic. We've lost the XR. The report was greeted with a troubled silence. Right now, the XR808G was their only hope of locating Jaina and the others. Any ideas? Han asked. I'd like to find these kids before they become a bunch of bug huggers. That's not going to happen. Even over the cockpit comm, Luke's voice was calm and reassuring. They're Jedi. What's that have to do with the price of spice on NAL Huda? Han demanded. They're too strong, Han, Mara said. Especially Jaina. Yeah? Han asked. If they're so strong, how'd that force call drag them all the way out here in the first place? The troubled silence returned. Leia reached over and laid her hand over Han's. It'll be all right, Han. I can still feel them out there. They're not joiners. Yet, Han grumbled. Over the comm, he asked, how about those ideas? Try a code search, Luke suggested helpfully. Han rolled his eyes. Leia smiled at him, then said to Luke, thanks for the suggestion. We've already tried that. No need to worry, Mara said. We haven't lost them. We haven't? Leia asked. Before the XR808G left Lizzle, Han and Jun had hidden a subspace transceiver beneath the cockpit and linked it to the Navicomputer. Each time the XR808G initiated a jump, the transceiver automatically encoded the galactic coordinates and broadcast them to the Shadow and Falcon, but that didn't help them now, when they were already at those coordinates. I don't understand. Give me a second. Mara remained silent for a moment, then said, be ready to take a fix, in case Jun is smarter than he looked. Han raised his brow. I don't recall planting a homing beacon on the XR. Because you're not the sneaky one, despite all reports to the contrary. Mara cummed. Ready? Leia smiled and prepared a navigation lock. Ready. A red dot began to blink in the upper corner of the tactical display. Got it. Leia activated the lock, and Han swung the Falcon around behind the red dot. Yagai traffic proved an unimaginable free-for-all, with muscle-powered balloon bikes competing for airspace against dilapidated cloud cars and modern airspeeders. Thick-waisted rocket planes flashed past in all directions, packed to bursting with goggle-eyed insects and trailing oily plumes of smoke. Battered space freighters eased their Durasteel hulks down into the mess, descending through the traffic toward the haze-blanketed tower tops below. A stubby little rocket plane shot out from under a cargo blimp off to starboard and began to climb, coming for Leia's side of the cockpit. "Rudder!" Han cursed, and the Falcon took a sudden skip upward. "Watch where you're going." "Don't get so upset," Leia said. "We have plenty." A 30-meter insect shuttle flashed into view from beneath Leia's side of the cockpit, headed straight for the little rocket plane. "Oh my!" C-3PO said from the navigator's station. "That was too close." "Hard to port," Leia interrupted. "Now, Han!" "Port?" Han shot back. "You're crazy!" Leia glanced over and saw the mountainous hull of a giant transport gliding past above the Falcon's forward mandibles. "Oh!" Leia slapped the crash alarm, bringing the inertial compensators to maximum, priming the fire suppression systems, and setting off a cacophony of alerts farther back in the vessel. "Brace yourself!" "Dead stop!" Luke's voice came over the comm. "Dead stop!" Han already had his hand on the throttles, but before he could pull them back, the shuttle was diving and the rocket plane was climbing past the Falcon almost vertically, so close that Leia could have reached out and grabbed the pilot's antennae. Han casually slipped his hand off the throttle and deactivated the crash alarm. No need to get all excited. His hands were shaking as badly as Leia's, but she saw no use in pointing that out. "I've got it under control." "Yes," C-3PO agreed. "It's fortunate that you were wise enough to do nothing. It gave the other pilots time to respond to your error." "My error?" Han replied. "I was flying straight and level." "Quite so, but the others are all following sine wave trajectories," C-3PO said. "And may I point out that any system functions optimally only when all elements use the same equations?" A two-seater rocket plane dropped in ahead of the Falcon and bobbed along, pouring fumes into their faces, then swerved aside to reveal the bulbous shape of a balloon bike coming at them head-on. Han rolled into an inverted dive and spiraled past beneath it. "Now you tell me," Han said. "Watch it back there," Leia warned the shadow. "And have Art to plot a sine wave trajectory for us, a safe one." "We'll send it up in a moment," Mara promised. The moment went by, then two, then several. Finally, when her nerves could stand no more close calls, and no more of Han's grouching, Leia cummed back to the shadow. We didn't receive that trajectory." "We're trying," Luke said. "R2's sort of locked up." "Locked up?" Han asked. "An astromech?" "He's been acting strange lately," Luke explained. "All we got before he went blank was not safe, not safe, not safe." "Oh dear!" C-3PO exclaimed. "It sounds as though he's trying to resolve an unknowable variable." "We're doomed." "Yeah?" Han waved at the traffic outside the forward viewport. "Then how come none of them are crashing?" C-3PO was silent for a moment, then said, "I wouldn't know, Captain Solo." "Their processors certainly aren't any better than Artu's." "They don't need processors." Leia was thinking of Luke's description of the cantina where Saba met Tarfong, of how the mysterious joiners had arrived to lead away any patron with whom he struck up a conversation. It was pretty clear that the Lizzle can communicate telepathically. Maybe the Yago can too. Probably, Mara agreed. And since we don't have any Yaga navigators aboard, we're flying blind. Han finished. Better bring the shields to maximum, Leia. We're going to get some bug spatter. Perhaps not, Saba cummed from the shadow. Leia, have you been doing your reaction drill? Leia felt a stab of guilt. When there's been time. Saba was kind enough not to remind her that she was supposed to make time for her training. That was the obligation of a Jedi Knight, though Leia, in all honesty, had a hard time thinking of herself as anything other than an eternal apprentice. Perhaps that was why she found it so hard to find training time. Do the drill now, Saba said. But instead of stingers, imagine the remote is shooting vessels at you. Leia started a breathing exercise, then closed her eyes and opened herself to the Force. She immediately felt something swooping down on them from above. Down and starboard, she said. The Falcon continued on the same course. Han! Are you crazy? He interrupted. With your eyes open, maybe. But not. The Falcon dropped 5 meters, and Leia opened her eyes to see the swollen underbelly of a big Gallo-free transport gliding over them. Now you will, listen, to your nestie. Saba was sissing hysterically. Mara is flying with her eyes closed. Who isn't? Han gave Leia a quick nod. Whatever you say, dear. Leia closed her eyes again and began to call directions. At first Han emitted an alarming string of oaths and gasps, but gradually the sensations grew more concrete, and Han's willingness to follow the blind more ready. Within the hour, they were bobbing and dodging along more or less steadily behind the XR-808G. Finally Han said, "Looks like he's going to ground." Leia opened her eyes to see the tracking blip drifting down toward the middle of the display, its color deepening to red as the XR-808G lost altitude. She looked out the canopy and found the distinctive wafer of a whitey light freighter in the distance ahead, descending into the hazy labyrinth of insect pinnacles. Traffic remained heavy above the spires, but there were only a handful of drifting balloon bikes and slow-moving airspeeders among the towers themselves. We'll take point, Leia cummed. Why don't you fly top cover? It's a plan, Luke answered. As the Falcon descended, Leia saw that the mottled colors decorating the pinnacles had been created by pressing colored pebbles into the exterior walls. The effect was remarkably calming. If she watched them out of the corner of her eye, or allowed her gaze to go unfocused, the bright blotches of color reminded her of a meadow in full bloom, and she realized, of the elaborate mosaics inside the spires depicted in Killik twilight. Could it be? She gasped. Could be anything, Han answered. So let's be ready. Send Cockmame and Newall to the cannon turrets, and tell Beatty to go to ready standby. They followed the XR-808G down to within 100 meters of ground level, where the balloon bikes and airspeeders gave way to rivers of racing land speeders, speeder bikes, and dangerous-looking rocket carts steered exclusively by Yaga pilots. Pedestrians were forced to scurry along the tower bases, hanging on the walls sideways if they were insects, or keeping themselves tightly pressed against the foundations if they were bipeds. June began to fly erratically, making last-second turns and doubling back on his own trail. If not for the tracking blip, Leia would have lost him a dozen times in half an hour. Finally, they swung onto a large curving boulevard and began to circle a massive complex of fused towers sheathed in an eye-pulling mosaic done in every imaginable shade of red. The XR-808G eased steadily toward the interior lanes, then abruptly dropped to ground level and disappeared into the dark mouth of a huge, barrel-vaulted gateway. That Creedle! Han said. I should have blasted him when I had the chance. Leia immersed herself in the Force, then reported. It looks more dangerous than it feels. You sure? Han gave her a sidelong look. No offense, but I know how much time you have to practice that Jedi stuff. Would it make any difference if I wasn't sure? Han gave her that crooked grin of his. What do you think? He eased the yoke forward and swung the Falcon into the murky gateway. Leia activated the forward maneuvering lights, illuminating the interior of a huge, winding passage covered in a wavy pink and yellow mosaic. The tunnel was longer than Leia had expected, and each time the ship rounded a new bend, they sent a swarm of insects scurrying for the vault edges. After a couple of minutes, they emerged in a small, flower-shaped plaza enclosed by a dozen fused towers. The mosaics were bright and disorienting, with solid bands of color gradually paling from deep amber at ground level to pure white at the pinnacle tops. At the far side of the area, the XR-808G sat on its landing struts, its boarding ramp already dropping into position. Han brought the Falcon to within 20 meters and set her down with the missile launchers facing the XR-808G. "Cockmame, Meewall, be ready with those cannons," he ordered over the intercom. "Ready. Prepare to open fire, Captain," the droid reported. "Not yet," Leia said, unbuckling her crash webbing. "Only if they shoot first. Survival rates decrease 32% for combatants firing in reaction," BD-8 objected. "We're not shooting first." Han strapped on his Blastech holster. "Just stand ready to look tough." "Look tough?" BD-8 inquired. "Intimidation Mode 1. C-3PO clarified." He turned to Han. "You really should use the standardized terms with the BD series. Their tactical overlays leave little processing power for semantic analysis." Han rolled his eyes. "Yeah, maybe I'll read the manual someday." He led the way off the flight deck, and they descended the boarding ramp to find Jun scurrying toward them in a torn tunic. "Han! Princess Leia!" he called cheerfully. "I was afraid we'd lost you." "Sure you were," Han replied coldly. He stopped a few steps from the end of the ramp and rested a hand on his holstered blaster. "Your transponder just happened to go on the blink?" "Of course not," Jun said. "Our guide disabled it." After the last jump, he found the subspace transceiver. BD-8 came up behind Leia and glared over her shoulder, clicking and whirring loudly. Jun stopped 3 meters away and gawked up at the battle droid. Leia tried to get a read on his truthfulness, but she felt only alarm and confusion. Jun raised his hands. "Please! It wasn't my fault." Leia glimpsed movement on the tower walls behind him, then saw several tiers of insect soldiers stepping into view. They looked much like Lizzle workers, except they were the size of a Wookiee, with meter-long mandibles and scarlet carapaces covering their backs. The undersides of their thoraxes were bright gold, and their eyes were a deep, haunting purple. In their forehands, they each carried a crude electrobolt assault rifle and a short, thick-shafted trident. It took an instant to realize they were standing on small terraces instead of midair, for human eyes found it difficult to interpret the subtle interplay of hue and shadow that defined each belt of the wall mosaic. "That does it," Han said, reaching for his holster. "I'm gonna blast you myself." The edges of Jun's cheek folds turned blue. "What for? What for?" Han waved his blaster at the surrounding walls. "For leading us into a trap." Jun's eyes went wide. "I did." Leia reached out to the insects above, searching for any hint of hostile intentions, and felt none. "Don't play dumb," Han said to Jun. He aimed his blaster at the Celestian's knees. "It just makes me mad." Leia reached over and covered Han's blaster hand. "Put that thing away," she whispered. "It isn't what it looks like." "Then what is it?" Han continued to glare at Jun. "We'll have a better chance of finding out if you keep that thing in its holster." Han allowed her to push the blaster down, but BD-8 was harder to convince. Situation serious, the droid reported. Suggest withdrawal to transport. Permission to lay covering fire? Denied. Leia and Han said simultaneously. Okay, Han said to Jun. Maybe it's not what it looks like. Where's Tarfong? Jun remained at a distance. In the medbay. When our guide found the transceiver, there was a little fight. Leia began to have a sinking feeling. What about the guide? It's not. Her question was drowned out by the sudden thunder of insect drumming. The three lowest rows of soldiers raised their carapaces, then stepped off their terraces and added to the tumult the roar of hundreds of beating wings. Leia heard BD-8 ask something she could not understand and ordered him to stand down on general principles, though she did pluck the lightsaber off her belt and start easing back toward the Falcon's boarding ramp. Jun scurried over to join them, his round ears red with alarm. The soldiers continued to swirl overhead in a dark mass for several seconds, then glided to the plaza floor and formed a tightly packed cordon around the Falcon and XR-808G. Situation critical, BD-8 reported. Permission to return to stand ready? G granted, Leia said. The soldiers thrummed their chests in a single deafening boom, then brought their feet together and snapped their weapons to the attention position against their thoraxes. On the far side of the XR-808G, the cordon parted to admit a small parade of insects of many different body shapes, ranging in size from that of Leia's thumb to somewhat larger than an X-wing. Most seemed to be simple variations on the standard colony pattern, with feathery antennae, large bulbous eyes, and 4 arms and 2 legs. But some had exaggerated features, such as one with slender, 2-meter antennae ending in fuzzy yellow spheres, another with 5 large eyes instead of the usual 2 large and 3 small, and several that walked on 4 legs instead of 2. One of the largest had a coat of sensory bristles so thick it looked like fur. In the center of the procession walked an imposing, melt-faced man with no ears or hair and a mere bulge for a nose. His brows had fused into a single knobby ridge, and all his visible skin had the shiny, stiff quality of a burned scar. He wore purple trousers with a scarlet cape over a gold chitin breastplate. Who's the fashion victim? Han asked Jun. I think it's the Prime Yunu. Jun's voice was almost a gasp. Nobody ever sees him. The Prime Yunu? Leia asked. You might consider him the chief of the colony, Jun whispered. He doesn't rule it, at least not the way most species think of ruling, but he's the heart of the whole thing. Sort of the king bee, huh? Han asked. Leia felt Luke reaching out to her from above, alarmed by the growing trepidation he had been sensing in her. She filled her mind with reassuring thoughts. The Prime Yunu stopped in front of the XR-808G, and 2 of his companions boarded the battered freighter. Leia reached out in the Force, trying to gauge his intentions, and found the same double presence that she had come to recognize in the joiners of the Lizzle nest. But the individual element of his presence felt stronger than most, and, to her surprise, somehow familiar. Leia allowed her thoughts to roam freely over the past, seeking their own connections to that familiarity. Her mind went first to the Jedi Academy on Yavin 4, during a time when Anakin was still too young to attend and jealous of his older siblings. The memory brought with it a flood of emotion, and Leia found herself struggling to retain her composure, to avoid the torrent of grief and remembrance that always threatened to sweep her away when she thought of her lost son. Her mind was telling her that the Prime was tied to her children, particularly Anakin, and she could not help hoping that the Prime was Anakin, that her son had somehow survived the MYKR mission after all, and the funeral on Hapes had been some other young man's. But that was fantasy. Had it been Anakin standing next to the XR-808G, Leia would have known. She would have felt it in her bones. Her thoughts wandered to another memory, on Eclipse, where Silgal and Danny had learned to jam using Vong battle coordinators. The Jedi were meeting in a lab, with the milky splendor of the galactic core pouring down through the transparent steel ceiling. Silgal was explaining that she had discovered where the enemy was growing the deadly Voxen that had been attacking the Jedi across the galaxy. A full-grown Isalamari, the Mon Calamari was saying, and suddenly Leia felt an enormous, murky presence in the Force pressing her away from the Prime. She looked up and found him staring in her direction, his blue eyes shining like a pair of oncoming blaster bolts. Leia raised her chin and held his gaze. Her vision grew dark around the edges, and soon she could see nothing but his eyes. He winked and looked away, and Leia felt herself falling. "Whoa!" Han caught her under her arms. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Leia allowed Han to hold her as her vision returned to normal. "The king is force sensitive." "Yeah?" Han replied. "I've never seen you react that way before." "Okay, he's very force sensitive." Leia gathered her legs beneath her. "We might know him." "You're kidding." Han studied the Prime for a moment, then shook his head. "Who is it?" "I don't know yet," Leia said. A pair of insects emerged from the XR-808G carrying the Yagai guide that Jun had been assigned. The chitin of its thorax was pitted and charred, 3 of its limbs hung beside its body loose and swinging, and both of its antennae had been broken off. The Prime pressed his melted brow to the insects, then raised the remains of a 3-fingered hand and began to stroke the stumps of its antennae. "And Yuak did that?" Han asked Jun. The Celestin nodded. "Tarfang is not the gentle soul he seems." A contented boom reverberated from the chest of the wounded guide, and the Prime stood and started toward the Falcon. It was impossible to read the expression behind his grotesque mask of a face, but the briskness of his pace suggested how he felt about what he had just seen. "The king doesn't look very happy," Leia said. "Maybe you should wait aboard the Falcon, Captain Jun." "That won't be necessary," Jun said. "The guide assured me there would be no." The Prime raised 2 fingers and pointed at the Falcon's laser cannons. There was a thunk as the turrets broke their collar locks, then the muffled scream of grating servomotors. "Hey!" Han protested. The turrets continued to rotate, tearing up their internal maneuvering mechanisms, until the cannons faced aft. "Hostile action underway," BD-8 reported. "Permission to." The Prime raised a finger toward him, and the request ended in a garbled blast of static. The harsh smell of melting circuits filled the air, then the droid crashed to the ground. Han glanced over his shoulder. "Bloa!" he gasped. "Can Luke do that?" "Maybe I'll wait aboard the Falcon after all," Jun said. The Celestin turned and raced up the boarding ramp, and the Prime surprised Leia by letting him. The ghastly figure crossed the last few steps and stopped in front of the Solos, towering over Han by a good third of a meter. For a moment, he stood glaring down, his breath coming in audible wheezes that suggested badly damaged lungs, his blue eyes sliding back and forth between their faces. Then Cockmame and Meewall appeared at the top of the boarding ramp with power blasters in hand. Leia started to order the Nobri to stand down, but she was no match for their reflexes. They shouldered their weapons and yelled for the Solos to drop to their bellies. The Prime flicked his wrist, and both Nobri went tumbling back into the Falcon's main corridor. He stared in their direction for a moment, no doubt checking to make sure they would not surprise him later, then turned back to Leia and Han. "Captain Solo." His voice was a deep, gravelly rasp that made Leia's throat close with empathic pain. "Princess Leia. We weren't expecting you." He glanced skyward, where Luke and Mara were still circling on station in the shadow. Nor the Master Skywalker. Sorry about that, Han retorted. We tried to calm, but it turns out there's no holonet in the unknown regions. No holonet. The Prime's upper lip quivered, straining to smile, but not quite able to break free of its scar tissue cast. We hadn't considered that. He turned away and walked under the Falcon, craning his inflexible neck around awkwardly to inspect the ship's belly. He made a complete circuit like this, pausing beneath the cargo lift, rising on his toes to peer at the seals around the missile tube doors, kicking the landing struts. Finally, he reached up and touched the carbon-scored hull. We never liked the black, the Prime said. White is better. White is your color. Leia's mind flashed back to the Yavin 4 visit, to a handsome blonde-haired boy lying unconscious on the floor after being bitten by Jason's crystal snake, a handsome boy dressed in the haughty scarlet, gold, and purple of the Bornerin shipping empire. Raynar? She gasped. Raynar Thull? 10. Raynar Thull is no more, Raynar said. He was squatting on his haunches in the heart of the Prime Chamber, high atop a circular dais where he would always be visible to the hundreds of insect attendants that followed wherever he went. His long arms were hanging over his knees with the backs of his hands resting slackly on the ground before him, and his blue eyes were riveted, unblinking, to Luke's face. We are Unithul. How strange, then, that I still sense Raynar Thull's presence within yours, Luke said. He found it difficult to meet Raynar's gaze. Not because of those unblinking eyes or the ghastliness of the face that held them, but because of the conflicting emotions they aroused. Elation that Raynar had survived his abduction, regret over what had happened afterward, anger and anguish that so many others had failed to return at all, especially his nephew Anakin. He still woke up nights praying that it had been just a bad dream, that there had been a better way to stop the Voxen, and he had never been asked to authorize the mission to MYRKR at all. But Luke was careful to keep those feelings hidden, buried deep inside where they would not show in the Force and complicate a discussion already sure to be difficult and full of emotion for both sides. Raynar Thull may be in hiding, Luke said carefully. But he is not gone. I feel that clearly. We are surprised, Master Skywalker, that you cannot feel the difference between a ghost and a man. The same murky presence that Luke had felt in the Lizzle Cantina rose within Raynar's body, not forcing Luke out, but preventing him from feeling anything else. Raynar Thull vanished with the crash. And then Unithul was born? The kind are not born, Master Skywalker, Raynar said. An egg drops, a chrysalis is spun. You mean there was a metamorphosis? Leia asked. Along with Mara and Saba, she was sitting cross-legged with Luke on the dais floor. Han, of course, could not be talked into sitting. He was pacing the edge of the dais, keeping a wary eye on the attendants below and grumbling about the heat and mugginess and too sweet smell of the nest. Is that the story on the walls? Leia gestured at the colorful mosaics that decorated the interior of the Prime Chamber, and Raynar's eyes flashed in delight, a pair of blue embers flaring back to life in that melted wreck of a face. You are as observant as we recall, Princess, he said. Others are not usually observant enough to perceive the chronicle. The chronicle? Luke asked. Raynar pointed over Luke's shoulder, where a red streak arced down the domed ceiling to a white smear opposite the main entrance to the chamber. A star wagon fell from the sky, Raynar said. As Luke twisted around to look, he glimpsed the blocky hull of an overturned YV-888 light freighter protruding above the rim of a still-smoking crater. But as soon as his gaze fell directly on it, the image dissolved into the same blur of semi-random color that had been there before. I don't see anything, Han complained. Only a wall of rocks, added Saba, whose variable eyes were incapable of seeing nearly half the colors in the design. You can't look directly at it, Mara explained. It's like one of those air jellies on Bespin. It only shows up when you look away. Oh yeah, Han said. Saba hissed in frustration. Luke let his gaze slide to the next image and glimpsed Raynar kneeling over a wounded insect, his palms pressed to its cracked thorax. No, Master Skywalker. Over there. Raynar pointed to a pinkish blotch on the adjacent wall, eliciting a loud rustle as all the insects in the chamber turned to look in the direction he was pointing. The kind do not order such things in the same way you others do. When Luke turned his head, he saw a scorched figure lying in the bottom of the crashed crater, surrounded by waiting insects. Beside the star wagon Yago found Raynar Thull, a scorched and dying thing. Raynar continued. We climbed down to wait for the last note so we could share his flesh among our larvae. Raynar pointed across the room again, to another mosaic depicting the insects carrying him toward a small enclave of spires similar to those in the city outside. But he touched us inside, and we were filled with the need to care for his body. The next image showed Raynar's burned body in the bottom of a large six-sided basin, curled into a fetal position and tended by two human-sized insects. We built a special cell, and we fed him and cleaned him like our own larvae. Luke had to slide his glance past the following scene 3 times before he could be sure of what he was seeing. The mosaic showed only Raynar's face, surrounded by the walls of a much smaller cell, his neck craned back and his mouth gaping open to accept a meal from a nearby insect. After a time, Raynar Thull was no more. The picture he pointed to next showed Raynar rising from the cell much as he was now, a knobby, faceless, melted memory of a man, arms crossed across his chest, feet together and pointed downward, eyes shining beneath his heavy brow like a pair of cold blue moons. A new Yaga arose. The following image showed Raynar splinting the leg of a wounded insect, and the one after that showed several Yagoi tending to an entire chamber of sick and injured nest members. We learned to care for the infirm. Several pictures showed the Yagoi nest expanding and growing, with Raynar supervising the construction of irrigation aqueducts and a drying oven. Before, only the nest mattered. But Yaga is smart. Yagoi learned the value of the individual, and Yagoi grew stronger. Then came the crucial set of images. The first showed Raynar trading with other nests for food and equipment. The second depicted several insects from different nests gathered around listening to him. And in the third he was leading an even larger group of insects, all different in color, size, and shape, off to start their own nest. The Unu was created, Raynar said. Before he could point to another mosaic, Leia asked, What exactly is the Unu? The governing nest? Raynar tilted his head and gave a short, negative click. Not in the way you think. It's the nest of the nests, so that Yago may share our gift with all of the kind. Yeah? Han asked. And how's that work? You would not understand, Raynar said. No other would. There was more, an attack by a disapproving nest, a time of starvation as the flourishing nests stripped their worlds bare, the beginning of the colony as the kind began to spread across local space. But Luke paid little attention. He was struggling with what he had learned already, with the fear that Raynar remained as lost to them as ever, and that Jaina and the others would soon be just as lost, and with the growing alarm he felt over what the young Jedi Knight had become. Jedi should not be leaders of galactic civilizations. It was too easy to abuse the power they wielded, too easy to use the Force to impose their will on others. He felt Mara touching him through their Force bond, urging him to keep his disapproval in check. To Raynar, she said, What happened to the dark Jedi who abducted you? Raynar lowered his fused brow. The dark Jedi? Lomi and Welk, Luke prompted. He was careful to keep his disapproval well buried within himself, in case Raynar could sense his feelings better than he could Raynar's. The Jedi whom you rescued on the MYRKR mission. Lomi and Welk. Raynar's eyes grew restless. They were trouble. You say they abducted us? They stole the flyer with you aboard, Mara said. You must have figured this out by now. They tricked Lobaka into leaving the ship, then stole it while you were unconscious inside. As Mara spoke, Raynar's gaze kept sliding away from her face, then back again, and his presence in the Force grew confused as well. The familiar part, the part Luke recognized, rose repeatedly to the surface, only to be swallowed a moment later by the murkier, more powerful essence that confronted him every time he tried to probe a colony member. After a few moments, Raynar said, We remember the crash, but not the Dark Jedi. We think they must be dead. You don't remember them on the flyer at all? Luke asked. You must have seen them before you crashed. The murky presence rose inside Raynar and pushed Luke out with such power that he felt as though he were falling. We remember the crash, Raynar said. We remember flames and pain and smoke. We remember fear and loneliness and despair. The finality in Raynar's voice brought a tense silence to the dais, a silence that Han broke almost instantly when he whirled on Raynar with an outstretched finger. What about Jaina and the others? He demanded. Do you remember them? Of course, Raynar said. They were our friends. That is why we called them. Were? Han stepped toward Raynar. Has something happened? If you're trying to make joiners of them. Han! Leia stopped Han with a gesture. She was probably the one person in the galaxy who could do that, then turned to Raynar. Well? Jaina and the others are well. Raynar addressed himself to Han. But they were Raynar Thul's friends. We are unsure how they feel about us. You haven't answered the question, Luke observed. The colony has need of them, Raynar replied. Only Jedi can prevent a war with the Chiss. Han started to complete the threat he had made earlier, but Leia quickly rose and drew him to the edge of the dais. The Chiss have told us that there is a border conflict, Luke said. But not why. Raynar's scar-stiffened face showed twitches of suspicion. We do not know why. The system we have entered is over a light year from the nearest Chiss base, and we have established nests only on food sources. Their explorers are alone on all the Or planets. We have even offered to work in their mines, in exchange for food and supplies. Let me guess, Han said from the edge of the dais. The Chiss aren't interested? Worse. They have poisoned our food worlds. He tilted his disfigured head and made a clicking sound deep in his throat, a sound that was echoed by the tapping mandibles of the attendant insects below. Our nests are starving, and we do not understand why. Luke found Raynar's confusion odd. You're only a light year from their border. You don't think they might be worried about your intentions? Or want to claim the system for their own? The colony is not stopping them, Raynar said. They are free to take what they need. As long as you're free to take what you need? Leia asked. We do not need the same things, Raynar answered. There is no reason to fight. No reason you can see, Mara said. Luke sensed that she was as mystified as he was by Raynar's blindness to Chiss territorial concerns. Maybe we should go take a look at what's happening there. Where is this system? Raynar's unblinking gaze shifted to Mara. You wish to go there? You said you needed help, Luke reminded him. Perhaps we can resolve the situation. We know what we said. Raynar's eyes grew very dark around the edges, and suddenly Luke could see nothing else. The murky presence began to reach into his mind, trying to push its way inside his thoughts to read his intentions. Luke was astonished by its power, and had to reach deeply into the Force to bolster his own strength. Though the probe was hardly subtle or refined, it felt as though it were being driven by 1,000 Raynars, and he feared for a moment that in his surprise he would be overwhelmed by its sheer might. Then he felt Mara pouring her own strength into him, and Saba and even Leia. Together they pushed the dusky hand back. Luke found himself looking once again into the blue, lidless eyes of their host, and he finally began to comprehend just how difficult it was going to be to reach Raynar Thul. "What are you waiting for?" Han demanded, apparently not noticing his companion's sweaty brows and trembling hands. "Tell us where the system is, unless you're afraid of what we'll find." "We have nothing to fear from you, Captain Solo. Jaina and the others are free to leave any time they wish." Raynar floated to his feet, then tipped his head to Luke and the other Jedi. "As are you, Master Skywalker. We will assign a guide to escort you back to the Lizzle nest." "We won't be going back to the Lizzle nest." "Not yet." Luke met Raynar's eyes, this time ready to meet a probe with a force wall of his own. "We came to investigate what Jaina and the others are doing." "You're welcome to stay on Yago as long as you like," Raynar said. "But we're sorry. You can't see our Jedi." "Your Jedi?" Han snarled. "When the core goes dark." Leia motioned Han back, then stepped toward Raynar, her chin raised in challenge. "Why not?" "Because we'll discover you haven't been entirely honest? Because the Chiss are more in the right than you're telling us?" "No." Raynar's mouth straightened, perhaps in an attempt at a smile. "Because we know how good you are, Princess Leia, and because you serve necessity instead of virtue." "Just hold on," Han objected. "Leia has been out of politics for a long time. This is just us." "Really?" Raynar turned to Luke. "What do the Jedi seek?" "Peace," Luke answered instantly. "Peace in the Galactic Alliance," Raynar amended. "We know where the new Jedi Temple has been built." "That doesn't mean we are the Galactic Alliance's servants," Luke said. "Master Skywalker, remember who Raynar Thul's parents were." "We know how money works." Raynar stood. "You must bow to the needs of those who pay your bills, and at the moment, the Galactic Alliance needs you to turn your back on what is right." "Right from whose viewpoint?" Luke countered, also standing. "Right and wrong, good and evil, light and dark. Most of the time, they are illusions that prevent us from perceiving the greater reality. The Jedi have learned to distance themselves from these illusions, to seek the truth beneath the words. Let us go." "No." Raynar stepped toward Luke, and suddenly the dark presence returned, pressing against him, trying to push him toward the edge of the dais. Luke opened himself to the Force and pushed back, standing firm until Raynar came toe-to-toe with him, and they stood glaring into each other's eyes, two strangers who had been, in another life, master and pupil. "We have heard about this new force of yours," Raynar said. "And we despair. The Jedi have grown blind to the dark side itself." "Not at all," Luke said. "We have learned to see it more clearly than ever, to recognize that the dark side and the light side spring from the same well, inside us." "And which side is it that wishes to find Jaina and the other Jedi Knights?" Raynar asked. "The side that knows what is right? Or the side that serves the Galactic Alliance?" "The side that serves the will of the Force," Luke answered. "Everywhere." "Then you will serve it best by leaving Jaina and the others to settle this," Raynar said. He turned his back on Luke and started toward the steps. As we said, you are welcome to stay on Jago as long as you like. I'll bet, Han said, going after him. And when we get to be joiners. Thank you. Leia grabbed Han's arm and jerked him back. We look forward to learning more about the colony. After we have, perhaps we can discuss this further? Raynar stopped on the top step and glanced back, his scorched face tipped at a slight angle. Perhaps, but you won't change our mind, Princess. We know you too well. His gaze shifted back to Luke. We know you all too well. 11. Were it not for the golden gleam of C-3PO's head, bobbing along through a forest of feathery antennae as he questioned their guide about the colony languages, Leia would never have been able to tell which scarlet-headed insect they were following. The route back to the hangar was swarming with kind, and at least half of them were Yagoi, proud and bustling and identical in every way she could see to the guide that had been assigned to escort them. The passage took a sharp bend, and Leia lost sight of C-3PO. Waving the others to follow, she started to walk faster. What's the hurry? Han said, catching her by the arm. We could use a few minutes alone. Alone? Leia tipped her head at the steady stream of insects clattering past. Take a look around. Han was careful to avoid doing as she suggested, but gave a little shudder anyway. You know what I mean. Without Raynar's spy listening in. I've got a plan. Plans are good, Saba agreed from the back of the group. But we don't want to look suspicious, Mara said. She waved the group forward again, and they set off with Leia and Han in the lead, Luke and Mara next, and Saba bringing up the rear. Let's keep moving while we talk. I'm pretty sure I can talk Jun into giving us a copy of that list of nests on his datapad and any charts he does have on the colony, Han said. Between that and your Jedi senses, it shouldn't take us that long to figure out where Jaina and the others are. After all, Raynar practically told us where to look, a light year or so from the frontier. If he was being honest, Mara said. He was always clever, but now, we should be careful. This new Raynar is a lot more formidable than the kid we remember. I have a feeling he's already 10 steps ahead of us. And that's why we should accept his offer to stay on Yago for a while, Leia said. They rounded the bend in the corridor, and Leia spotted C-3PO's golden head 15 meters ahead, far enough away that no matter how good the guide's ears were, it should be impossible to eavesdrop over the clicking and thrumming that filled the passage. We need to learn as much about Raynar and the colony as he knows about us. We know enough, Han grumbled. We know that Raynar joined minds with a bunch of bugs, and that if we don't get to Jaina and Jason and the others soon, the same thing's going to happen to them. Han, we have time, Luke said. A Jedi's mind is not easily dominated. Oh, yeah? Han glanced back. Raynar was a Jedi. A much younger and inexperienced Jedi, and a grievously wounded one, Mara said. Luke and Leia are right. We need to answer some questions before we go. Yes, Saba said. This one would like to know why they are lying about the Dark Jedi. Mara nodded. I noticed that too. Even I picked up on it, Han said. But I don't see what difference it makes to finding Jaina and the others. That's what we need to find out, Leia said. Han's mind ran as straight as a laser bolt when he was worried about his children, and she loved him for it. Trust me, we're better off knowing if Lomi and Welk are mixed up in this. And we need to talk to Raynar some more, Luke added. I don't want to leave him here like that. I'm sure Silgal knows someone who can repair that burn damage. That choice may not be ours, Saba said. He is the heart of the colony. This one does not think the kind will let him go easily. Even if he wanted to, which he won't, Mara said. Power is addictive, and he's the king bee of a galactic empire. If power was the only appeal, we might have a chance, Leia said. The passage divided about 12 meters ahead, and C-3PO and the guide vanished down the right branch without looking back. But Raynar is responsible for the colony. It wouldn't exist without him, and he won't abandon it lightly. Now I really have a bone to pick with those dark Jedi, Han said. And with Raynar, too. Why couldn't he just let bugs act like bugs? Because he's a Jedi. Luke sounded almost proud. And he was trained in our old tradition, to serve life and protect it, wherever he found the need. Yeah, well, he won't be protecting much life when that border conflict gets out of hand, Han said. Yes, now many more lives are at risk, Saba said. Nature is cruel for a reason, and Raynar has upset the balance. The law of unintended consequences, Mara said. That's why it's better not to intervene. A modern Jedi would have held himself apart and studied the situation first. And we're sure that's a good thing? Leia asked. She was as surprised as anyone to hear herself asking this question, for the war had hardened her to death in a way that she would not have believed possible 20 years before. But the war was over, and she was tired of death, of measuring victory not by how many lives you saved, but how many you took. How many beings would have died while a modern Jedi studied the situation? Luke's confusion filled the Force behind her. Does it matter? A Jedi serves the Force, and if his actions interfere with the balance of the Force. I know, Leia said wearily. I just miss the days when all this was simple. Sometimes she wondered whether the tenets of this new Jedi Order were an improvement or a convenience. She worried about what had been sacrificed to this new God efficiency, about what had been lost when the Jedi abandoned their simple code and embraced moral relativism. They came to the divide in the passage and started down the right-hand branch. C-3PO and the guide were waiting about 5 meters ahead. Burr, the guide droned. Yagai asks that you please try to keep up, C-3PO translated. Brr. And she politely suggests that you start your investigations at the crash, C-3PO continued. That way, you can see for yourself that Unithal is not lying about the Dark Jedi. Bub. Or anything else. Leia's stomach tightened in surprise, but she wasted no effort trying to figure out how the insect knew what they had been discussing. Instead, she smiled calmly and said, That sounds like an excellent idea, Jagoi. Thank you for the suggestion. By the time they reached the hangar a few minutes later, another Yagoi was waiting for them with a battered hover's lead. Burrub, it explained, pointing toward the shadow with one of its forearms. Burr. Oh dear! C-3PO exclaimed. It seems that when Yago attempted to collect Ben, Nana threatened to open fire. I apologize, Yagoi, Luke said, addressing the driver. But why were you trying to collect Ben? The driver drummed an excited explanation. Because you and Mr. Skywalker said it would be good for him to see the crash, C-3PO translated. He tipped his head, then added, As a matter of fact, Master Luke, I do recall hearing you say that only 1.7 minutes ago. Yes, but how? Collective mind, Leia said, suddenly understanding how their guide had been eavesdropping on their conversation earlier. What one Yaga hears. They all do, Han finished. Kind of a new twist on being bugged, isn't it? It certainly is, Leia said. As the constant stream of insects droned past, Yaga had been eavesdropping on them one word at a time. She took Han's hand and stepped aboard the hover's lead. As I said, we have a lot to learn about the colony. The others climbed aboard as well. They stopped at the shadow to pick up Ben and Nana, then began a harrowing ride. It was very nearly a flight, through the congested avenues that wound through the skyscraping spires of the Yagoi nest. An hour later, they were still in the city, standing in a long line of insects and joiners outside the crash. The site seemed part tourist attraction and part shrine, with thousands of insects waiting patiently in line, looking across a low stone wall up toward a wrecked light freighter. The crater slope was mottled with wadla and lyris and a dozen other kinds of flowers that Leia did not know, and the air was heavy with the vanilla tang of bond-inducing pheromones. Even the constant drone of several thousand drumming, ticking insect pilgrims had a strangely soothing effect. Despite the ambience, Leia was growing increasingly uneasy. She felt as though the half-buried YV-888 were still burning down through the atmosphere, as though something huge were about to come smashing down atop her head. And the other Jedi felt it too. She could sense Luke's disquiet through the Force, and see Mara's wariness and the sudden economy of her gestures. Even Saba seemed tense, watching the surrounding insects out of the corner of her eye and testing the air with her forked tongue. Or maybe the variable was just getting hungry. Leia stretched out into the Force, hoping to learn more. But reaching into the immense, diffuse presence that pervaded the insect nests was like looking into a room filled with smoke. There was something going on, but it was impossible to tell what. The Skywalker solo group finally reached a gate in the stone wall, where their escort motioned them to stop and wait. "Would anyone object to our visit, Yagoi?" Leia asked. She still found it a little awkward to address every insect in a nest by the same name, but it certainly cut down on the need for introductions. "I keep having the feeling we're not welcome here." Yaga rumbled a reply. "Yaga assures you that your feeling is wrong," C-3PO said. "Everyone is welcome to partake of the crash." "Partake?" Han asked. "What are we going to do, eat the dead?" "Obu-rabu," Yaga replied. "Bu-bu-yu-yu." "There weren't any dead," C-3PO translated. "She apologizes." Thanks," Han said. "But no need. I wasn't hungry anyway." Leia felt a gentle tug through the Force. She turned slowly and found herself looking at her sister-in-law's slender face. "Do you think Ben's too young for this?" Mara asked. Her green eyes slid toward her right shoulder, indicating to Leia that she was asking another question entirely. "I don't want him to see anything that would scare him off space travel. I'm old enough," a small voice said from Luke's side. "Nothing's going to scare me." "That's a good question," Leia said, ignoring Ben's protest. "I guess it depends on what we see." As Leia answered, she was looking past Mara's ear toward a large, single-colored insect 10 places back in the line. So blue it was almost black, it stood nearly the height of a man, with short bristling antennae and barbed, sharply curved mandibles. She could not tell whether its huge, bulbous eyes were focused on the Solo Skywalker party, but when her gaze lingered an instant too long, the creature slipped out of sight behind a tan and gray insect the size of a land speeder. "We'll just have to keep an eye out," Leia said, "and take off if this starts to look disturbing." "How disturbing can it be?" Han asked, clearly oblivious to what the two women were really talking about. "This wreck is 7 years old. I'll bet he sees worse stuff on the newsvids." "Every day," Ben agreed. Clearly eager to be on their way before his parents changed their mind, he turned to their guide. "Why are we standing here?" "I want to see the crash." The guide thrummed an explanation. "Yago assures you that we'll see it soon, Master Ben," C-3PO said. "But we must wait." Rurabur you are. The guide extended one of her lower hands to Ben. Oh. Apparently it's our turn. Before Nana could stop him, Ben grabbed the insect's hand and dragged her up the slope at a sprint. Ben! Nana squawked, her repulsor-enhanced legs hissing as they propelled her enormous mass past Leia. Stay with the group! Mara shook her head, then turned to Han. You seem to be rubbing off on my kid, Solo. Were yours this headstrong? Han and Leia shared a glance, and they both nodded. Anakin, Han said. If I said no, he had to find out why. As Han spoke, a familiar sadness came to his face, and his eyes dropped. There was an awkward silence while everyone wondered what to say next, and Leia finally began to understand why there seemed to be such a bond between her husband and their nephew. Like Anakin, Ben was headstrong, fearless, and curious, with a clever mind and a quick wit, and he insisted on dealing with life on his own terms. After a moment, Mara reached over and squeezed Han's forearm. I just hope Ben grows up to be as fine a man as Anakin was. Nothing could make me more proud. Thanks. Han looked up the slope, probably to disguise the glassiness that had come to his eyes, then added, He will. They followed Ben to the rim, then found themselves looking into the bottom of the crater. 10 meters below sat a cockeyed box of heat-softened durasteel, somewhat flattened in the bottom, and so covered in crawling insects that they could barely tell the vessel had landed bridge down. The hull was pocked with the oblong holes made by plasma cannons, and there were several long, twisted rips that were probably a result of the crash itself. It looks like they flew through a plasma storm just leaving the MYRKR system, Luke said. I'm surprised they made it out. Corellian engineering, Han said with pride. A CEC ship will keep going until it hits something. Not always a good thing, especially when that something is a planet, Leia said. She turned toward their escort, running her glance over the surrounding crowd, and noticed several dark blue insects similar to the ones she had caught watching them earlier. It seemed to her that their huge eyes were all looking toward the Solo, Skywalker group, but that was hardly unusual. Most species of intelligent insect had an unsettling tendency to stare. Leia reached out to Luke and sensed that he had noticed the blue insects too, then asked their guide, What happened to the crew? The guide used an upper hand to point at the base of the ship, where a pile of dirt lay slumped against the smashed bridge. Descending through the pile, toward a jagged rent in the hull, was a half-meter burrow that felt oddly familiar to Leia, as though she had seen it before, or somehow knew where it led. The insect began a lengthy explanation, which C-3PO translated. That is where Yago found Reyna Thul. He was badly burned and barely alive. Leia forced her attention back to the guide and said, I mean, what happened to the rest of the crew? She knew what Yago was going to say, that there had been no one else, but when confronted with an obvious lie, a good interrogator kept asking the same question in different ways, trying to find a seam that she could pry open to expose the truth. We know Reynar survived. A familiar touch came to Leia through the Force, one that she knew instantly and certainly to be her son's, and she found herself looking away from their puzzled guide into the bottom of the crater. There, standing outside the burrow in a dirt and soot-stained flight suit, was Jason. Or rather, a vision of Jason. The flyer's hull was still visible behind him, as was the mouth of the burrow. He smiled and said, Hello? The blood drained from Leia's head, and she had to grab Han's arm to steady herself. Jason's been here. What? Han peered into the crater. I don't see anything. Luke saved her the trouble of explaining. The Force, Han. She's having a vision. Han's voice immediately grew wary. Great. Just what we need. First, force calls, now force visions. Quiet, Solo, Mara said. Don't interfere. Jason said something Leia could not hear, then a helmet and X-Wing flight suit appeared in his hands. Jason, Leia said, frowning. I'm having trouble hearing you. Jason spoke again, but still she could not hear him. Jason? Leia felt the color drain from her face. How? You're not. I'm fine, Mom, he said. I'll see you soon. Oh, Han said beside Leia. His hand tightened around her arm. Looks like someone's been listening in. Leia glanced over and saw 3 more deep blue insects pushing through the crowd gathered along the crater rim. They were clearly coming toward the Solo Skywalker group, but Leia was not ready to leave yet. Jason was still standing in the bottom of the crater, looking up at her. Corribu, he said. In the Jewel system. Leia wanted to ask him to repeat it, to be sure she had heard correctly, but Han was pulling her away, following Nana down the crater slope through a swarm of astonished insects. Ben was in the droid's arms, while Luke, Mara, and Saba flanked her on 3 sides. Leia and Han were in the rear. It took Leia a moment to see why they had suddenly grown so concerned. More blue insects had appeared, pushing through the crowd from all directions, not really attacking, just clacking their mandibles and staring. The rest of the kind seemed unconcerned. They stepped aside politely, then continued to stare up at the crash. Leia drew her own lightsaber and activated it. 3PO, what are they saying? They're not saying anything that makes sense, C-3PO said. They're just repeating as it is. Their guide rumbled an explanation. What a relief, C-3PO said. Yago says they're just curious about us. Bugs are never just curious, Han said. He drew his powerful Blastech DL-44. Especially when they're hungry. Abrabubru. They just want to see the crash. Then how come they're coming after us? Mara demanded. They reached the bottom of the slope and found the gate blocked by blue-black insects. Nana shifted Ben to one arm and opened the other at the elbow, revealing her built-in blaster cannon. That means move, Han said, stepping past Nana to confront the insects in front of them. The insects began to crowd forward to meet him. The other way. Han raised his blaster pistol and flicked the power setting from stun to lethal. Not yet, Han. Luke glanced in Han's direction, and Han's hand slowly fell to his side. Let me handle this. Then you'd better handle it quick, Leia said, looking back up the crater slope. 24 of the blue insects had emerged from the mass and were slowly creeping closer. It's getting crowded back here. Leia felt a brush of reassurance from Luke, then an astonished booming erupted behind her. She glanced back to see several dozen insects hanging in midair, their legs and arms wiggling wildly as they attempted to make contact with the ground. The group began to move forward again, and she backed out the gate under the dangling insects. Luke was standing to one side, holding his hands palms up above his shoulders. Not bad, she said. Impressive even. Luke winked at her, then turned toward the rest of the blue insects, who were still attempting to follow. He lowered one of his hands and stretched it toward them, and the insects immediately began to back away, dipping their heads and clacking their mandibles. They're apologizing, Master Luke, C-3PO said. They didn't mean to make you feel hunted. No harm, Luke said. He waited until Leia, C-3PO, and their guide were passed, then lowered the first group of blue insects down inside the gate. As long as the feeling doesn't come back anytime soon. They followed Mara and Nana back to the lot where Yaga had left their transport, then climbed aboard the battered hover's lead. Their guide slipped behind the controls and turned her head all the way around to the passenger compartment, then thrummed a question. Yaga asks what you would like to see next, C-3PO said. The Falcon, Han said. Where you are you boo-boo. Yaga suggests a stop at a Membrosia vault, C-3PO said. You seem rather tense. That's 'cause I am, Han growled. And getting. I think we've seen enough for one day, Leia said tersely. She could tell that the other Jedi shared the same feeling she did, for they were still holding their lightsaber handles in their hands and scanning the surrounding area. I think we'd all like to go straight back to our vessels. Boo-boo-boo. The guide slipped the hover's lead into motion so quickly that Leia and the others were knocked into their seats, and a moment later they were gliding onto a broad, traffic-choked boulevard flanked by looming insect spires. The uneasy feeling Leia had been experiencing only grew worse. She slid forward and leaned over the low wall separating the driver's compartment from the passengers. Yagai, who are those blue insects? Burr? The blue kind who accosted us at the crash, C-3PO explained helpfully. Actually, they were more of a deep indigo, if that helps. Burr. Why, of course there are blue kind, C-3PO protested. We just saw them at the crash. You are a burr. What do you mean you don't remember that? C-3PO demanded. We all saw them. The street ahead suddenly grew clear, and the unease Leia had been feeling blossomed into full-fledged danger sense. Stop the hover's lead! Leia cried. Mara's approach was more direct. She was already leaping over the driver's wall, wresting the controls from their guide. She brought the hover's lead to an instant halt, drawing a chorus of surprised oofs from Leia and the others. Not good, Han said, coming forward. Bad even. These streets never. Leia did not hear the rest of Han's observation, for suddenly her danger sense was turning somersaults in her stomach and Mara was backing the hover's lead up the street. When their guide protested and tried to retake the controls, Mara used the force to push the insect off the hover's lead. Mom! Ben cried. You just dumped. A deafening crackle echoed through spire tops. Then chunks of mosaic-covered wall began to rain down on both sides of the boulevard. Leia instinctively turned to protect Ben, but Nana already had him on the deck, shielding him with her laminanium-armored body. Luke and Saba were standing beside the droid, using the force to push falling rubble away from the hover's lead. Realizing that she still had a little honing to do before her instincts were up to full Jedi speed, Leia tipped her head back and began to look for chunks of falling building. Assailants at 40 degrees, Nana reported. The droid's arm rose and opened at the elbow. The entire hover's lead shuddered as the warrior nanny cut loose with her blaster cannon. Astral! Ben yelled, peering out from under her arm. Nana gently pushed his head back, then fired again. More pieces of wall crashed down in the street, and Leia glimpsed the inky shape of half a dozen dark blue insects diving for the interior of the tower. Did you see that? Han raised his blaster pistol and began to fire into the dust. Criffing bugs! In the next instant, the hover's lead pivoted around and started up the avenue away from the ambush. They were trying to kill us! Han cried from the floor of the hover's lead. He hauled himself up and, as Mara swung down a side street and left the billowing dust behind, caught Leia's eye. Now can we try my plan? 12. For the first 20 minutes of the trip to the hangar, Han remained silent about Mara's piloting. She was racing down the insect-choked boulevard. using the force to weave and jink and at times bounce through the traffic as though she were flying an X-wing instead of an ancient hovers led with a repulsive drive that sounded like it might come apart at any second, and most of the time he was just too scared to talk. But when she suddenly swung into a packed alley and slowed to a more sustainable speed, he could not help himself. "Don't tell me you're losing your nerve," he said, leaning over the half-wall into the pilot's compartment. "We've got to get back to the ships before Raynar finds out we survived." Mara continued at the same sane speed. "He already knows." "The collective mind," Leia reminded him. "What one Yaga knows, they all do." "Great." Han's stomach began to churn. "There ought to be a nice bunch of bugs waiting when we get back to the hangar." "Maybe not," Luke said. "I can't believe Raynar would turn on us like that." He was one of the most earnest students at the academy. Han and Leia shot Luke simultaneous looks of astonishment. "Raynar Thul is no more," Han quoted. "He's one of them now." Unithul. A joiner. "Raynar's still in there," Luke said. "I felt him." "Yeah?" "Well, it's the other guy I'm worried about," Han said. They left the alley, flashed across a boulevard, and shot into another alley. Han had no idea where they were. Their guide had stuck to the main boulevards on the way to the crash, but he assumed Mara knew where she was going. Jedi were not the only ones who could trust the Force. "And if his bugs try knocking another building down on us, I'm gonna blast him." An amused twinkle came to Luke's eye, and Han suddenly realized how ridiculous his declaration must have sounded after describing how easily Raynar had destroyed BD-8, disabled the Falcon's laser cannons, and neutralized Leia's Nogri bodyguards. Or something. "Of course, dear," Leia said, patting his arm. "But I don't think that will be necessary." Raynar had to know that attack would never work, not with 3 Jedi Masters aboard. "And a Jedi Knight of much experience." Saba nodded at Leia, though it was impossible for Han to guess whether this was a gesture of agreement or to indicate whom she meant. Barabels were blasted hard to read. "This one thinks it was just a warning, a way to make us to leave." "I hate giving in to bullies," Han said. "But I'll make an exception in this case. We can use the Force and Jun's datapad to track down the twins." Leia nodded. "I think it's time to move on. We've found what we came for." "We have?" Han asked. "The Force vision," Luke surmised. "What did you see?" "Just Jason," Leia said. "But he gave me the name of a planet and a system. I don't recognize them, but maybe Jun." "Jason told you the system name?" Mara asked from the pilot's seat. "That's right," Leia said. "He looked straight at me and said it." "Why?" "That is a strange kind of vision," Saba said. "More of ascending," Luke agreed. "But across time instead of space." The 3 masters fell silent, leaving Han and Leia to look at each other in puzzlement. Finally Han said, "I don't get it." "What's the problem?" "I've never heard of a Jedi using the Force that way," Luke said. "So he's creative?" Han asked. "He's my kid." "What did you expect?" "I think I understand," Leia said, beginning to sound worried. "The future is always in motion." "But not yours," Saba said. "When Jason spoke across time, you became destined to be there." "He fixed your future," Luke said. "At least for those few moments." Leia was silent for a moment, then said, "Well, I seem to have survived it. And my future is my own again." "I don't like it," Mara said. Not at all. What exactly was he learning while he was gone? It was a good question, one Han had been asking himself since Jason was a teenager. Mara brought them out of the alley onto a busy avenue of zooming land speeders and almost managed to keep up by pushing the repulsor drive beyond its top rating. The avenue snaked through the brightly decorated insect spires for perhaps 5 kilometers, then spilled onto the great boulevard that encircled the Una's complex of red towers, and a few minutes later the hover's lead was sliding down the long golden throat of the prime hangar. The bugs were clattering about their business, durafilling micro-pitted hulls, offloading bales of some spicy-smelling resin, tapping rivets on starships that should have been scrapped when the Empire was a glimmer in Palpatine's eye. Han began to hope that Saba was right about the attack, that it had just been an impolite invitation to leave. Then they reached the bay where the Falcon and Shadow had been left, and Mara stopped short. A trio of rocket shuttles had been squeezed between the two vessels. Maintenance crews were busy stringing webs of fueling hoses across the entire alcove, thwarting all hope of a quick departure. Even worse, Raynor was standing at the foot of the Falcon's ramp, surrounded by an entourage of bug attendants and huge unisoldiers. He was looking toward their end of the bay, clearly awaiting their return. "So much for thinking he was just sending us a warning," Han said. "I really hate being right all the time." Meewal and Cockmane, who had remained behind to watch the ships and begin repairs on the Falcon's weapons turrets, were peering out from the top of the ramp. The pair hadn't made much progress. Both sets of the blaster cannons remained pointed at the ship's aft. "We should send the Nobri to fetch Tarfang and Juin," Leia said softly. "Do you think I can risk a comm call?" "We'll have to," Han whispered. "Unless Jason gave you coordinates to go with that name." "Just the name," Leia said. "I don't think this will come to a fight," Luke said. He rose and joined Han behind Mara, hiding Leia so she could calm the Nobri without being seen. "But Ben, you—" "I know, stick close to Nana," Ben said. "I know." "Right," Luke said, smiling. "Nana, get Ben aboard either ship as quickly as you can. But don't try anything pushy," Han advised. "You'll only get a brain melt." "I am not programmed to be pushy, Captain Solo," Nana said. "Will we get to shoot that blaster cannon in your arm again?" Ben asked enthusiastically. "Only if someone threatens your life," Nana said. "You know all my routines are strictly defensive, Ben." Mara threaded the hover's lead through the tangle of fueling lines, but had to stop 10 meters from the Shadow because a rocket shuttle blocked their way. Nana immediately took Ben and headed for the boarding ramp, which was still down because of the bug's mistrust of closed doors. Everyone else remained on the hover's lead, their hands out of sight and grasping their weapons, their gazes fixed on Raynor and his entourage. Han felt as though he were aging a week for each second it took Ben to reach the Shadow. By comparison, Luke and Mara seemed downright calm. And why shouldn't they? Having seen all the times Han and Leia's kids had been kidnapped or threatened when they were supposedly hidden safely away, Luke and Mara had decided that, short of an actual battle, Ben would always be safer if they kept him close. So they had repeatedly rehearsed with Ben exactly what to do in circumstances like these, and weekly "protect the kid" drills were standard procedure for all traveling companions. Given whom they usually traveled with, Jedi Knights and veteran soldiers, Han thought they had probably made the right decision. When Mara failed to start the hover's lead toward the Falcon, Raynor cocked his earless head in bewilderment, then started across the hangar floor. "That's my signal," Mara said. "I'm out of here." She stepped out of the pilot's station and, still moving casually, started up the Shadow's boarding ramp. Raynor's eyes followed her progress, but he made no attempt to stop her. "That was good," since it meant Han didn't have to blast him yet. Han slipped into Mara's place at the pilot's station, then frowned as he tried to pick out a path to the Falcon. This was going to be difficult, at least until Mara distracted them with her blaster cannon, provided Raynar didn't twist that around as he had the Falcon's turrets. Han's palms started to sweat, and he began to wish he hadn't left their thermal detonators aboard the ship. Nothing distracted a big, bad, all-powerful enemy like one of those little silver balls rolling around at his feet. Raynar stopped 2 paces from the hover's lead. "Was anyone injured?" "No," Han answered. "Sorry to disappoint you." "Disappoint us?" Raynar's eyes grew confused. "When you left Yago to be crushed, we thought someone must have been." "Yeah, well, sorry about the guide, but that's what happens when you start dropping buildings on people," Han said. Daring to hope that Raynar would actually make this easy, he gestured toward the Falcon. "Do you mind? We need to clean up." Raynar lowered his melted brow, then shifted his gaze to Luke and Saba, who were waiting at opposite ends of the hover's lead with their hands hidden behind the Durasteel's sides. His scarred lips twitched in a mockery of a smile. "Of course." Raynar gave no discernible command, but a path opened through the soldier bugs at his back. He stepped onto the hover's lead beside Han. "You believe the building collapse was an attack?" It wasn't exactly friendly. Trying to hide his uneasiness, Han started the hover's lead toward the Falcon. "And we saw your killer bugs." "Killer bugs?" Raynar asked. "They were solid blue, dark blue," Saba said from the back of the sled. "They blasted the walls just before we passed beneath." "You're mistaken," Raynar said. "If any of our nests had attacked you, we would have known." Saba rose and came forward, and Han was a little unnerved to realize that she was not large enough to loom over Raynar the way she did most beings. This one saw the ambushers with her own eyes. Ben's defender droid killed 2. "The kind did not lose anyone in the accident," Raynar said. "It was no accident," Han snapped, beginning to grow angry. "Someone tried to kill us." "You, I'm thinking. If we wanted to kill you, we would not make it look like an accident," Raynar said. "We would just do it." They reached the Falcon. Han stopped the hover's lead, then faced Raynar and found himself staring at the underside of a white-blotched chin. "Remember who you're talking to, kid," he said. "This is Han Solo. I've been sticking my finger in the eyes of 2-credit dictators like you since before I broke your mother's heart, so show a little respect when you threaten me. And don't lie. I hate that." Raynar was no more intimidated than he had been by Saba. He simply glared down at Han, his breath coming in slow, angry rasps. Luke leaned close to Leia and whispered, "Han dated Raynar's mother? You'd be surprised at the women Han's dated." "I always am." Leia stepped to Raynar's side, then said, "You must admit the collapse looks suspicious. If it was an accident, how did the Yago nest know to evacuate the area? And what about the blue kind we saw? The ones we killed?" Raynar's breathing softened to a wheeze, and he turned to face Leia. "The only dead kind we have found at the site was your guide. The others must have taken the bodies," Saba said. "There were more than the ones Nana killed." "You were mistaken," Raynar said. "The dust was thick, the rubble was still falling. What you saw were shadows." "Who are you trying to convince here?" Han demanded. He glanced at the attendant bugs, wondering whether they could have more say than he realized. Perhaps they were the reason Raynar was trying to deny the colony's responsibility. Perhaps they didn't approve of murdering guests. "Because we know what we saw." Raynar turned back to Han. Eyes can deceive, Captain Solo. What you say you saw is impossible. Or our interpretation of it. Luke's voice was thoughtful. What if it wasn't the kind who attacked us at all? Others aren't allowed to wander Yagoi alone, Raynar said. We would know even if someone else attacked you. What if you didn't know they were here? Leia asked. Raynar's eyes narrowed in thought, then he shook his head in a gesture that, for a change, seemed more Raynar than insect. You said Yago was warned to evacuate. Why would others do that? And if they did, you'd certainly know they were here, Luke said. Han frowned at Luke. Don't tell me you're buying this? Not that it was an accident, Luke said. But that Unithel, believes it was. Leia caught Han's eye, then gave a curt nod that suggested he should believe it, too. I think we can all agree on that much, she said. If the colony wanted us dead, they wouldn't have given up after one try. The attack was supposed to look like an accident, which means somebody was trying to hide it from the Unu. We're glad you believe us, Princess, Raynar said. But there's no evidence to support your theory. How could you know? Han demanded. There hasn't been time. The attack was less than 30 minutes ago. Yago workers have already cleared much of the rubble, Raynar answered. The only body they have, kind or other, is your guide's. The evidence suggests the towers just collapsed. We are sorry it happened when you were about to pass beneath them. Does that happen often? Leia asked. That a spire just collapses? Once, when there was a quake, Raynar said. And sometimes storms. Not what I asked, Leia said, stepping off the hover's lead. Let me show you something. She took Raynar's meaty hand, then led him up the boarding ramp into the Falcon. Han followed with Luke and Saba, but fortunately only a small part of Raynar's entourage, the bug with the really long antennae and another covered in furry bristles, joined them. They caught up to Leia and Raynar in the Solo's sleeping quarters. The pair were standing in front of the bunk, staring at the famous moss painting hanging on the wall. This is Killik Twilight, Leia said to Raynar. Do you recognize anything? Of course, Raynar said. Lizzle was very excited about the painting. Raynar stepped to the side of double bunk. The Solos had installed it when they had realized the Falcon was going to be their primary home, then leaned closer to the painting and began to run his gaze over every detail. Thank you for showing it to us, he said. We wanted to ask, but our meetings have gone so badly that we didn't want to presume. Han raised his brow. Maybe there was less Raynar left in that seared body than he thought. The Raynar Thul whom Han remembered had been a decent enough kid, but his wealthy family had never taught him to do anything but presume. Leia appeared less stunned than Han by Raynar's politeness. She smiled graciously, then said, Sometimes, art helps us know each other better. Do you know what this painting depicts? Raynar nodded. It shows an arm of the lost nest. He still did not look away. We remember it well. The lost nest? Luke asked. Remember it? Han gasped. It's ancient. Raynar finally tore his gaze from the moss painting. We remember the nest. He fixed his eyes on Leia. When humans came to Alderaan, they called it the Castle Lands. But we knew the nest as Ouroboros. Our home. Han shook his head in disbelief. He liked to say that all bugs were alike, but not even he had assumed that the kind and the Killiks were actually the same. Sure, they shared the same general body shape and had the same number of limbs, but beyond that, The kind looked like the Killiks in the painting about as much as humans looked like a Qualish. The towers, on the other hand, were another matter. In both the painting and the Yagoi nest, they were crooked cones with distinctly banded exteriors. Leia did not sound surprised at all. So the Killiks didn't go extinct, as everyone supposed. They simply left Alderaan thousands of years ago. You seem less surprised at that than Lizzle was to see a painting of Ouroboros, Raynar said. I've had my suspicions since we arrived at Yagoi, Leia replied smoothly. She turned back to the painting. Archaeologists have dated the oldest of those spires to 25,000 standard years. Correct, Raynar said. The Celestials emptied Ouroboros 10,000 generations ago. That would be 20,000 years, as humans measure time. Han wanted to ask who the Celestials were, and what Raynar meant by emptied. He also wanted to ask if a Killik generation really passed at the rate of one every 2 years. But he could see by the set of his wife's jaw that she was pursuing her own line of questioning. And yet, only 3 towers had collapsed before Alderaan was destroyed, Leia said. No maintenance or repairs, exposed to the elements all that time, and only 3 collapse. But here, a tower just happens to collapse as we're about to pass by. Do you see where I'm going with this? There is more gravity here than on Alderaan, Raynar countered. And the ground does not make such strong spikreet. This was still the first tower to collapse for no apparent reason, Luke reminded him. There is always a first, Master Skywalker. Raynar turned back to Killik Twilight and began to study it. We cannot explain what happened. Please accept our apologies. Han exchanged looks of frustration with Luke and Leia, but Saba, who did not truly understand the concept of apology, made a distasteful grating sound in her throat. This one does not want your apology, young Thull. She does not eat humans. She glanced out into the corridor, where Raynar's duo of assistant Killiks stood waiting. And she has never cared for the taste of insects thither. Raynar's head snapped around so quickly that Han feared he was about to have bloody variable scales flying all over his sleeping quarters. Take it easy, kid. You remember how Barabels are. Han took Raynar by the arm and started forward. Sorry for the misunderstanding, but we still need to get underway. Why don't you tell us about these Celestials on the way out? If you like. Raynar allowed himself to guide it into the corridor. It was after we built Kaleralak, you others call it Centerpoint Station. The Celestials were angry. Saba stumbled into Han's back as he stopped dumbfounded in the corridor. You're saying Centerpoint was built by Killiks? Leia gasped. Finally, she sounded like something had surprised her. Instead of answering, Raynar abruptly stopped. We need to see the aft hold. Your Nogri are abducting Captain Juin and his first mate. Han winced inwardly. Abducting? What makes you say that? The muffled whine of an angry Celestin drifted up the access corridor. Will not be quiet. Let me see, Captain. Juin's voice fell silent, but Raynar was already out the cabin door. Han turned to Leia. Abducting? Leia shrugged. I told Cockmane to bring Juin and Tarfon to the Falcon. I guess they didn't want to come. A misunderstanding, Luke said. We'd better go explain. Luke led the way into the access corridor, and they caught up to Raynar and his attendants outside the aft hold. Raynar hit the touchpad, then scowled when the hatch did not open and raised his palm toward it. Wait! Han leapt to the control panel and punched in the override code. Just be patient. The door slid open to reveal Meewall and Cockmame holding the XR-808G's two crew members. With one of Meewall's arms clamped around his throat and her other hand covering his mouth, Juin was at least still conscious. Tarfong was another matter. Still casted and bandaged from his fight with the Yagai guide, the Yuak was lying unconscious in Cockmame's lap, with a freshly swollen eye and two new bare patches of fur. "It's not what you think," Han said. "I can explain." "That won't be necessary, Captain Solo." Raynar made a humming sound deep in his throat, then turned and fixed Han with his unblinking gaze. "Just tell us why you are suddenly in such a hurry to leave." The truth was the last thing Han could tell him, but he knew how good Jedi were at detecting lies, and whatever Raynar was now, he had started out a Jedi. "What makes you think we're in a hurry?" Raynar's noseless face grew stormy, and Han began to feel a dark weight pressing down on him inside. It was Leia, as usual, who came to his rescue. "We have no wish to insult the colony," she said, "but we don't feel safe here." Raynar turned to her, and the dark weight lifted. "You are safe. We promise." "We don't believe you," Han said. That much was completely true. "Either you're lying." Leia's face paled. Han raised a hand, then continued. "Or you have no idea what's happening. Either way, we're out of here." Raynar's eyes grew so soft that they made Han think of the poor, confused kid whom the other Jedi trainees used to heckle for dressing so funny. "Very well. You have always been free to come or go as you wish." He turned toward the Nogri, who were still holding Juin and Tarfong captive. "The same applies to Captain Juin and his co-pilot. Will you be leaving with Captain Solo?" Meewall glanced at Leia. When she nodded, the Nogri removed her hand and arm from Juin's mouth and throat. The Celestin bustled to his feet and, glaring at Han, brushed himself off. "I'll have to think about it," he said. "Tarfong doesn't care for being kidnapped." Han's stomach turned cold. Without Juin and his datapad, their chances of finding Jason and the others before they turned into a bunch of joiners went way down. Their only recourse would be to make their way to the Chiss frontier and start jumping from system to system. Luke stepped toward Juin. "We weren't trying to kidnap you." He spoke in a soft monotone. "We were just—" One of the bristly Killiks slipped forward to block Luke's way, and Raynar said, "It would be better if Captain Juin made up his own mind, Master Skywalker." "Look, we were worried about him." Han addressed Raynar, but he was watching Juin out of the corner of his eye. "We thought you were trying to kill us, and since he and Tarfong were the ones who helped us find this place." Juin's small mouth dropped in alarm. "Don't remind him." "Sorry, honest mistake," Han said. He felt guilty about forcing the Celestin's hand, but Juin's days running colony cargo had come to an end when their guide found the transceiver that had helped the Falcon follow him to Yagoi. "We were kind of worried about you. But if you want to stay here—" "I'm not leaving without the XR-808G," Juin said. He looked at Tarfong, who was still unconscious. "And you'll have to lend me a co-pilot until Tarfang's better." Han faked a scowl. "Getting kind of pushy there, aren't you, fella?" "You owe it to me," Juin said. "Item 22 in the smuggler's code." Han sighed, then turned back to Raynar. "There you have it," he said. "I guess we're stuck with them." 13. The Jedi pilots rounded the brightly striped mass of the gas giant Koribu and found themselves staring into the turquoise brilliance of the planet's huge star, Jewel. Jaina blinked instinctively, and by the time her eyes opened again, Her astromech droid had darkened the StealthX's canopy tinting. She saw the hawk-winged silhouettes of 4 inbound defoliators sweeping in just meters above Koribu's dazzling ring system, racing for the gap between the moon's ruins bow on initial approach for a dispersal run. With a 4-squadron escort of cloakcraft, the Chiss were clearly determined to reach their targets this time. Rather than break calm silence, Jaina opened herself to the battle meld and immediately knew her wingmates had done the same. Sometimes they could hear one another's thoughts through the meld, but more often they simply knew what their fellows were thinking, what they were doing. And the connection had only grown stronger since coming to Koribu. During battles, they sometimes came perilously close to sharing minds. Jaina focused her thoughts on the impending clash. The Chiss were coming hard this time. The Jedi had to disable those defoliators quickly and withdraw before the fight turned bloody. Jaina sensed disapproval and knew that Alma favored a more forceful approach, one that would leave the Chiss with no illusions about the consequences of attacking the colony's food supply. And she was not alone. Others were outraged as well. Instead of attacking outright, a violation of the Ascendancy Honor Code, which prohibited an unprovoked first strike, the Chiss were trying to starve the Koribu into retreat. Tessar, Tahiri, even Jason believed that the Chiss were engaged in a campaign of species cleansing and deserved to get their noses bloodied. Only Zek did not agree. Jedi saw similar cruelties everywhere they were called in the galaxy. But it was their responsibility to remain dispassionate, to cut through the veil of obscuring emotion and find the core of the problem. If they allowed themselves to seek retribution rather than peace, how could they bring a lasting solution to any conflict? As much as Jaina wanted to make the Chiss pay for the lives they were taking, she had to agree with Zek. So far, this had remained a low-intensity conflict. But if the Jedi turned it into a killing fight, that would end. A simple border clash would erupt into all-out war, and the carnage would be staggering. The Chiss task force entered the gap between ruins of Bow. 2 of the 4 defoliators left the main formation with their clawcraft escorts, and turned toward the moons. They were met by clouds of defenders from the Saras Nest on Ru and the Al-Ala Ansbo. Too small to be visible at even this relatively short distance, the dart ships were nevertheless numerous enough to spread hazy stains of gray across Jul's blue face. Jaina had barely formulated a plan to meet them before Tahiri shot ahead in the sleek little skiff that Zonama Sikit had grown for her. A living ship, its 3-lobed hull glowed a deep, sea green against the star. Jason followed a moment later in his Chase-X, which, like Tahiri's living ship, could not be concealed from the Chiss sensors. The Jedi all understood what Jaina intended. Tahiri, who was not subject to StealthX comm restrictions, opened a channel to the Tot dart ships still swarming around Jaina and the other StealthXs. Raya-Tot, bring the dart ships and follow us. We need to make this look real. We are to create a diversion. A Chiss joiner who insisted on being called by both the Nest name and her own, Raya-Tot freely admitted that she had been sent by Chiss intelligence to spy on the Koribu nests. Her allegiance had changed, she claimed, when the Tot discovered her hiding in near starvation and started to bring her food. The stealth fighters will divide and strike the defoliators by surprise? Something like that. Though all of the Koribu nests seemed to have complete faith in Raya, the Jedi were less trusting, and Tahiri was not about to reveal their plan. When neither the dart ships nor Raya's little scout craft started after her, Jason added, "You need to come now. You're drawing attention to the StealthXs." Todd is not happy with this plan, Raya said. The Chiss have changed tactics, and the Nest worries they are trying to lure the Jedi into a trap. Jaina's suspicions about Raya began to deepen, and Tahiri asked, "The Nests worry, or you do?" "We speak for the Nests in this," Raya said. "And we know the Chiss." "You are the Chiss," Tahiri's skiff slowed, and she added, "Maybe you're less worried about the Jedi than about your old friends." "We are taught," Rhea insisted. "But we were Chiss once, and we understand how dangerous it is to underestimate them." The Saras dartships met the first defoliator, and swallowed it in a cloud of gray, whirling slivers. The defoliator continued toward Ru's amber disk, engulfed in a halo of silver sparkles as the insect pilots hurled their tiny fighters against its shields. The force grew heavy with anguish and admiration for their sacrifice, and Jaina was surprised to feel her own throat closing with emotion. Usually, she felt nothing when she entered battle, not fear or excitement or dread. Usually, she was too focused on the fighting to experience any emotions at all. The Chiss clock raft circled back and began to make runs along the length of the defoliator's hull, driving the Saras dartships off and giving the larger vessel time to refresh its shields. The stealth XS had to make their move now, or they would never reach the defoliators in time. Jaina pushed her throttles forward and broke for the amber moon, Ru. Tessar, the second best pilot on the team, started for Zbo, while Zek, Alma, and Lobaka all began a high-arcing maneuver that would drop them down on the last two defoliators. "Rhea taught, the Jedi are starting their run." Jason's voice was sharp. "And we're not going to be much of a diversion alone." There was a moment of silence, then a vague tide of alarm rose in the force. "Slow down!" Rhea cummed. "The dartships can't catch you." Jaina checked her tactical display and found a blue cloud of taut dartships sweeping up from the bottom of the display, following Rhea's little scout lancet after Tahiri. At the top of the screen, both Chiss defoliators were fully engulfed in swarms of Saras and Al-Ala, with the curved horizons of Ru and Zbo hanging high in the corners. The main body of the Chiss task force remained in the center of the display, the clock raft escorts hanging back just far enough to make the last two defoliators an inviting target. What were they up to? Jaina's astromech changed scale, and suddenly her tactical display was a mass of friendly blips, the Saras dartships, whirling around the defoliators she had targeted. The friendly blips were winking out by the dozens. Jaina checked her estimated time to attack. 5 seconds, but she sensed that Tessar needed 7. She armed 2 proton torpedoes, then added a sweeping curve to her approach and came in behind the battle. Outside her cockpit, space was a tightly wound ball of orange rocket trails swirling around the blue glow of the defoliator's big ion drives. A pair of dartships blossomed in scarlet as they exploded against the shields of an oncoming cloak raft, but a third collided with its wing. The clock raft pilot lost control and went corkscrewing into Ru's thin atmosphere. Assuming he survived the crash, Jaina knew he would be taken into the Saras nest and treated as a welcome guest. Unless they were clearly being attacked, none of the Korriban nests seemed to have any real concept of enemy. Jaina tried to pick a route through the mad tangle of dartships, but it was like trying to avoid drops in a rainstorm. 2 seconds from her launching point, a Saras bounced off her shields, and her canopy went black to prevent her from being blinded by the white flash of an exploding rocket. By the time the tinting paled an instant later, 3 Chiss clock raft were coming at Jaina head-on, pouring a steady torrent of cannon bolts in her general direction. She did a half-roll slip, taking 2 hits on her forward shield as she passed through the third fighter's stream of fire, then loosed her first torpedo. Nothing if not well-trained, the Chiss adjusted their aim instantly, targeting on the weapon's origination point. Jaina's forward shields flared into a white wavering wall of heat, and shrieking overload alarms filled the cockpit. She released the second torpedo and jinked hard to port. More Chiss brought their craft to bear, barely grazing her with a blue inferno that was nevertheless enough to bring her shields down with a final, warning screech. The air grew acrid with the smell of fused circuits, and warning messages that Jaina could not read through the smoke began to scroll down her status display. Just keep the masking systems up, Sneaky, Jaina ordered her droid, taking the Stealth X through an unpredictable coil of reversing rolls. If those guys get a sensor read on us, we'll really be in trouble. The droid replied with a cynical whistle. Jaina continued to maneuver until, a second later, the torrent of cannon fire ceased for an instant, and she knew that Chiss had been momentarily blinded by her passing torpedoes. She pushed the stick up and to the left, circling out of the dart ship tangle as quickly as she could and climbing for the stars, where her dark craft would not be silhouetted against Koriba's scintillating rings. A pair of bright dots flared through the smoke in Jaina's cockpit, and she leaned closer to her tactical display. 2 shrinking circles of light indicated that her proton torpedoes had detonated where she intended, just behind the defoliator's thrust nozzles. The big ship was already beginning to swing off course, rising into a tight banking turn that would carry it into Koriba's gravity well if the crew did not regain control soon. Jaina allowed herself a moment of self-congratulation, just so her wingmates would know she had completed her assignment. Then the Saras swarm began to drift back toward Ru, leaving the crippled defoliator to recover control and flee. Even now, after 2 months of living and fighting with the Tot, Jaina was awed by the insect's complete lack of spite. Once a threat had been turned away, they never attempted to cause it more harm. Jaina's admiration was mirrored in the Force by that of the other Jedi, and her thoughts turned to the other 3 defoliators. Give me an overall sitrep, Sneaky, and clean this smoke out of the cockpit. Jaina finally realized that she was reflexively using the Force to keep from coughing. I can barely see my display. A valve hissed open and cleared the air, then Jaina was hit by a wave of shock so sudden and powerful it reminded her of the time her X-Wing had been blown from under her at Kalarba. She automatically began a systems sweep, but knew before her gaze reached the life support readout that the alarm had come to her through the meld, from the 3 Jedi she had sent to stop the middle 2 defoliators. The tactical display showed the other 3 defoliators also drifting dead in space. But a new vessel had appeared on the far side of the battle, well positioned to prevent the Tot and Jedi from returning to their home nest. It was simultaneously bleeding clawcraft into space and sweeping the area with tractor beams, gathering up dart ships like flintnets in a net. Victory-class Star Destroyer. Jaina turned toward the battle zone and poured on velocity. Where did that come from? Sneaky let out a defensive tweet, then replayed a high-speed version of the last 10 seconds of tactical record. The vessel had simply appeared a few moments ago, after the Jedi had disabled the defoliators. Jaina grew instantly cold and emotionless inside. Cloaked. She wasted no time asking herself why she had failed to anticipate the tactic. Capable enemies always surprised you, but her thoughts did leap to the implications. Had the Star Destroyer been an escort, it would have revealed itself as soon as the nests moved against the defoliators. Instead, it had waited until the Jedi launched their proton torpedoes, betraying both their presence and their general location. It had come for them, using their own subterfuge against them. It had been one of Jag Fell's favorite tactics, when they had flown together against the Yuuzhan Vong. Jaina reached out toward the Star Destroyer, searching for his familiar presence, but could not find him among all the beings on the vessel, at least not in the middle of the battle. A burst of dismay swept through the Force, then a soft growl arose inside Jaina's head. Lobaka was caught in one of the tractor beams. She wondered how bad, then had a brief vision in which dart ships were flying past in a black, swirling wall, and the cockpit was filled with the screaming whine of overloaded fusel thrust engines. Jaina felt Tessar reaching out to Lobaka, urging him to hold on until he and Jaina could get there. They might be able to shut down the tractor beam if they could destroy its generators. But none of the Jedi knew what the tractor beam generators on a Chiss Star Destroyer looked like, or where to find them. Lobaka thought they were being foolish, that they would only get themselves captured by trying something so risky. The best way to help him was to avoid falling into the Chiss trap themselves. A swell of anger rose in the force. Jaina was still too far from the battle to see anything more than a hazy cloud of dart ships silhouetted against Koribu's gleaming rings, but the tactical display showed more than a dozen claw crafts swarming Jason and Tahiri, methodically herding them toward the Star Destroyer's tractor beams. Supported by a throng of Tot, they were fighting back valiantly, opening one hole after the other in the enemy formation. The Chiss always managed to cut them off and drive them back toward the sweeping tractor beams. Then a cloak raft designator vanished. Another turned yellow and spiraled through the ring system and out of the system. Jaina felt Alma and Zek urging Tahiri and Jason to accelerate through the gap. 2 of 3 cloak raft moving to cut them off also lost control and flew out of the battle. Then Tahiri and Jason were free, pulling away from their pursuers and weaving a crooked path among the few enemy fighters still in a position to attack. Tahiri's gratitude flooded the force, but quickly changed to astonishment when a cloak raft behind her exploded in a flash of static. A second one vanished an instant later, then a third turned yellow on Jaina's display and broke into 2 parts. Tahiri's shock was overpowered by Alma's glee, then almost instantly by Zek's righteous fury. "This is wrong," Zek raged. He was furious with Alma. She was killing for revenge. But Alma did not think so. She felt she was only killing to teach them a lesson, to make them understand there were consequences. Jaina added her anger to Zek's. Alma had violated the unspoken rules of the conflict. She had killed without purpose. When the Chiss reviewed their battle vids, they would feel bound to retaliate in kind. Alma didn't care, and Tot seemed to agree. The hundreds of dart ships not yet swept up in the tractor beams began to coalesce in tightly knit balls, moving with eerie precision into the path of oncoming cloak raft. Chiss fighters began to explode as though they were crashing into asteroids. The conflict was turning into an all-out battle. Sensing Jaina's alarm, Tahiri opened a comm channel. "Rheatot, call off the dart ships. Our last attacks were mistakes." "They did not feel like mistakes," Rhea countered. "They felt good." "This battle is getting out of hand," Tahiri responded, echoing Jaina's feelings. Rhea was Chiss. "She knows what will happen if you continue." Rhea fell silent, but the dart ships continued to attack. Jaina found her frustration with Alma growing. The Twi'lek was a fine pilot, but she was too wild, too quick to surrender to the pearl of hatred that had been accreting inside her since the death of her sister, Numa. Now Alma's anger would spread across the Jewel system like a nova blast. When the Tot continued to attack, Jason said, "Rheatot, the Chiss will return with bigger ships. They'll attack the nests directly, and Tot will be destroyed. All the Koribu nests will be destroyed. What difference does it make? Our nests are already dying." Rhea's voice grew icy. "But Lobaka must not be captured." The Force resonated with agreement. None of the Jedi wanted to see their friend captured, but Lobaka was calling the shots. He was the one in trouble. "Lobaka can take care of himself," Tahiri said. "And if he is captured, what the Tot are doing now will only hurt him." "Lobaka won't be captured," Rhea said. "The colony does not wish it." The Tot continued to place themselves in front of their enemies, but instead of pursuing Tahiri and Jason all the more ferociously, the cloak raft peeled away, giving them a clear route to freedom. Jaina exhaled in relief. At least Jag, or whoever was commanding this task force, still had the sense to back off before the conflict escalated. Then a new tractor beam shot out from the Star Destroyer, capturing Tahiri, Jason, and, judging by their surprise and anger, Alma and Zek. Jaina cursed at the same time she heard Tessar's irate hiss in her ears. It was not easy to lock onto a wildly dodging spacecraft visually, but if a beam crew knew the calm frequency being used by the target, they could follow the carrier wave straight to their victim. And while Leia had not initiated the contact with Tahiri, she had kept the young Jedi talking until the cloak raft dispersed. Jaina was close enough to the battle now that she could see the laser cannons flashing inside the whirling cloud of dart ships. Four waving fingers of darkness marked the areas where the tractor beams were sweeping the tot out of space, slowly pulling them toward the Star Destroyer. The vessel itself resembled a grave version of the Empire's old Victory-class Star Destroyers, save that it was a little sleeker, longer, and narrower, with a conical hull that gave it a menacing, needle-like appearance. It was impossible to tell where the bridge was located. It was not in the Chiss nature to reveal such a crucial detail just for the looking, but a dome-shaped bulge amidships probably housed the cloaking equipment that had masked the vessel's approach. Jaina dropped the nose of her StealthX and started a fast approach toward the bow of the Star Destroyer, then felt Tessar's excitement starting to mount as he initiated his own run. An image of his view of the ship appeared in the back of her mind. He seemed to be approaching from the opposite end, more or less head-on toward Jaina. They would have to be careful to avoid a collision. "Sneaky, give me a 10-mag view of the area around the route of the nearest tractor beam," Jaina ordered. Risky or not, she could not let the Chiss reel in 4 Jedi. Over the comm, Leia said, "We will have you free in a minute, friends." Not criffing likely, Jaina thought. Half of the tot were already being sucked toward the Star Destroyer's capture bays, and the rest were too busy hurling themselves in front of cloak raft to disable any tractor beams. "Help is coming," Leia's voice was reassuring. "The Museum are almost here." The timely assurance raised the hair on the back of Jaina's neck. Recalling Tot's uncanny ability to sense what food she and the other Jedi were longing for, she began to wonder what else Leia could sense. Tessar began to think Leia was a better spy than they had thought. Projecting his thoughts openly into the battle meld, he wondered if he should eliminate her. Jaina had the mental image of Tessar selecting Leia's lancet as a primary target, but realized instantly that the variable was only trying to test whether Leia knew what was happening in the battle meld. He was passing over the stern of the Star Destroyer, and could not have targeted her if he wished. When Leia did not fall for the ploy, Jaina checked her tactical display and found a blue storm of Museum dart ships cascading down from the direction of Isle and Julio, just as promised. "Sneaky, do an EM sweep of the hull," Jaina ordered. She still did not see how the arrival of the fresh swarm was going to save Lobaka and the others. "We might get lucky and locate an energy output that will tell us where those generators are." Sneaky whistled in acknowledgement, then the image on her display switched to a rectangular portal set into a field of gray durasteel. The tractor beam itself was invisible, save for a few distortion ripples that suggested it was a very powerful beam indeed, one designed to drag in unwilling ships. As Jaina had feared, the portal was protected by a grid of blue energy, a repulsor screen designed to prevent someone from disabling the beam by dropping a piece of ordnance into it. The Chiss were far too good to overlook something that obvious. "Go to 5 mag, Jaina ordered. The beam portal grew small in her display, and the white cave of a capture bay appeared beneath it. Jaina could see a pair of weapons turrets flanking a transparent steel viewing panel set high in the innermost wall, but no hint of the tractor beam generator. Sneaky piped a warning, and Jaina looked up to see the Star Destroyer stretched out before her like the long gray plane of an empty speeder lot. The beam cannons, big and small, remained silent in their sunken firing pits, a sure sign that the gunners still had not detected the approaching stealth excess. "Anything on that EM sweep, Sneaky?" Jaina asked. The droid tootled a negative, and Jaina sensed that the same was true for Tessar. It was beginning to look like they would have to do this the hard way. The Jedi would have to eject and destroy their ships. Tahiri did not want to leave her living ship. It was a gift from Zona Masikit, and it was a friend. But her only other choice was to let herself be captured, and Jaina forbade that. She would go EV with Jason and everyone else. 10 seconds. Lobaka did not have 10 seconds. 5, if he was lucky. 3 then. Give us 8! Rhea pleaded. No doubt now about whether she could read their emotions in the Force. The Muyam are almost here. Sure, enough time for your friends to capture Lobaka's StealthX, Jaina thought. 2 seconds. Tessa urged Jaina to wait. The Muyam were attacking. Jaina glanced at her display and saw a single, tightly packed arrow of Muyam designators driving through a screen of Chiss cloakraft like a blaster bolt through a tunic. The Star Destroyer opened up with all bearing batteries, hitting the mass with a devastating fusillade that would have torn a minor moon in half. The Muyam did not even slow down. Long furrows of dart ships vanished into fiery nothingness, and the swarm simply flowed into the open spaces, shrinking a little, but continuing toward the Star Destroyer amidships. No, Rhea! Jaina ordered. Stop them! Lobaka went EV, and Jaina lost all hope of bringing the conflict back under control. The Muyam took another volley of laser cannons and continued on as before, coalescing into a single black harpoon aimed at the heart of the Chiss Star Destroyer. Lobaka's StealthX detonated in the mouth of the capture bay, taking with it 50 square meters of deck and several dozen dart ships, but doing nothing whatsoever to interrupt the tractor beam. Jaina rolled away from the Star Destroyer and started firing, trying to force as many clawcraft as possible away from Tahiri and the other captured Jedi. Tessa dropped in behind Jaina, firing to kill as a string of brave Chiss pilots jumped on her tail. Finally, the Muyam reached the Star Destroyer. On her tactical display, Jaina glimpsed the lead dart ships crashing into the vessel's particle shields, vaporizing themselves in an ever-broadening circle of light and fire. She thought for one moment that the suicide attack would come to no more than that the entire Muyam swarm would simply smash itself against the powerful Chiss shields. Then the shields crackled, flashed, and fell. The Muyam assault smashed into the hull in a conflagration of rocket fuel and fire and burned through within seconds. Bodies and equipment began to tumble from the breached hull, but the swarm continued to pour through, streaming through the inner hull and spreading along the corridors to all the hidden corners of the vessel. Within moments, long tongues of flame began to lick out of the gun turrets, and towers of white fire started to shoot from the discharge vents. A wave of explosions shook the Star Destroyer, and the hull began to come apart. Jaina was shaken by an all-too-familiar wave of anguish and fear. Then a rip seemed to open in the Force as the huge vessel began to disintegrate from the inside. The tractor beam sputtered into nothingness, and a sense of relief permeated the Force as Tahiri, and Alma, and Zek finally regained control of their craft. A Chiss fighter appeared in front of Jaina, coming at her head-on and pouring angry streams of blaster bolts more or less in her direction. Jaina returned fire automatically, and she did not notice how her hand was shaking until after the cloakraft exploded. Jaina reached out for Lobaka and felt him drifting away, frightened and odd and lonely. "We'll find you," she promised. But he would have to stay open to the meld, he would have to help them find him. She'll be doing well, Lobaka thought, just to save herself. 14. After a week of travel and 3 off-course jumps, the dark banded surface of Koribu's night side was finally swelling in the shadow's forward viewport, biting an ever larger crescent from the blue-green sun behind it. The planet was girded by a spectacular ring system. and the dusky shadows of its penumbra were brightened by a litter of twinkling moons. But Luke's gaze kept drifting to the velvet void beyond, to a few bright stars where the Chiss frontier hung stretched like the web of some dark, deadly spider better left undisturbed. The Chiss prided themselves on never being the aggressor people. By their own law, they never attacked first. Their military doctrine took the edict even farther, decreeing that an enemy must attack them within ascendancy space before they responded. So Luke did not understand how the Chiss had ended up in a border conflict when both sides acknowledged that the colony was still over a light year from the border. Perhaps doctrine had changed. After all, the war with the Yuuzhan Vong had changed almost everything else. And Luke knew from his last journey into the unknown regions that there were things happening out here that the Galactic Alliance still did not understand. The number of Chiss ruling houses had been reduced from 9 to 4 for some unknown reason, and the Empire of the Hand had mysteriously vanished. So it certainly seemed possible the Chiss had changed their doctrine. Still, Luke doubted that the Chiss would abandon their most basic tenet, the prohibition against attacking first. The law had stood for 1,000 years, and Thrawn, the Chiss Grand Admiral who had nearly defeated the New Republic single-handedly, had been exiled from the Ascendancy for violating it. To Luke, there was only one logical conclusion. The colony had brought this conflict on itself, or Raynar had. Just the thought of what Raynar had become filled Luke with guilt and sorrow. The MYRKR mission had cost his nephew Anakin and 6 other young Jedi their lives, and Raynar had suffered horribly, alone and with no reasonable hope of rescue. Could he be blamed for becoming the entity that he was now? It was war, Mara said softly from the pilot's seat. She glanced up at the activation reticle in the canopy, then looked at Luke in the section that mirrored over. You're not responsible for what happened. Billions of good people were lost. I know that, Luke said. The blue star was completely hidden behind Koribu's dark side now, and the yellow ring system looked as though it encircled a ghost planet. But Raynar isn't lost. I may be able to bring Raynar back. You dream big, Skywalker, Mara said, shaking her head. But it's not going to happen this time. For better or worse, Raynar is entwined with the colony. I doubt that they can be separated. You're probably right, Luke said. But something here feels wrong. Define wrong, Mara ordered. Something to do with Raynar? Maybe. It frightens me when Jedi become emperors. The galaxy had a bad experience with that, Mara admitted. But Raynar is hardly another Palpatine. He seems very concerned about his, people. For now, Luke said. But how long before power becomes the end instead of the means? So it's your job to set it right? Mara asked. We have enough to worry about in the Galactic Alliance. The galaxy is larger than the Galactic Alliance. And the Jedi can't be responsible for all of it, Mara retorted. There was a long silence while they continued the discussion on a deeper, more intimate level, wrapping themselves around the other's viewpoint, trying to understand completely, but also searching for a way to consolidate what seemed to be opposing opinions. Such moments were one of the secret buttresses of their marriage. They understood how they fit together. How each had strengths and insights that complemented the weaknesses and blind spots of the other. And they had learned early in their relationship, during a desperate, 3-day hike fleeing Imperials in a Vornsker-filled forest, that their future always looked brighter when they relied on each other. But this time there seemed no way to reconcile their concerns. Jedi resources were already stretched too thin to try separating Raynar from the colony, even if Luke could convince the rest of the council that it was the right thing to do. Yet he could not escape the feeling that something important had fallen out of balance, that his Jedi Knights were busy plugging vac holes while their ship flew down a black hole. Life was a lot simpler when we could just draw a lightsaber and cut the bad guy down to size, Luke said. Mara smiled. Simpler, not necessarily easier. They were close enough to Korribu now that its moons had begun to resolve into colored shapes, from twinkling yellow specks to creamy fist-sized disks. Luke counted 25 different satellites glimmering in the penumbral grayness to either side of the gas giant's murky face, and the navigation display revealed another 30 hidden in the complete darkness of Umbra. Luke reached out in the Force. A diffuse insect presence blanketed 6 different moons, all currently clustered together near the penumbra's outer edge. Jaina and most of the other Jedi seemed to be on a moon near the center of the group, and, to his great relief, they exhibited only a hint of the joiner double presence. But Lobacca was floating a little behind the group, just inside Korribu's pitch-black umbra, frightened and alone amid a mass of Chiss presences. One of the Jedi in the main group stirred beneath Luke's force touch, then extended a welcoming embrace. Luke recognized Jason's presence, but before he could respond with his own feeling of warmth, his nephew's voice sounded inside his head. Hurry. Jason seemed more concerned than alarmed, and Luke had the clear impression that things were about to get crazy. He raised a hand to point toward the moon with their Jedi, but Mara was already swinging the Shadow's nose toward it. He would have liked to open a hailing channel and raise Jaina on the comm, but there were certain to be ascendancy listening posts all over the system, and the less the Chiss knew about who was approaching, the better. Faster. Saba's voice came over a vessel-to-vessel tight beam channel that would be difficult for the Chiss to intercept. She was aboard the XR-808G serving as Juan's co-pilot until Tarfong recovered. It feels like our Jedi Knights are preparing a battle rage. You heard him too? Luke asked. Jason? Yes. Saba's breathing began to grow heavy and deliberate. It felt like they were about to go crazy. They must have found a great evil, or Tessar would never awaken the Hungry One. The Hungry One? Mara echoed. Take it easy, Saba. I don't think crazy means the same thing to humans as to bearbells. Saba's breathing slowed. No. It just means unpredictable, Luke said, amazed at how little he still understood bearbells. A bit out of control. Unpredictable? Saba's voice returned to normal. What a relief. This one does not like to set her mind aside. Grimacing at the thought of a variable robbed of all restraint, Luke brought up a tactical display and found a trio of frigates drifting in unpowered orbit near Lobacca's presence. They were being tended by a swarm of rescue craft, with a shield of clawcraft fighters hovering between them and the Killik-occupied moons. Floating just above the ring system were several massive chunks of flotsam that gave Luke a very bad feeling. R2, give me a composition analysis on that debris in the middle of the Chiss task force. R2-D2 tweeted in listless acknowledgement, and a moment later the analysis appeared in an inset on Luke's screen. The flotsam was metallic, irregular, and mostly hollow. Starship pieces. Luke started to comment that there had been a battle, but stopped when he heard a pair of small feet slapping onto the flight deck behind him. Hurry! Ben cried from the door. Jason needs us. Luke turned to find his son charging forward in his night tunic, his red hair still pillow-mussed, and his eyes bleary with sleep. Luke opened his arms. You heard Jason? Nana clomped onto the deck behind him. I apologize. He woke and jumped up before I could get to him. She extended her hand, saying to Ben, Come back to bed. It was only a dream. Luke motioned her to wait. It wasn't. He hoisted Ben onto his knee. We heard Jason, too. Ben's mouth dropped open. You did? Yes, Luke answered. Through the Force. This brought a flash of alarm to Ben's eyes. It's okay, Ben, Mara said in a soothing voice. There's nothing to be scared of. You touched the Force all the time, when you were younger. During the war, I know. Ben stretched his arms toward Nana. I want to go back to bed. Luke didn't lift him toward the droid. You're sure? We're coming up on Korriban now. Ben's face lit briefly in delight when he glanced forward, but he quickly turned back to Nana. I'm still tired. Really? Luke frowned inside, but passed Ben to the droid. We'll wake you when we see Jason and Jaina. Okay. Ben buried his cheek on Nana's synth-flesh shoulder and looked away. After the droid had taken him off the flight deck, Luke said, He's afraid of it. Clearly. Mara's voice was sharp, but Luke sensed it was only because she was worried about Ben. Maybe he thinks the Force is why his cousin and so many other Jedi died. Maybe, Luke said. It would be nice to have a reason we understood. But you don't think that's it? I guess not, Luke said. When it comes to anything else, he's just too adventurous and confident, sometimes even reckless. Noting that the Falcon was already drifting into a standard defensive formation, while Juin's XR-808G continued to speed ahead, Luke opened a tight beam channel to both vessels. Not so fast, Xer, he said. Until we know what that battle was about. There was a battle. Juin gasped. Check your readouts, Han cummed from the Falcon. When he received only dead silence in response, he added, You do have the standard reconnaissance suite? We have 2 pairs of electro-binoculars, Saba informed them, acting as the XR-808G's co-pilot. And only one of us is small enough to use them. As Han chided the Celestin for this lack, Mara said to Luke, Heads up. What's that? Luke checked his tactical display and found a torrent of Killik dart ships streaming out of Korriban's shadow. Frowning because he had not sensed any nests in that area, he turned to ask R2-D2 to double-check the readings, and found the little droid leaning against his interface arm, slowly twisting the information buffer back and forth in the socket. Alarmed at how the droid seemed to be deteriorating, Luke promised himself that he would schedule some maintenance time and looked out the forward viewport instead. It took only a moment to see the sensors were not mistaken. An elongated oval of tiny white flecks was pouring into the gray shadows of the planet's penumbra, moving to position itself in front of the 6 moons where Luke had sensed Killiks. This isn't standard procedure, Juin said. The XR-808G continued toward the Killik moons. They must be nervous because of the battle. Then what are you doing? Han asked. Shouldn't we slow down? The sooner they see us, the better, Juin said. Once they realize we're only flying transports, they'll return to their usual routine. Insects are very advanced. They always follow standard procedure. Luke wasn't so sure. He reached out to the dart ships and sensed nothing definite, only the same vague uneasiness that he had felt before the tower collapsed on Yago. He knew that Mara felt it too. Captain Juin, I think you should come back, Luke cummed. We can't feel those pilots in the Force. You place too much faith in your ancient sorcery, Master Skywalker, Juin said. In running the blockade, Escape from Yavin, Captain Solo clearly illustrated the value of a confident approach. What did I tell you about those history vids? Han warned. The Force isn't just some hokey religion. This stuff works. So does procedure, Captain Solo, Juin said. That's why you're paying me the big credits. Let me do my job. The dart ships continued to stream out of the umbra, gathering in a wall of swirling, flickering orange between them and the Killik moons. The XR-808G accelerated. Captain Jun, I think you should reconsider. Though Luke spoke more forcefully, he resisted the temptation to tell Saba to take control of the XR-808G. The Jedi may have developed a ruthless streak during the war, but they still stopped short of fomenting mutiny. After the attack on Jagoy. What attack? Jun asked. The building collapse? Saba rasped. But that was determined to be an accident. Not by us, it wasn't, Han answered. The XR-808G's running lights began to flash in ancient blink code. Luke looked to his display, but instead of the translation he had expected, he found only the blip storm of approaching dart ships. R2! R2-D2 emitted a surprised clunk, then trilled a short question. The X's blink code, that's what? Luke said. How about a translation? R2-D2 droned wearily, and the translation began to scroll across the screen. This is the XR-808G, flagship of Juntar Commercial, with 2 sister ships bearing supplies for the Jedi warriors. Please signal your intention to provide safe escort. Juntar Commercial? Han complained over the comm. Flagship? I didn't think Celestins had that much imagination. Luke looked back to R2-D2. Any answer from the Killiks? R2-D2 tweeted a sharp no. The dart ships began to stream toward the XR-808G, bleeding a swath of orange rocket flame through Koraba's shadow. Jun, get out of there now! Han's voice made the comm speakers pop. Time to cut and run, or you're fired. Jun was already swinging around, but the dart ships put on a burst of speed and shot across the last few kilometers in an eye blink, engulfing the XR-808G in a whirling cloud of rocket light and splinter-shaped hulls. Luke felt a sudden spike of Celestin fear and variable anger, then bursts of silver light began to erupt around the transport. Jun's voice came over the S-Thread emergency channel. Urgent. His voice was terrified but steady. This is Captain J. Jun of the XR-808G requesting immediate assistance. We are under attack just off Koribu in the Jewel system, coordinates. Enough procedure, already. Han said over the normal comm. We know the situation. Copy, Jun said. The channel crackled as the XR-808G's shields fell, then the comm erupted into a steady, deep rumble. We just lost our drives. Request plan update. I'll be there in a minute, Han cummed. Just sit tight. Cop. The signal disintegrated into a series of loud bangs, and the Falcon started forward. We'll take this one, Shadow, Leia cummed. Hang here and cover our stern. Why don't you cover our stern? Mara suggested. You're better armed. Because the Shadow has yacht-class drive units, Han said. If you latch onto that transport, it'll take you a week to get moving. You have us there, Mara admitted. The XR-808G's blaster cannons began to fire indiscriminately, blowing whole swaths clear of dart ships, and the anger that Saba had been pouring into the battle meld turned to hunt glee. We're going in, Leia cummed. Just keep your ion drives hot. We may have to scoot out of here in a hurry. Copy. Luke was just as worried about Han and Leia as he was about Jun and Saba. The Falcon packed a powerful punch and boasted military-grade shields, but her legendary speed would not be available if she was dragging along a transport almost as large as she was. Just be as fast as you can. Check that, Mara said. I think you're scaring them off. Luke glanced at his tactical display and saw that the dart ships were swinging away from the XR-808G, leaving the Falcon a clear path to rescue Juin and Tarfon. Maybe those guys aren't as homicidal as we thought, Luke said. Could this be a communications problem? It wasn't a communications problem when that tower fell, Mara said. And I don't like the way those dart ship pilots feel. Shadowy, Luke agreed. Like they're hiding in the Force. The dart ships hooked around and began a ferocious acceleration on a course opposite the Falcons, back toward the pitch blackness of Corvus Umbra. They're sure in a hurry, Luke said. He switched scales, searching for any sign that the Chiss were moving against the Killiks, or the Killiks gathering for an assault on the Chiss. Everything looked quiet on both fronts. The dart ship's swarm split into two groups, one accelerating at twice the rate of the other. I didn't know methane rockets could provide so much thrust, Mara said. None of this makes sense. R2-D2 beeped, then scrolled a message across their displays. These Killiks are flying hydrogen rockets. By the time the Falcon's tractor beam had caught hold of the XR-808G, a 2-kilometer gap had opened between the two sets of dart ships. The swarms continued to accelerate toward the planet's umbra until the faster one was past the shadow, then both groups pivoted around and came shooting back for a flank attack. Look sharp! Luke warned. They're coming back for us. CM, Leia replied coolly. Thanks. The Falcon began to accelerate, but hardly with her usual speed. She was dragging the XR-808G along, drawing it in slowly because the two transports were so close in size. Working any faster, Luke knew, meant risking the tractor beam's grasp, or smashing the derelict into the Falcon. The dart ships continued to close, and it quickly grew apparent the Falcon could not outrun them without setting the XR-808G adrift. Luke started to suggest that they let Juin and Saba go EV so the shadow could pick them up on the way past, but the slow swarm suddenly stopped and began to form a wall between the shadow and the Falcon. The second, faster swarm continued to pursue the shadow from behind. This doesn't look good, Mara said. R2, start plotting escape vectors. The droid tweetled an acknowledgement and went to work. They drew us in, Mara said. I'm ashamed. They're going to a lot of trouble to get us, Luke said. What I want to know is why. That was the question he held in his mind as he reached for Jason and Jaina in the Force. Raynar had been unwilling, or unable, to discuss the Yago attack honestly, but Luke felt sure his niece and nephew would prove much more open. In reply, he received only an impression of confusion. Same story as on Yage, Mara observed. Nobody knows anything. R2-D2 tweeted an announcement. The shadow lacked enough current velocity to escape unscathed. No matter which way they turned, the fast swarm would have a 30-second window of attack, and that assumed the shadow suffered no damage to her drive units. Nana's voice came over the intercom. Shall I take Ben to the docking bay? Not yet, Mara said. I really think you should take Ben and flee in the StealthX, Master Skywalker, the droid insisted. The shadow's odds of survival are certain, Mara growled. Her gaze slid across the mirrored canopy toward Luke. Right? Right, Luke said. They had rehearsed just this situation many times. We're fine. Closing his mind to external distractions, Luke began a focusing exercise, breathing into his nose, filling his belly diaphragm with air, then exhaling slowly out his mouth. He barely felt the shadow shudder as the first dart ships began to pelt her shields with balls of primitive chemical explosives, and when Han's voice came over the comm, he heard the words only with his ears. Why aren't you on an escape vector? Is R2 on the blink again? Negative that, Mara answered. She lowered the Shadow's blaster cannon and began to fire indiscriminately into the cloud of swirling dart ships. We're okay. You don't look okay, Han said. We'll cut the Exa loose and circle back too. Negative, Mara snapped. You do that, we'll never get free of these pests. Keep going, and don't look back. Luke has a trick up his sleeve. Copy. It was Leia this time. If you're sure. We're sure. Mara closed the channel, then, as the Shadow's shuddering worsened, added, I think. Luke was sure. By then, he had opened himself wide to the Force, and it was pouring in from all sides, filling him with a maelstrom of power, imbuing his whole body with its energy. A bang sounded back in the engineering bay as a power circuit overloaded, then the lights dimmed as R2-D2 redistributed shield power. Luke felt a surge of anxiety from Mara, but pushed it to one side so he could concentrate on the task at hand. He formed an imaginary picture of the Shadow's exterior, then expanded it into the Force, moving it from his mind out into the cockpit. Mara turned around and inspected the image carefully, then said, Looks good. Luke continued to enlarge the image, extending it into every corner of the vessel, taking his time to absorb the attributes that made up the Shadow's sensor signature. He began to grow tired, but ignored his fatigue and expanded the illusion until it covered the entire ship like an imaginary skin. Another bang sounded in the engineering bay. This time, before R2-D2 could redistribute power, the sound was followed by the muffled thuds of several hull hits. Mara hit the crash alert, closing all airtight doors and activating the pressure stop-loss systems, then spoke over the intercom. Nana, get Ben into his vac suit. I've already done that, the droid responded. We're waiting at our evacuation station now. Perhaps you should come. Nana, you short-circuit, Ben's voice said. We're fine. Dad said so. Trying not to be distracted by his son, or by the steadily growing shudder of the barrage of dartship attacks, Luke brought to mind another image of the Shadow, this time with a black, star-speckled veneer that resembled the emptiness of deep space. Instead of absorbing the ship's sensor signature, however, he blanketed it with a layer of cold emptiness. Once the illusory skins were in place, he carefully adjusted them, drawing the masking image tight against the hull here, pushing the counterfeit out a little there. The effort of maintaining both illusions began to deplete the energy running through him, so Luke opened himself up completely, using his fear for Ben's life, his anger at the insects that were threatening it, to draw more force into himself. Every centimeter of his body began to nettle with its sting, and a faint aura arose from his skin. A third bang sounded from the engineering bay. How about that decoy, Skywalker? Mara asked. Our shields can't take. Luke released the outer skin. Go! Mara shoved the throttles to overload, then, half a second later, shut down the drives. The Shadow slid out of her double and, still masked by the dark veneer Luke had constructed, glided quietly away from the Force illusion. The shuddering stopped. Luke continued to maintain both illusions, the Force pouring through him like fire, burning more fiercely every moment. He was drawing more energy than his body was conditioned to endure, literally burning himself up from the inside. It was not really a dark side act. To a modern Jedi, the dark side was more a matter of intent than deed, but it felt that way to him. According to Mara, this was what happened to Palpatine, and Luke believed her. He could feel himself aging, his cells weakening, the membranes growing thin and the cytoplasm simmering, the nuclei coming apart. The air around him began to crackle with static. R2-D2 extended a fire extinguisher and started toward Luke, squealing in alarm. "It's okay, R2," Mara said. "He knows how far to push it. He's not going to ignite." "I hope," she added silently. On Luke's tactical display, the illusionary shadow, the real one was not visible even to her own sensors, was slowly drifting toward the bottom of the screen, still surrounded by a cloud of attacking dart ships. A small inset was counting down the seconds remaining until the force-cloaked shadow would be far enough from the dart ships to restart the drives and flee. The way Luke was hurting, 30 seconds seemed like an eternity. "We're bringing June and Saba aboard now," Leia cummed. Her voice was filled with the concern that Luke felt in the Force. "Do you need help?" They could not answer for fear that the dart ships would notice the calm waves and discover the shadow's true position. Instead, Mara reached out to Leia through the Force, trying to assure her that everything was fine. Though the message would have been clearer coming from Luke, his body was starting to tremble and spark, and he needed all his concentration just to fight his exhaustion. The XR-808G began to drift away from the Falcon on the tactical display, and the Solos started a sweeping turn back toward the battle. Luke felt Mara protesting through the Force, but the Falcon only began to pick up speed. Leia was angry with them for trying to be heroes. The situation wasn't that bad. "Stang!" Mara cursed. "That... Mum!" Ben called, peeking around the corner. He was in his vac suit, with the helmet visor open. "Dad says we're not supposed to say stang." "Your father's right," Mara said. "Aren't you supposed to be at your evacuation station with Nana?" "We were, but then the shuddering stopped and..." Ben's gaze drifted over to Luke's glowing, anguished form, and his eyes bulged with horror. "What's wrong with Dad?" "Nothing. I'll explain later." Mara activated the intercom. "Nana." The droid appeared behind Ben. "Master Ben." She swept him up and retreated aft. "The drill is never over until we hear the all clear." Luke's skin felt as dry as a Tatooine lake, and tiny halos of golden light were starting to appear around his fingertips. The Falcon was on a straight heading and accelerating toward the dart ships. The inset on the tactical display showed 3 seconds too. Mara brought the sublight drives back online. Luke let the illusions drop and slumped into his chair, his skin prickling and his hair standing on end as the last of the Force energy left his body. Han's voice came immediately over the calm. "What the blazes?" The Falcon made a hard turn away from the confused dart ships. "Did you just tell her?" "Didn't I tell you not to look back?" Mara asked, her voice still that of a reproving mother. "Now fall in behind us and stay there." Sure." Han sounded more confused by her tone than he had been by the sudden change in the shadow's location. "Whatever you say." The calm went silent, and Mara let out a breath. "Chubba. Don't tell me I just talked to Han like he was a..." "It's okay," Luke assured her. "At heart, he's just an overgrown kid anyway." She activated a mirror section and looked back at him. "How are you feeling?" "Like I grabbed a power feed," he said. "Why is that so much harder than pushing a Star Destroyer around?" Mara smiled. "Just don't make a mess on my flight deck." Feeling in danger of doing just that, Luke started to rise, then caught a glimpse of himself in the mirrored section of canopy. His face was puffy and wrinkled, his skin sallow and dry, his eyes sunken and baggy and rimmed in red. He was starting to look like Palpatine. "Not by half," Mara assured him through the Force. "But get some rest," she said aloud. "If you push that stuff too hard, there's no telling what might happen." 15. The AWOL Jedi stood waiting in front of their makeshift squadron, a small eye of calm in a frenetic storm of insect activity. The knights were still wearing their rumpled flight suits, staring at the Shadow and Falcon as they landed. Tessar and Zek had the good grace to wear guilty expressions as well, but Jaina and Alma merely looked defiant. Jason and Tahiri betrayed no emotion at all. Mara took her time closing down the ship's systems, allowing their suspense to build, and giving herself a few moments to search the cavernous hangar for any hint of danger in the Force. There was no chance that Jaina or any of the others had been involved in the assault on the Shadow, but someone had attacked her family, and that someone had certainly looked like Killix. Unlike Luke, she was utterly convinced that Raynor Thull would do anything he thought necessary to keep Jaina and the others in the colony, even if that meant ambushing his old friends. Finally, when she could not find even a hint of danger, Mara joined the others in the Shadow's main cabin. Despite a 20-minute rest trance, Luke still looked like an escapee from a spice mine, with sallow skin and red-rimmed eyes. Ben was bright-eyed and eager to meet his cousins. He kept looking from his father to the door. Mara took his hand from Nana. "Ben, you understand that we have important business with Jaina and the others, don't you?" "I'm not a Gamorrean, Mom," he said. "I know we wouldn't come all the way out here if it was unimportant business." "Good. You can say hello to your cousins, but then Nana will take you to stay with Cockmame and Newall on the Falcon." She looked to Nana. "Ask them to lock down the ship. I don't care if it does offend the Killix." "I was about to suggest the same thing myself," Nana replied. Mara nodded, then opened the boarding hatch to the cloying, fuel-laced mugginess of the big hangar. Ben was off like a blaster bolt, racing down the stairs and throwing himself into Jaina's arms. She laughed and gave him a warm hug. "Nice to see you too, Ben," Jaina said. She stepped back and ran an appraising eye over him. "You've grown. It's been a whole year." He smiled mischievously, then added, "Boy, are you guys in trouble?" Mara, who was still only halfway down the stairs, cringed inwardly, but Jaina only smiled. "I imagine we are." "Well, I hope they don't take away your lightsaber or anything." This caused Jaina's eyes to flash, but Ben didn't seem to notice. He turned to Jason, who had matured into a handsome man with a thick beard and brooding brown eyes, and seemed unable to decide what he should do next. Jason smiled and extended his hand. "Hello, Ben. I'm your cousin Jason." "I know you." Ben took the hand and shook it. "You went away when I was 2. Did you find it?" The question puzzled Jason less than it did Mara. "Some of it," Jason answered. Ben's face fell. "So you're going back?" "No." Jason's tone changed to that of a person addressing an equal. "What I haven't found, I doubt I ever will." Ben nodded sagely, then glanced toward the Falcon, only now lowering her boarding ramp. "I have to go, but we can talk later." "Yes," Jason said. "I'll look forward to that." Ben took Nana's hand and started toward the Falcon, leaving nothing but an awkward silence between Mara and the AWOL Jedi. Though Luke was the informal leader of the Jedi Order, they had decided that she would be the one to confront them and put them on the defensive. That would leave Luke free to assume the role of judge, mentor, or friend, whatever was needed. Mara stopped a few steps away and studied the young Jedi Knights in silence, meeting each of their unblinking gazes in turn, trying to gauge their moods but finding only the unreadable durasteel of veteran killers. She did not recall when they had grown so hard. The Yuuzhan Vong had come, and it seemed to Mara that they had gone almost overnight from being teenage Jedi in training to seasoned warriors. After what they had seen in battle, after what they had done, it seemed ludicrous to think of them being in trouble. Jaina tolerated the scrutiny for only a few seconds, then stepped forward to give Mara a tentative hug. "This is a surprise." "I'm sure," Leia said, arriving from the Falcon with Han, C-3PO, and Saba. "Raynar didn't make it easy for us to find you." The glance of silent thanks that Leia flashed to Jacen did not go unnoticed by Jaina or the others, but Mara saw no sign that anyone seemed upset by it. "Raynar is afraid you'll try to take us back," Tahiri Vela said. Over the last 5 years, she had matured into a sinewy blonde woman, so much so that Mara might not have recognized her, if not for her bare feet and the 3 vertical scars the Yuuzhan Vong had left on her forehead. "And isn't that why you've come?" "It's good to see you too, kid," Han taunted. "What do you say we let Luke answer that and just say hello?" Tahiri's face melted into an expression of joy and chagrin. "Sorry, we were kind of in the middle of something." She opened her arms and went to Han, giving him a big, Wookiee-style hug. "It is good to see you, Han." When she started rubbing her arms across his back, Han shuddered and looked vaguely nauseated. Tahiri released him with a grin and embraced Leia as well, and the awkwardness finally faded between the 2 generations of Jedi. Han and Leia hugged Jacen and Jaina long and hard, fondly telling them both they had a lot of explaining to do and making them promise to do so later aboard the Falcon. Then the group exchanged greetings all around, and when they were done, Jaina quickly seized the initiative again. "So what are you doing here?" "Without us, I didn't think the Council would have any Jedi too." The sentence trailed off as her eyes drifted back to Luke's weary face, and her expression changed to one of dismay and fear. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Are you sick?" "I'm fine, just a little worn," Luke said. "We came to, talk about what's going on here." Jaina's relief was obvious, as was that of her companions. Only Jacen's expression did not change, and he had seemed unconcerned in the first place. He had been gone 5 years, and still he seemed less surprised than anyone by Luke's temporary appearance. Though Mara was being careful not to stare, Jacen gave her a small smile, letting her know that he had sensed her scrutiny. There was nothing menacing in the gesture, but it sent a cold prickle down her spine. As Palpatine's assassin, her life had often depended on her ability to hide her thoughts, both physically and in the Force. Yet Jacen had sensed her attention casually, the way he might have caught a young woman studying him from afar. Mara pretended not to notice and kept her gaze riveted on Jaina. "You've let down the entire order," she said, deliberately forcing the younger Jedi to try to excuse their actions. "Losing one of you would have been bad enough, but there's no way we could fill the holes left by all 5 of you." As Mara had expected, Jaina would not be intimidated. "Then how could the Order spare 4 Jedi to come talk to us?" "The Council felt the situation warranted it," Luke said. "And now the Order is short 9 Jedi." "Situation, Master Skywalker?" Tessa rasped. "Has something happened?" "You first," Mara demanded. This was not the way the Council normally dealt with its Jedi Knights, but she did not want this group taking advantage of Luke's patience, or his regret over the outcome of the MYKR mission. "What exactly are you doing here?" Jaina and the others shared a moment of silent communion, then, to everyone's surprise, Al-Marar stepped forward. "We're trying to prevent a war," she said. "Isn't that what Jedi are supposed to do?" Luke would not be baited into making this a discussion. "Go on." Zek spoke next. "You know about the call we'd all been feeling." Luke nodded. And Tahiri continued. "It wasn't something we could ignore, especially at the last." "We had to come," Tessa rasped. He looked to his mother. "It was like the mating call. We could think of nothing else until it was answered." They stopped, as if that had answered the question. That explains why you came, Leia said. It doesn't explain what you're doing. A chest-high killick with a green thorax and tiny wings came over and brushed Jaina's arm with an antenna, then thrummed something with its chest. She says the stealth XS are fed and rested, C-3PO translated proudly. Fueled and armed, Jaina corrected. She ran her arm down the killick's antenna, then said to it, Thanks. We'll be leaving shortly. Loie had to go EV, Zek explained. We're getting ready to bring him back. With shadow bombs? Mara asked. She pointed to a rack of proton torpedoes being dragged away from the Stealth XS by several killicks. Even from 10 meters away, it was apparent that the propellant charges had been replaced with packed baradium. That's not exactly rescue equipment. We might need to create a little diversion, Alma admitted. No kidding? Han scoffed. You mean to get past all those Chiss? Nobody's going anywhere. Mara directed this to Jaina. Not until we have some answers. Things are too far out of control. Jaina's face grew hard. I'm sorry, but I'm not leaving Loie out there another minute. Lobacca has dropped into a force hibernation, Luke interrupted. His eyes were half closed, his chin raised. He's safe for now. Jaina scowled and looked as though she wanted to argue, but she knew better than to doubt her uncle's word. The sooner we get those answers, kid, the sooner we get to Lobacca, Han said. Jaina and the others exchanged a few tense looks, then she nodded. Fine. You want to see what this is about, come with us. She led the way deeper into the hangar cavern, past rack after rack of dartship berths. Stacked a staggering 15 berths high, they were strewn with fueling lines and swarming with killick technicians. Their technology was unsophisticated, but the insects were incredibly efficient, working a dozen at a time in cramped spaces that would have had just 2 human technicians throwing hydrospanners at each other. The fuel-tinged air was permeated by a low, rhythmic rumble that sounded like machinery, but Mara soon realized it was coming from the creatures themselves. She turned to Tahiri, who was walking beside her, and asked, That sound, are they singing? It was Alma, walking at Luke's side, who answered. It's more like humming. They do it when they concentrate, Tessar added. The harder they work, the louder it grows. It's their part in the song of the universe, Tahiri explained. Doesn't sound like any song I've ever heard, Han said from a step ahead of Mara. In fact, I've heard more rhythm in a banda stampede. That's because you can't hear the whole song, Zek explained helpfully. Only insect species hear it all. Yeah? Han scowled and turned to Jason. Can you hear it? No. Jason flashed an imitation of Han's roguish smile. Then again, I've only been here about a month. Relax, Dad, Jaina called from the front of the group. We don't hear it either. Han let out an audible sigh of relief. Then Jaina suddenly stepped into an empty berth and ducked down a waxy passage that led out the back. C-3PO stopped outside the berth. That doesn't look like a proper corridor, Mistress Jaina. You could always stay here, 3PO, Han said, watching 6 killick workers carry a damaged dart ship past. I'll bet these guys are always looking for spare parts. I was just commenting, Captain Solo. C-3PO dropped into an awkward crouch that was half squat and half hunch, and they all followed Jaina into the passage. Sorry about this, Zek said from behind Mara. They weren't thinking of larger species when they dug these tunnels. No problem. We're not that old. Mara was bent over nearly double, so Zek had to be crawling on all 4s. Where are we going? You'll see, he said. We're almost there. The force ahead grew heavy with pain and fear, and the humid air began to smell of blood, burns, and bacta. A moment later, they emerged into a large oblong chamber lined by hundreds of hexagonal wall bunks. In the open areas of the room, hand-sized Killik healers were swarming over casualties from both sides, spitting antiseptic saliva into their wounds, spinning silk sealant into cracked chitin, slipping tiny pincers into torso punctures to pull shrapnel from internal organs. Low purrs of gratitude reverberated from the chest plates of the insect patients, but the Chiss, those who were still conscious, were staring at the creatures in horror. As the rest of the group stepped into the chamber behind Mara, a green triage nurse rushed over and brushed its antennae across Jaina's arm, then looked at Luke and thrummed a question. "Oh dear," C-3PO said. "She doesn't seem to know what's wrong with Master Luke." "Nothing's wrong with him, Tot," Jaina said to the insect. "We're all fine. We just wanted to see the infirmary." The triage nurse stepped closer to Luke and scrutinized him with its bulbous gaze, then clicked its mandibles doubtfully. "I'm sure." Jaina glanced at Mara. "Right?" "Oh yeah," Mara said. Even had there been something wrong with him, she would not have trusted the insects to fix it, not after what had become of Raynar. "I'm just a little burned out," Luke assured the Killik. The nurse spread its antennae in doubt, then scurried off to hold down a screaming Chiss. The patient did not seem pleased to have 3 Killik healers rummaging around inside his torso. "They are not being cruel," Tessar said. "But the Tot are very stoic. They don't use anesthesia themselves. And when they have it available for other species, they never get the dosage right," Jaina added. "They've decided that it's just faster and safer to do without." "I'll bet," Han said, eyeing the carnage. "Because it kind of looks like they're enjoying it." "They're not," Zek assured him. "The kind are the most gentle and forgiving species I've ever met. They have no malice," Alma added. She pointed to a nearby bunk, where a trio of Killik nurses clung to the wall, hovering over a half-conscious Chiss, holding a casted leg in traction. "Once the fighting's over, they care for their attackers as their own. They don't even imprison them." "I can't imagine that works very well with Chiss," Leia said. "What happens when the prisoners attack?" "Their escorts bring them here for evaluation," Tessa rasped. "They think other species are aggressive only because they can't stomach pain. So they look for the source of the pain. Eventually, the Chiss figure it out and stop attacking," Tahiri said. "Yeah, well, a little bug probing would stop me," Han said. His gaze was fixed on a Killik healer, whose 4 limbs were straddling a Chiss face as it extracted something from the patient's red eyeball. "At least until I could escape this creep show." "Dad, the Chiss don't need to escape," Jaina said. "They're free to leave whenever they like, if they can find a way." Han nodded knowingly. "There's always a catch." "Always," Alma agreed. "But it's not what you think," Zek added. "The Chiss won't take back their MIZ," Tessar finished. "I'm sure," Mara said. The young Jedi Knight's habit of talking fast and completing each other's thoughts was beginning to make her edgy. It was almost as if they were sinking into a permanent battle melt. "I can't imagine the Chiss are much for prisoner exchanges." "Oh, we're not talking about exchanges," Jaina said. "The Chiss won't take them back at all," Tahiri explained. "Before we got here, they used to steal transports and try to go back on their own," Alma said. "The Chiss just turned them away." "How awful for them," C-3PO said sympathetically. "What happens to prisoners now?" A few hitch rides out, then who knows what happens to them, Jaina said. Most end up staying with the nest. Alarm bells began to ring inside Mara's head. She glanced toward the heart of the chamber, where Tekli and several Chiss medics had set up a makeshift surgical theater beneath the jewel-blue glow of a dozen shine balls, then looked back to Jaina. Doesn't that worry you? Mara asked. No, Sek said, frowning. Why should it? Because they're joiners, Han said. They don't have their own minds. Actually, they have two minds, Jason said, speaking for the first time since entering the infirmary. They still have their own mind, but they share the nest's mind as well. Han grimaced, but Mara was relieved. At least Jason still sounded as though he were considering matters from outside the Killik perspective. Maybe his odyssey had given him an extra resistance to the Killik influence, or maybe he had just arrived later than the others. Either way, it made him an asset when dealing with the rest of the strike team. After a moment, Han said, You'd better not be trying to tell me this is a good thing. It's not a good thing or a bad thing, Dad, Jason replied. It just is. What disturbs you is that the will of the nest mind is more powerful than the will of the individual mind. They appear to lose their independence. Yeah. Han's eyes flashed to Jaina and the other young knights. That disturbs me. A lot. And it would certainly disturb the Chiss, Leia said. They would feel very threatened by anything that limits their self-determination. That doesn't justify specieside, Jaina countered. Specieside is a harsh accusation, Luke said. The calmness of his voice, and the fact that he had been even more quiet than Jason so far, commanded the attention of the entire group. It doesn't sound like the Chiss. They have very strict laws regarding aggression, especially outside their own borders. You don't know the Chiss. Alma's voice was full of bitterness. They keep kind prisoners in isolation cells in a free-drifting prison ship and starve them to death. How can you know that? Leia asked. I can't see the Chiss letting anyone inspect their prisons. A Chiss joiner revealed it, Jason explained. The prison ships, I believe, Mara said. But I can't see the Chiss starving any prisoner. Their conduct codes wouldn't bend that far. The starvation is incidental, Jason said. The Chiss are trying to feed their prisoners. It can't be that hard to figure out what bugs eat, Han said. Not what, Dad, how? Jason said. Motioning the group after him, he started toward the infirmary's main entrance. Come on. This whole problem will make more sense if I just show you. Jason led the group into a huge, wax-lined corridor bustling with Killik workers. Most were bearing large loads, beautiful jewel-blue shine balls, multicolored spheres of wax, wretchedly small sheafs of half-rotten mar stalks. But some carried only a single small stone, usually quite smooth and brightly colored, and these insects moved slowly, searching for the perfect place to affix their treasure amid the scattered groupings on the walls. So this is how they make the mosaics, Leia commented. One pebble at a time, Jaina said. Whenever one of the Killiks comes across a pretty stone, she stops whatever she's doing and rushes back to the nest to find the perfect place. It can take days. Mara was surprised to hear a tone of awe in her niece's voice. Normally, Jaina was too preoccupied with tactics or readiness drilling to even notice art. She? Leia asked. The males don't contribute to the mosaics? There aren't many males, Sek explained. And males only leave their nest when it's time to establish a new one, Alma added. The corridor branched, then ended a short time later at the brink of a huge, sweet-smelling pit so dimly lit that Han would have plunged over the edge had Jaina not caught him with the Force and pulled him back. Mara and the other Jedi had more warning. The Force inside the chamber ached with a hunger so fierce that they instinctively hesitated at the entrance. "This is the busiest place in the nest," Jason said over the din of clacking mandibles and drumming chests. "The grub cave." As Mara's eyes adjusted to the dimness, she saw that the chamber was swarming with Killiks, all carefully crawling over an expanse of hexagonal cells. Half the cells were empty, a handful were sealed beneath a waxy cover, and the rest contained the thick, squirming bodies of Killik larvae. Each larva was being attended by an adult, who was either carefully cleaning its head capsule or feeding it small pieces of shredded food. As the group watched, a nearby larva ejected a brown, sweet-smelling syrup. The adult grooming it unfurled a long, tongue-like proboscis and quickly sucked up the fluid, then burped and turned to leave the chamber. A new Killik quickly took its place. "Blast!" Han sounded as though he might imitate the larva. "Don't tell me that was dinner." "It's not that unusual," Jason said. He guided them to one side of the entrance, so they would not impede the constant flow of Killiks entering and leaving the nursery. "There are bees and wasps across the entire galaxy that feed this way. It produces a very stable social structure." Han turned to Leia. "Didn't I tell you this would happen? We let him have too many weird pets when he was a kid. But it does explain why the Chiss captives are starving," Mara surmised, ignoring Han's joke. "Without larvae, the prisoners can't eat." "You make it sound like an accident, and it's not." Zek's voice was sharp with outrage. "The Chiss are trying to starve all of the Korriban nests into leaving." "But they can't leave." Alma's voice was bitter. "Even if they had someplace to go, each nest would need a vessel the size of a Star Destroyer, and it would take months to prepare. They'd have to build a whole new nest inside the ship." "That's not the answer anyway," Jaina said. "This isn't Chiss space. The Killiks are innocent victims here." "Victims, possibly," Mara said. She was growing alarmed by the wholehearted naivete with which her niece and the others appeared to be embracing the Killik cause. "But hardly innocent." Jaina's eyes flashed at the challenge, but her voice remained steady. "You don't know the situation. This system. I know that on the way in here, the shadow was jumped by Killiks," Mara said. "The trouble you had on the way in?" Jason asked. "I've been wondering about that." "So have we," Han said dryly. "And you think it was Killiks?" Tessar asked. "We know what a dart ship looks like," Saba said. "But these were better than the craft that met us at Lizzle. These were powered by hydrogen rockets." "Hydrogen?" Zek echoed. "That can't be right." He exchanged a confused glance with the others, then Jaina explained. "We've been trying to get them to convert to hydrogen rockets, but they produce the methane themselves." "What are you saying?" Leia demanded. "That those weren't Killik dart ships attacking the shadow? Or that we're making this up?" The young Jedi Knights all looked uncomfortable, then Tahiri finally said, "We're saying none of this makes sense. The kind wouldn't attack you, you wouldn't lie, none of the kind nests have hydrogen rockets. And those blast craters in my whole armor didn't get there by themselves," Mara finished. She kept her gaze fixed on Jaina. "Do you think maybe you're wrong about these insects?" Jaina met her gaze squarely. "That's just not possible." She motioned a passing Killik over, then asked, "Our friends were attacked by a swarm of flying hydrogen rockets. Are any of the nests?" An earnest thumping began to resonate from the Killik's chest. "She claims it was the Chiss, pretending to be kind. C-3PO translated. They're trying to make the protectors leave. It wasn't Chiss, Mara said. I could see the pilots. They were insects. The Killik drummed a reply, and C-3PO translated. There are a lot of spacefaring insects in the galaxy. The Chiss could have hired some. Not very likely, Leia said. The Chiss are arrogant, elitist. These were Killiks, Luke agreed. We're not mistaken. A series of sharp booms reverberated from the Killik's chest. She asks if there's anything you will believe? C-3PO translated. The truth, Mara answered. The Killik rumbled a short reply, then dropped to all sixes and started down the corridor at a trot. She said she doesn't know the truth, C-3PO said. And she sees no reason to think of one, since you won't believe it anyway. Luke turned to Jaina. We've seen enough. Take us back to the hangar. Not yet, Jaina said. You still don't understand. We understand all we need to. Luke glanced at Mara and Saba, silently asking if the Council's representatives had reached a consensus. When they both nodded, he took a step back so he could address all of the AWOL Jedi. The situation here is as confused as it is volatile, and your team has lost the neutrality required of Jedi Knights. The Masters ask for your return to Coruscant. Mara cringed inwardly. Like KYP, Corran, and several other Masters, she believed the Jedi Order should command the obedience of its Jedi Knights, rather than ask for it. Luke preferred to allow the Jedi Knights their independence, saying that if the Jedi Order could not trust the good judgment of its members, then the Masters were failing at their most important job. Being first among equals, Luke's opinion held sway. Jaina was quick to seize on the opening, of course. Is it our neutrality the Council is worried about, or the Galactic Alliance's relationship with the Chiss? At the moment, it's you we're worried about. Luke's voice was as warm as it was firm. Any Jedi should recognize the importance of maintaining good relations with the Chiss. The sectors they patrol for us along the border are the only ones free of piracy and smuggling. The Jedi are not servants of the Galactic Alliance, Alma countered. No, we aren't, Luke agreed. As he spoke, Killiks were beginning to gather in the corridor, clambering up onto the walls and ceiling. Mara did not sense anything threatening in the Force. It was closer to grim concern, if she was reading the insect's emotions correctly, but she reached out to Saba and Leia, subtly suggesting they move to a more defensible position. But a peaceful galactic alliance is the strongest pillar of a peaceful galaxy, Luke continued. And the Jedi do serve peace. If the reconstruction fails and the Galactic Alliance sinks into anarchy, so does the galaxy. The Jedi will have failed. What happened to defending the weak? Zek demanded. To sacrificing for the poor? Those are worthy virtues, Luke said. But they won't stop the galaxy from sinking into chaos. They aren't the duties of a Jedi Knight. So we abandon the Killiks for the good of the rehab conglomerates snapping up our part of the galaxy? Jaina asked. Isn't that how, pal? Don't say it. Mara stepped toward her niece, drawing a rustle from the ceiling and walls as the Killik spectators shrank back. It's bad enough to desert your posts and make us come out here looking for you. Don't you dare make that comparison. Some things I won't tolerate even from you, Jaina Solo. Jaina's eyes widened in shock. She stared at Mara for a long time, clicking softly in her throat, hovering between an apology and an angry retort that everyone present knew would open a rift between the two women that could never be closed again. To his credit, Luke did not intervene. He simply stood quietly, patiently waiting to see what decision Jaina would make. Finally, Jaina's face softened. That was a thoughtless thing for me to say. I didn't mean to suggest that Uncle Luke was anything like the Emperor. Mara decided to take that as an apology. I'm glad to hear it. And we're not going to abandon the Killiks. Luke glanced up as the Killiks thrummed their approval, then looked to the rest of the strike team. But I'm worried about you, all of you. You've lost your objectivity and you've taken sides, Mara said, sensing what Luke wanted from her. You're openly fighting on the Killik side, and that means you have no chance at all of solving the problem. Frankly, you're half-joiners now, Luke said. I think you should to return to Coruscant with us at once. All of you. The bitter scent of an alarm pheromone filled the air, and the corridor erupted into such a panic din of drumming and clacking that Mara's hand went automatically to her lightsaber, and so did the hands of Leia and Saba. The color drained from Han's face, and he casually hooked his thumb in his belt above his blaster. But Luke's hands continued to hang at his sides, and the only sign that he showed of hearing the tumult was the patience he displayed in waiting for it to die down. When it was possible to hear again, he continued as though he had never been interrupted. We saw what became of Raynar, and the Order just can't afford to lose any Jedi Knights right now. What about the Killiks? Tahiri asked. Without us here, the Chiss will have a free reign too. This one will stay, Saba said. Until Master Skywalker can arrange to speak with Aristocrat Swek, she will let the Chiss know the Jedi are still watching. Alone? Tessar asked. Saba nodded. Alone. Tessar grinned, then thumped his tail on the floor and bumped skulls with his mother. Good hunting. Mara looked to Jaina. And the rest of you? Jaina exhaled loudly, then looked from the floor to Leia. You've been awfully quiet, Mother. I'm not a master. I know, Jaina said. So what do you think? Leia's brow rose, and she appeared almost as shocked as Mara felt. You're asking me what to do? Don't look so surprised, Jaina said. I know how you and Dad feel about the Galactic Alliance. You're the only ones here who don't have an agenda. Oh, I have an agenda, Leia smiled. Your father and I did come all the way out here to make sure you and Jason are safe. Jaina rolled her eyes. Like that's going to happen. Just tell me what you think. Leia didn't even hesitate. Jaina, I think you're just making the situation here worse. Worse? Alma demanded. Her leku were writhing. What do you know? You've only been here. Jaina glanced at the Twi'lek out of the corner of her eye, and Alma fell silent. Thank you, Leia said. As I was saying, your presence is a provocation to the Chiss. They're only going to press harder, and you'll end up starting a war that might have been averted. Averted? Tahiri asked. How? I don't know how, not yet, Leia admitted. But I can tell you how it won't be averted, by destroying Chiss task forces. They'll just start sending bigger flotillas. They already have. Jaina turned to her fellows to discuss the matter, or so Mara thought. Instead, they merely looked at each other for a couple of seconds, then the Killiks suddenly let out a single disappointed boom and began to disperse. Tessar, Jason, and Tahiri started up the corridor. We'll go, Tahiri said. So will Tekli, Tessar added. That's half, Mara said, raising her brow to Jaina and the remaining two. What about you three? We four, Jaina corrected. You forgot to count Lobaka. 16. Far below the Falcon, the golden expanse of Koriba's largest ring swept past, a vast river of sparkling rubble that curved under the purple moon Rogu and faded into the twilight murkiness of the planet's dark side. In the distance, just beyond the ghostly green crescent of the moon's bow, the first tiny darts of Chiss efflux were tracing a crazy lacework against the star-flecked void. "We're coming into visual range now," Leia reported. "It looks like the search is spreading. I see ion trails to all sides of the ring, some up to 30 degrees above." "Wonderful." Han's tone was sarcastic. "The Chiss are going to be in a great mood." "What leads you to believe that?" Juin asked. He was in the port side passenger seat, annoying Han by constantly peering over his shoulder. Fortunately, Tarfon had been sent back aboard the Shadow, where Tekli would be able to tend to his wounds. "Because they're having trouble finding survivors from their starship?" "How'd you guess?" Han's voice was even more sarcastic. "Procedure," Juin answered proudly. "They've increased their search radius, and why would Chiss search protocols be any different from our own?" "You're one smart Celestin." "Thank you," Juin beamed. "Coming from Han Solo, that is an enormous compliment." "Yeah," Han said. "Sure." He pulled back on the yoke, and the Falcon began to climb away from the ring. Immediately, Leia felt the curiosity of their escorts, Jaina, Saba, Alma, and Zek, rise in the Force. "Our stealth XS are wondering what you're doing," Leia reported. "To tell the truth, so am I. We don't have stealth technology," Han explained. "And as bad as things are going for the Chiss, if they catch us trying to sneak in, they're liable to blast first and not bother with questions. Like the Tau insertion in the Zinj campaign," Juin declared. "The Falcon will act as a decoy while the stealth XS penetrate the enemy's perimeter." "Not really," Han said. "No?" Juin sounded crestfallen. "Why not?" "Because you can't stuff a Wookiee into a StealthX cargo compartment," Han said. "So we're just gonna fly in there and fetch Lobak ourselves. And the Chiss are going to permit that?" Juin gasped. "Sure." Han glanced over at Leia then said, "Leia is gonna talk him into it." "I am?" Leia waited for Han to elaborate, then finally realized he was counting on her to come up with a plan. "This should be interesting." "Very," Juin said. "I'm looking forward to seeing how you do it." "Me too," Leia said. Leia set her doubts aside and reached out to Jaina and the others in the Force, trying to lay out Han's plan without the benefit of words. Though she had participated in a handful of battle melds toward the end of the war, she was not very practiced in the sort of empathic broadcasting used to communicate with StealthX pilots, and the sentiments she felt in reply ranged from confusion to concern. Growing more frustrated with each failure, she finally stopped trying and concentrated on 2 words: "Trust me." The 4 pilots seemed instantly reassured and spread out behind the Falcon, flying along the dark bands in the ring so their craft would not be silhouetted against the glittering rubble. Leia shook her head, thinking that she needed to spend more time practicing. The Force filled with encouragement. "Jaina and the others seem okay with the new plan," Leia reported. Though Saba was in charge of the Jedi in the Stealth XS, Leia's bond with her daughter was so much stronger that the clearest communication came from her. "I think." "Good." Han leveled off 10 kilometers above the planet's ecliptic and took the Falcon into the gray dusk of its penumbra. "But doesn't all this seem a little easy to you?" "Not really," Leia said. "We still haven't seen how the Chiss are going to respond, and—" "Not them," Han said. "Jaina. She doesn't give up that easily." "I'm sure she just realized you were right," Juin offered. "Any daughter would listen to a father of your experience." "I'm afraid humans are more complicated than that," Leia said before Han could respond. Sooner or later, even a Celestian would recognize the sarcasm in Han's voice, and she did not want to see Jun crushed again. It had been bad enough when they had shut off the tractor beam and let the XR-808G float free. And Jaina is more complicated than most. She's as stubborn as her father. Thanks. Han sounded genuinely proud. She's got something up her sleeve, I know it. Probably, Leia agreed. But at the moment, all that matters is recovering Lobaka. After we've kept our end of the bargain, we can take her home by force, if necessary. By force? Han looked down his nose at her. We haven't had that option since she was 10. This is Jaina, remember? Sword of the Jedi? I remember, Leia said. But I'll always be her mother. I can still do what needs to be done. Han studied her for a moment, then grinned and nodded. Yeah, Princess, I'll bet you can. We can, Leia corrected. She could sense that Han did not entirely agree with her, that now he was the one hiding something up his sleeve. We're in this together, nerve herder. This won't be like the time you left me to deal with that unwashed vent crawler she brought home. Honey, that was Zek, Han said. I know who it was, Leia said. If not for me, Jaina would have ended up living in the Undercity with him. It was all I could do to get him into the Jedi Academy so she'd stay there. Okay, Han said. But Jaina's not 13 anymore. She's older than you were when I met you, and twice as bantha-headed. If she doesn't want to go. You're not suggesting we let her stay, Leia said. I know you better than that. I'm suggesting we might not have a choice. Han took a breath, then spoke again in a calmer voice. I don't get it either. Why anyone would risk their neck to save a bunch of overgrown anthills is way beyond me. But Jaina really wants this. I saw it in her eyes when Luke asked her and the others to return home. Saw what? Leia asked, wondering what Han was up to. This did not sound like the same man who had just flown across half the unknown regions to prevent his daughter from becoming a bug hugger. Because all I saw was disappointment and defiance. Exactly, Han said. She's not going to give this up. She's probably never felt anything this pure. You're not making any sense, Han. Look, Jason and Jaina were raised on deals, Han explained. They grew up watching us struggle to hold the New Republic together, making bargains and playing politics. Because we were the established order, Leia said, feeling a bit defensive. It's more complicated to preserve the status quo than to overthrow it. You write your plans in shades of gray. That's what I mean, Han said. Everything was a compromise for those kids. They never had anything simple to fight for. They had the Dark Jedi and the Diversity Alliance, Leia countered. They had the Yuuzhan Vong. That was all pretty clear. And all of it was stuff to fight against, Han said. I'm talking about something to fight for, something pure to build. None of these young Jedi Knights has ever had that. Leia was beginning to see what Han was driving at. You mean they didn't have the rebellion? Right, Han said. The Killiks are peaceful underdogs, minding their own business in neutral territory, and the Chiss are trying to starve them out. I can see how Jaina might think that's a pretty clear-cut case of the weak needing protection from the strong. Heck, it almost makes me want to fight for them. Leia frowned, wondering if her husband was showing the first signs of becoming a joiner. But you don't, do you? Han rolled his eyes. I said almost. His tone was a little sharp and defensive. I'm just talking about how Jaina might see things. What a relief, Leia said. I thought for a minute you were going to say we had to let her and the others stay with the colony. When black holes shine, Han scoffed. What I'm saying is we have to make them think it's their choice. I don't want to take that spark away. Jaina finally has the same look in her eye that you did when I rescued you from the Death Star. Trying not to read anything into the word did, Leia objected. You didn't rescue me. The debate was an inside joke with them, a way of reliving their past, when their own dreams had been so pure and uncomplicated. You fell for Darth Vader's trick and led the Imperials straight to Rebel base at Yavin 4. No, Han corrected. I lured the Death Star into the Rebel trap. If not for me, that thing would still be flying around the galaxy. Really? Zhuan gasped from the navigator's seat. They didn't mention that in special delivery. Han blinked slowly, then twisted around in his seat. Are you still here? Of course, Zhuan replied to Han. A crew member never leaves the flight deck without permission. You're not a crew member, Han said. Outside the forward viewport, Leia noticed a cluster of tiny blue halos beginning to swell in the darkness of Korriba's shadow. She checked the tactical display and found 2 flights of Chiss starfighters heading their way. Han! Leia grabbed Han's shoulder. Company! By the time Han turned around, the halos were large enough to show the spidery silhouette of the clawcraft cockpits and weapons arms. Finally, Han gestured at Leia's calm microphone. What are you waiting for? Talk to him. In the dream, Lobacca was down in the shadow forest with his uncle Chewbacca, racing along the dark Rasher branches toward the green wall that was the Well of the Dead. Though the well's tangled boundary of foliage was no farther than 200 meters ahead, the 2 Wookiees never reached it. They just kept running, tearing through curtains of sloth moss, jumping the long Kekek-grow claws that swung up to slash at their ankles. Every dozen meters, Chewbacca would lay a mighty hand on Lobacca's shoulder and rumble encouragement. But the words were never clear, and the only comfort came in the familiarity of his uncle's heavy touch. But this time, the touch was not Chewbacca's. It was just as familiar, but lighter, and on the inside, and it did not feel like a Wookiee at all. It felt like a human. Like a female human. Jaina. When did she learn to climb Rasher trees? You've what? The Chiss voice demanded over the comm. I repeat, Leia answered. We've come to assist your search for survivors. Jedi survivors? The voice asked. The 6 claw craft had taken up escort positions behind the Falcon. With Leia occupied on the comm, Han had barely persuaded the Nogri not to hand-crank the as-yet unrepaired cannon turrets around to face the starfighters. Negative, Leia replied. All Jedi are accounted for. We've come to assist in the search for Chiss survivors. Really? The officer sounded disbelieving. The Chiss Ascendancy has adequate resources in place. You may return to your own base at once. Leia took a deep breath. She glanced over at Han and pointed at the throttles, signaling him to be ready to make a break for it, then said, That's clearly not true. There was a long pause, during which time the Falcon passed by Zbo's ghostly crescent and slipped into the full darkness of Korriba's umbra. Finally, the Chiss asked, Did you just call me a liar, Falcon? We can see the search operation is going poorly, Leia said. You've expanded your radius to an area your flotilla couldn't cover properly in a week, and the situation is rapidly growing worse. So please don't insult me by telling us you have the situation under control. Very well. The officer's voice turned icy. Then I will simply instruct you to leave the area at once. Your assistance is not desired. Han made a turning motion, but Leia shook her head. She was just getting started. Negative, she said. We're continuing on to assist. Now you are the one insulting me, the officer said. Whatever your interest is here, I doubt it is Chiss casualties. Turn back, or you will be fired upon. I really doubt that, Leia said. If you don't know who flies the Millennium Falcon, I'm sure your superiors do. The Chiss are not going to fire on a former New Republic Chief of State and Luke Skywalker's twin sister, not over a few moons that aren't even inside their own territory. A flurry of red cannon bolts flashed past and lit the Falcon's canopy. Shouldn't we obey? Jun stammered. He seems very serious. You've got a lot to learn about security patrols, Han said. If he had been serious, we'd be sucking vac right now. I see. Jun's tone was one of sudden enlightenment. You have a copy of their procedural manual. Han let his chin drop and shook his head. A moment later, the officer finally grew tired of waiting for Leia's protest. That was your only warning. The next time, we fire for effect. Just how many Jedi would you like in this system? Leia retorted. Her threat was far more empty than the officer's, since even if there had been enough Jedi Knights to carry it out, Luke would never use the Jedi in retaliation. This is no longer an unauthorized operation. Master Skywalker has already taken half of our Jedi Knights and started back to the Galactic Alliance. I'm sure your superior wouldn't want my brother's report to the Jedi Order and Chief of State Omis to be influenced by another unfortunate incident. Wouldn't it be better to allow us to assist, as a gesture toward continuing to resolve this thing? There was a short silence, then the Chiss asked, Which Jedi Knights departed with Master Skywalker? Leia smiled. It was an obvious honesty test, with the Chiss asking for information their spies had probably already supplied. Luke and Mara took Tessar Sebetine, Tekli, my son Jason, and Tahiri Vela, Leia said. We plan to take the rest with us when we go. You give your word? The Chiss asked. Certainly, if your commander will give his word that the Chiss will cease their attempts to force the colony to depart Korribu, Leia answered. She doubted the standoff would be resolved so easily, but it was worth a try. In any case, we will be leaving a senior Jedi to monitor the situation. There was another pause, then the Chiss said. Obviously, I lack the authority to negotiate on behalf of the Ascendancy. Obviously, Leia said. But the offer will be passed to the appropriate aristocrat. Until then, we are honored to accept your offer of assistance. Please proceed to the coordinates I transmit and begin a 2-kilometer grid search. Copy, Leia said. And thank you for allowing us to help. My commander asks me to express his gratitude for your assistance, the officer replied. Out. The coordinates appeared on the navigation display. We're not going to find anyone up there, Jun complained. That's practically out of orbit. Jun, Han said. You're supposed to be a smuggler. I am a smuggler. A catch came to Jun's voice. At least I was until I lost the XR808G. Then you should know we're not going anywhere near there. As Han spoke, he was swinging the Falcon away from Korribu's dark mass onto a heading that would carry them generally toward the area they had been assigned. We just gotta make it look good. Lobaka opened his eyes to a vast band of darkness and was instantly back above Korribu, shivering inside the cold stink of his EV suit, anchored to a Ronto-sized hunk of ice and dust in the planet's ring system. The blackness around him was filled with blue needles of ion discharge, Chiss rescue ships still searching for survivors, and a steady rain of battle debris was plunging into the gas giant's thick atmosphere, igniting a spectacular display of crimson cloud blossoms. Jaina continued to touch Lobaka through the battlemeld, helping him push back the loneliness and despair that she herself had experienced when she went EV at Kalarba. Alma assured him they would reach him soon. Zek worried about his life support status. The heads-up display inside Lobaka's helmet showed low batteries, no water, and 30 minutes of air, 3 times that if he returned to a hibernation trance. Another presence urged him to stay alert and be ready. Lobaka thought for a moment this last presence was Tessar, but it felt older, fiercer, less familiar, Saba. Be ready. There would be only one chance. Lobaka disengaged his tetherline safety sleeve and poised his thumb over the quick-release gate. He was ready. With his other hand, he pulled himself down to the ice ball, then grabbed the anchoring bolt and used it to slowly spin around, looking for the telltale halo of an approaching vessel. He saw only the ion trails of craft passing on the oblique, and that puzzled him. Jaina and the others would be coming in stealth XS, but they were even more cramped than standard XJs. How were they going to pick him up? The question vanished from Lobaka's mind. There was a dark shape about 100 meters ahead, its canopy and one weapon's arm protruding above the sea of ice balls that formed Koribu's ring system. It was probably just an empty wreck. Or maybe Lobaka was seeing things. His EV suit was automatically holding his oxygen consumption at a minimum, feeding him just enough air to keep him functional, and hallucinations were common under such circumstances. Jaina had told him she spent several hours talking to Yoda when she went EV. Unfortunately, she had not been able to understand anything he said because he spent the whole time speaking in Gamorrean. Lobaka slowly spun himself toward Koribu, keeping a careful watch at ring level. He found another dark shape about the same distance away, this time pointed in his direction, standing on edge with 2 weapons arms protruding above the surrounding surface. A flash of entry fire on Koribu briefly lit the cockpit, silhouetting a helmeted head. The cold suddenly began to seep into Lobaka's bones. He reached out with the force, extending his awareness in all directions, and found himself surrounded by living presences. Chiss presences. Leia set their new waypoint and transferred it to Han's display. There, I think. Han glanced down at his screen. You think, or you're sure? Sure? The word emerged from Leia's dry throat in a high-pitched croak. What do you think? The coordinates just popped into my head. The navigation schematic showed a yellow destination icon hanging on the inner edge of Koribu's ring, about as far from the Falcon's assigned search area as it was possible to get. Sorry for asking, Han said. But we're only going to get one shot at this. When Han continued on their current trajectory, Leia sighed and reached out to her daughter, then began to recite the coordinates in her mind. But Jaina was in no mood to be bothered. Leia sensed only an overwhelming urgency and determination, and perhaps an irritated admonishment to stop wasting time. Han, just go. Something's not right. Okay. Han swung the Falcon toward the new waypoint, then pushed the throttle forward and activated the intercom. Battle stations back there. This might get rough. Battle stations? Jun gasped. Do you remember that your cannon turrets are non-functional? Your gunners won't be able to hit a thing. Have some faith, Shortwave, Han said. You'd be surprised what nobody hit when they can't aim. This has happened before? Sure, Leia said, only half listening. It seems like something's always broken down just when you need it most. To her surprise, the Chiss did not immediately demand to know why the Falcon had drifted off course. In fact, she detected no sign they had even noticed. Thankful that Raynar had not felt threatened by their sensor dish, Leia locked it on their destination and began a passive analysis of the vicinity. "The Chiss are being awfully quiet," Han said. "Better take a sensor reading on our destination, but don't go active. We don't want to give away where we're going." "Good idea," Leia said, vaguely affronted that Han had felt it necessary to tell her the co-pilot's job. "There are some unusual mass concentrations in the vicinity, but no EM or propulsion emanations." Han glanced over and gave her a crooked grin. "You've been reading my mind again, haven't you? Princess Leia does that?" Jun sounded worried, or embarrassed. "She reads minds?" "Sure," Han said. He frowned at the Celestine's reflection in the cockpit canopy. "All the best co-pilots do." Leia found the Juan's embarrassment a little disturbing, but decided it was better not to contemplate the source. The Celestine had probably been admiring her procedure or something. "Speaking of mind reading, I can't get that infrared reading you were thinking about," Leia said. "Too much background radiation from Korribu." "Not good," Han said. "And the Chiss aren't sending." C-3PO clumped onto the flight deck. "Captain Solo, you seem to have forgotten about the cannon turrets when you declared battle stations," the droid said. "We should probably turn around now, before anything unfortunate happens. It would be much safer." "Jun!" Han barked. "Do you know where the circuit breaker is on a 3PO droid?" "Of course." "If he says another word about turning around or being doomed, trip it." "Aye, Captain." "Please don't," C-3PO said. "My poor circuits have already been overstressed by the deterioration of Captain Solo's reflexes, and the current folly isn't helping matters." Jun stood on his chair. C-3PO stepped away. "There's no need for that," he said. "I'll be the routine of bravery, I assure you. Go ahead. Fly us straight into that planet, and you won't hear another word from me." "Tempting offer," Han grumbled. Finally noticing the Falcon's direction, or bothering to address it, the Chiss flight controller opened a channel. "Millennium Falcon, this is Rescue 1. Explain your course deviation." Leia reached forward to open a reply channel, then thought better of it and lowered her hand. "Let's see if they're serious." "The Chiss?" Han asked. "You want to see if the Chiss are serious?" "I have a feeling," Leia said. "Just trust me," Han finished. "I know." Juan's eyes widened. "Does everyone on this ship read minds?" "Why, no," C-3PO confessed. "I don't." The Falcon continued toward the web of ion trails crawling across Korribu's dark face for another second, then the Chiss controller's voice came over the comm again. "Millennium Falcon, I ask again. Explain your course deviation." Leia glanced over. Finding Han's eyes narrowed in thought, she knew they were thinking the same thing. "They're afraid of scaring us off," she said. Han nodded. "It's a setup. Millennium Falcon, if you fail to reply." "Sorry about that," Han said, activating his own microphone. "We've been kind of busy up here." "Doing what?" Before replying, Han glanced over and mouthed their daughter's name. Leia nodded and, allowing her alarm and suspicion to rise to the surface, reached out to Jaina. We think we've spotted some survivors," Han said into the comm. "That's why we weren't answering. Been busy getting the recovery equipment ready." "We haven't detected any survivors on your course," the Chiss said. "We're closer," Han said. "And, you don't have a Jedi on board." A Jedi found them? There was a short pause, then the Chiss said, Very well. Carry on with our gratitude. Han closed the channel. That does it, they're playing us, he said. Did you warn Jaina? She already knew. Leia's stomach felt as empty and cold as the darkness outside the canopy. She doesn't care. Lobaka could not see the stealth excess, of course, but he could feel them. They were no more than 1,000 kilometers away, converging on him from four sides, coming in fast and hard. No! Lobaka thought into the meld. He fixed his gaze on the nearest of the cloak raft, then imagined its laser cannons flashing to life as his rescuers swooped in to pick him up. Ambush! Jaina's laughter echoed in his mind. But Saba seemed more curious. Lobaka's meld connection was not as strong to the variable as it was to Jaina and the other strike team members, but he felt sure she was wondering how many cloak raft there were, whether the stealth XS could take them all. Lobaka had never wanted to lie more than he did at that moment, to see a friendly face smiling down at him from a stealth X cockpit. But his rescuers had no chance of success. There had to be an entire wing of clawcraft hiding in the rubble around him, all waiting for a shot at the Jedi rescue team. Jaina wished he would stop exaggerating, but Saba seemed sorry, and it was clear she did not like the thought of abandoning him. Lobaka wasn't worried. Clearly, the Chiss knew where he was. Jaina's frustration filled the force, and Saba's anger rose in reply. But Lobaka could sense Jaina still approaching, feel her arming her weapons and selecting targets, determined to draw the Chiss off en masse. The sword of the Jedi was not one to give up easily, not while there remained one sliver of hope. Lobaka knew what he had to do. He turned his wrist up, then opened the safety cover on the inside sleeve of his EV suit and revealed the emergency beacon activator. This is going to be bad, Han, Leia said. How bad? Han armed the concussion missiles. Worse than that. Jaina had lost too much during the war, Anakin, Chewbacca, Gainer, Ulaha, and on and on. She was determined to lose no more. Then the steady ping of an emergency beacon sounded from the Falcon's emergency speaker, and Leia looked down to see a bright yellow EV designator blinking over their waypoint. The tactical display instantly grew white with clawcraft, and Jaina's frustration changed to shock. Loi! Leia gasped, saddened and relieved at once. Thank you. She experienced a brief moment of warmth through the Force, then the feeling was lost as Lobaka grew distracted and broke contact. Han looked over expectantly. Well? It's over, Leia said. She reached out to Jaina and sensed her daughter's disappointment, and Saba's lingering fury at having had her orders disobeyed. They're on their way back. Sounds like a good idea. Han swung the Falcon around to join them, then added, The rescue team did everything it could. I hope Jaina knows that. Me too, Han, Leia said. But I don't think. She was interrupted by the Chiss flight control officer. Millennium Falcon, what is the status of your survivors? Survivors? Leia was confused for a moment, but that confusion quickly turned to anger as she recalled the excuse Han had made and realized she was being mocked. I'm sure you figured that out, Rescue One. There was a slight pause, then a deep and familiar voice sounded from the comm speaker. My apologies, Princess Leia. I just wanted to confirm my understanding of the situation. Leia's jaw fell, and she looked over to find Han having trouble keeping his own mouth closed. Jag? She gasped. Jagged fell? Indeed, the reply came. It wasn't our intention to gloat. Jag! Han cried. What are you doing here? That would fall under the heading of military intelligence, Captain Solo, Jag replied. But rest assured, the Jedi Wookiee has been recovered. He'll be treated with all the rights and privileges due any enemy combatant, as will the rest of your rogue Jedi, when we capture them. 17. In every base, there was a place like this, someplace dark and hot and deserted where a variable could go to hunt and clear her mind, someplace filled with the smell of local soil and the rustlings of alien prey. Saba was deep below the tot nest, creeping down a crevice at a speed only a reptile would recognize as motion, her darting tongue stinging with the acrid odor of Julio's fractured bedrock, her mouth filled with the bitter taste of Jaina's insubordination. Master Skywalker had allowed his niece to take part in the rescue mission only on the condition that Saba was in command. Yet when matters had grown difficult, Jaina had submitted, as always, only to her own emotions. Saba did not consider herself worthy to question Master Skywalker's judgment, but she did fail to understand his wisdom in permitting the disorderliness that encouraged such behavior. Disobedience led to chaos, and chaos led to ineffectiveness. The crevice opened into a cavity ahead, and the faint odor of meat that Saba had been following grew stronger. All her thoughts went instantly to the hunt, for the prey was often near its litter. She did not know what she was stalking, of course, but the smell suggested another predator. Herbivores rarely dragged fresh carcasses back to their lairs. To her variable eyes, which saw well into the infrared spectrum, the entrance looked like a dark diamond opening into the cool gleam of Julio's bedrock. She crept another step forward and heard the soft scratch of movement inside the lair. She waited, every muscle tense to pounce on anything that poked its head out. She had been careful to mask her own odor by rubbing her scales in crevice dust, but such efforts were never entirely successful, and a worthy quarry usually smelled the predator long before the final attack. Another rustle sounded from the cavity. Saba started steadily forward, a tenth of a meter at a time. If the prey had not fled or showed itself by now, it was not going to. The musty odor grew stronger, with just a hint of Killick's sweetness, and she came to the entrance. The edge dropped away into a cold darkness that gave her the impression of a sizable emptiness. She stopped there for 10 heartbeats, listening and testing the air with her tongue, 20, 50, 100. No more rustles. Saba slipped over the edge and crawled down a fissured rock face into a 3-meter hollow. She could not sense any other presences in the area, but the spines along her dorsal ridge had risen on end, and that usually meant something exciting was about to happen. She continued across a floor of jumbled stones, licking the air, following her tongue toward the musty odor ahead. A few steps later, Saba peered over a boulder and found the source of the rustles. A flat stone ahead was littered with about 24 cuticle exoskeletons, all empty and split down the spine from molting. They ranged in size from smaller than Saba's thumb to a little larger than her hand, and they were so light that even the unfelt movement of the cavern air made them quiver and rustle. Scattered among the empty shells were dozens of small bones, enough to make 6 or 7 wabbas. Most were stripped of their flesh and cracked open, but a handful in the center of the pile still had some meat on them. Fresh meat. Sensing that she was closing on her prey, Saba activated a glow rod and went over to the exoskeletons. They were a familiar dark blue, but with thick knobby chitin like that of Raynar's guards. Starting to feel puzzled, and therefore short-tempered, Saba blew aside several of the smallest ones and shined her light into a tail-width cleft that ran a meter down the center of stone. It had been precisely cut, as though by a laser saw, or perhaps a lightsaber. Her prey was growing more interesting. The cleft held 4 hexagonal cells, each about 5 centimeters in diameter and constructed of Killick's spicrete. One of the cells remained covered by a plug of dusty wax, but the other 3 were empty. A soft rustle rose as the empty exoskeletons were stirred by an air movement so gentle Saba did not feel it. She flicked out her tongue and tasted a bitter hint of apprehension, but felt nothing in the force except a faint stirring of her danger sense. Strange prey. Her tail twitching with anticipation, she scraped the last cell open, using the talon of her smallest finger to pluck out the insect egg inside. It was withered, gray, and dry, not worth eating. The bitterness in the air grew stronger. The scales between Saba's shoulder blades rose in excitement, and she swept her tail around in a swift arc that ended in a knee-crunching impact. Her prey landed with the crisp slap of a practiced warrior, winning Saba's instant respect by not crying out in either pain or surprise. She spun on her haunches, snatching her lightsaber off her utility belt, bringing it around from the direction opposite her tail. A crimson blade sizzled into existence and blocked, then a force wave blasted her across the chamber into the wall opposite. The air left her lungs as her skull slammed against stone and a ring of darkness formed around the edges of her vision. She could see only her prey's red lightsaber and his seated silhouette. She felt nothing in the force from him, only the same vague danger as before. Now, this would be prey worth taking. The Shadow Man returned to his feet and remained where he was, gathering himself to continue or arrogantly waiting for Saba to ask who he was. First mistake. Saba sprang, sissing in delight, ignoring the murk in her head, bringing her arms around in a vicious overhand slash. Her prey, she wasted no time wondering who he was, limped 2 steps back, then brought his crimson blade up and stopped her swing cold. Saba brought a knee around, driving for his rib cage, and felt like she had struck a statue. He slipped a palm heel under her guard and caught her in the chin, sent her staggering back. Strong, too. Saba kicked a fist-sized stone off the floor, then used the force to hurl it at his head and followed it in with a cut at his knees. He pivoted past the stone and met her attack, catching her blade on his and sweeping it up in a disarming counter-arc, power fighting against a bar-able and winning. At the top of the arc, Saba released her lightsaber and raked her claws down in a vicious 1-2 slash, the first strike opening her prey's face from temple to jaw, the second strike slicing an eye apart. He whirled away, still silent but screaming in the force, and planted a spinning stomp kick in Saba's belly. She went with the blow, rolling into a quick backflip and losing half a meter of tail to his lightsaber. This time, the Shadow Man gave her no time to recover. A fork of blue lightning crackled from his hand and caught Saba square in the chest. Every nerve in her body became a conduit of blazing agony, and she dropped her to her knees, teeth gnashing, scales dancing, muscles clenching, paralyzed. Continuing to hold the force lightning on her with one hand, the Shadow Man limped forward. In the light of his red lightsaber, Saba saw her prey clearly for the first time. Dressed in an amalgam of black plastoid armor and blue killit chitin, he was surprisingly gaunt, with a sinewy frame and a twisted posture that looked ready to collapse beneath his humped shoulder. His face was even more melted and shapeless than Raynar's, just 2 eyes and a lipless slash and a scarred oval of flesh, and one of his arms was as much insect as human, turning tubular and chitinous at the elbow before ending in a hooked pincer. Raynar and the Killiks had lied, Saba realized. Welk, at least, had also survived the crash. The Dark Jedi stopped 1.5 meters away. Having learned the folly of hesitation, he brought his arm up quickly, swinging at Saba's neck, then pitched backward as her force shove buckled his injured knee. His lightsaber scraped along Saba's skull, flooding her mind with a pain so hot and blinding that she could not tell whether the force lightning had stopped. She sprang anyway and slammed into his chest, driving her prey the last 0.5 meters to the ground, clutching blindly at his weapon arm, biting into his throat. Her fangs barely sank 2 centimeters. She tried to rip the wound open, but lacked the strength to keep her jaw clamped and came away only with a mouthful of blood. Still, the bite took her prey by surprise. She found herself in the grasp of the Force, flying back through the darkness. She reached out, calling her lightsaber to hand, and had it in her grasp when she hit the cavern wall. Fighting off a black curtain of unconsciousness, Saba slid down the wall and landed on her feet. Her vision was blotchy at best, and she could not even hear the customary snap hiss as she ignited her lightsaber. She sprang at her prey anyway, covering the distance in 3 short bounds, and nearly lost her balance when she landed in his blood. Welk retreated 2 meters and leveled another fork of Force lightning at her. She deflected it with her lightsaber and pivoted past, sissing in excitement. It was turning into a good hunt, a very good hunt. She rushed to close the distance. He brought his lightsaber to a middle guard and retreated another step. Saba attacked high, but her reflexes were fading and his lightsaber flashed up to block. He retreated another step. She launched a spinning advance, bringing her blade around in a shoulder slash, whipping her bloody tail around at his legs. She was smooth but slow. He blocked the shoulder slash and hopped over the tail sweep, then rolled his blade over Saba's in an excellent block assault conversion. The attack might have opened her throat, had there been a way for him to block Saba's trailing foot. As it was, she swept his feet from beneath him and continued into a second spin, bringing her lightsaber down across his pincer arm, then planting a foot on his remaining arm and rolling her blade around to add a neck wound to the arm he had just lost. That was when Saba's blotchy vision proved costly. She sensed something flying at her from behind and turned to look, but saw only dark against dark. The rock slammed into her head wound, and then she was kneeling on the floor, her lightsaber in a high guard, with no recollection of how she had landed there. Her sight was worse than ever, narrowed to a tiny circle, and her senses of smell and taste had gone the way of her hearing. This was becoming a hunt to remember. Seeing nothing ahead but a narrow cone of rock, Saba stretched into the Force and felt more danger than before. It seemed to have her surrounded, as though her prey had extended his presence over the entire chamber. She began to weave her lightsaber in a blind defensive pattern and rose. Something spongy and warm landed on her shoulder beneath her head wound. She hoped it wasn't her brains. Saba began to spin in a slow circle, and finally her narrow cone of vision fell on her quarry, fleeing toward the cavern wall at a fast limp, blood pouring from his neck wound, the cauterized stump of his severed arm waving useless in the air. Good. The prey was weakening. Saba shut down her lightsaber and bounded after him, her heart pounding in anticipation of the final kill. She reached the cavern wall 3 steps behind him, and hissed in surprise as something landed on her back and pierced her neck scales with a sturdy proboscis. She reached over her shoulder and felt a creature about the size of her head. Cursing her fading senses, she pulled it off and found herself looking into the dark eyes of a small blue-black killick. It spread its mandibles, and a stream of brown fluid shot from its tiny mouth. Saba barely turned away in time to protect her eyes. The slime instantly began to eat away at her cheek scales. Acid. Saba felt her dorsal spines rise and knew another attack was coming. She dropped into a crouch, and a small boulder slammed into the slope above. She jumped out of the way as it rolled back toward her, then, holding the killick at arm's length, glanced up to see Welk glaring down at her in disbelief. Saba jammed her lightsaber against the killick's abdomen and activated the blade. The discharge that followed was not quite an explosion. She lost only 2 fingertips instead of an entire hand. The fireball did little more than scorch her scales and bedazzle her eyes, but Exploding kilix? When Saba looked up again, Welk had started climbing for an exit crevice. She sprang after him and collapsed to her knees 2 steps later, feeling weak and nauseous. She touched the bite on her neck and found it already swollen and oozing. Venom? What kind of bugs were these? Saba should have stopped and gone into a healing trance. But her prey was wounded and escaping, and if she let him go, he would only be that much harder to track and capture next time. She continued her pursuit. Her muscles obeyed reluctantly, stiffly, as though she were dropping into a hibernation, without the sleep. She drew the force into her, calling on it to strengthen her, to burn the poison from her body, and staggered after her quarry. Saba was only 3 meters behind when a second proboscis pierced her leg. She glanced down and found another small killick latched onto her calf. She plucked it off and, holding it so it could not release its corrosive bile in her direction, tossed it high into the air. The insect extended 2 pairs of wings, then spread its mandibles and came diving back at her, weaving and dodging past her flashing lightsaber to alight on her chest. Before Saba could grab it, the killick's head dipped, and its proboscis pierced her scales. She plucked it off and held it away from her, trying to decide how to kill it without losing any more fingers. Saba sensed another boulder flying in her direction. Still holding the insect at arm's length, she pivoted around and reached for the stone in the force, redirecting it up the hill toward her prey. Her effort was rewarded with a dull thud and a cry that seemed equal parts surprise and pain. The little killick drummed its chest, then began to squirm and flap its wings, trying to escape. Saba caught a handful of wing and tore it off, then tossed the insect into the air. Her reflexes were so slowed by the paralyzing poison that, by the time she ignited her lightsaber, the insect had already hit the ground. It took 3 strikes before she finally detonated it. Saba turned instantly upslope, but her prey had already vanished into his exit crevice. Feeling half dead from poison already and not wanting to take yet another shot of venom, Saba remained motionless for a long time, trying to listen through her deafness, trying to taste the air with her dead tongue, trying to see outside her narrow cone of vision. She felt nothing, only the dark loneliness of the underworld. Recalling that there had been 3 cells and only 2 killick attacks, Saba went to the escape crevice and peered inside. Nothing. Her prey was gone, and so was the 3rd killick. Every variable instinct urged her to continue the pursuit, to follow the quarry's blood trail until she ran it to ground. But the rational part of her mind knew better. A hunter needed a quick wit and sharp senses, and Saba's injuries had taken a toll on both. She was slow and beginning to tremble, and soon she might not be able to move at all. Besides, Saba had a sinking feeling that the 3rd killick had left the nest early, and she could think of only one reason it would have done so: the departure of Jade's shadow. 18. Ben! Mara's voice came over the Shadow's intercom so sharp and loud that Luke nearly dropped the micro point he was holding in R2-D2's deep reserve data compartment. Ben, come to the galley this instant. That might not be such a good idea, Luke said into the intercom. He flipped up his magnispecs and looked across the utility deck to where Ben sat, surrounded by crate covers and spacing rods, covered head to toe in servomotor lubricant. At least not until he's had a good Sani scrubbing. He's on the utility deck with me. Doing what? Mara demanded. Luke caught Ben's eye and pointed his chin toward the intercom wall unit. Working on my killick, Ben said meekly. His expression struck Luke as both guilty and worried. Nana said I could. Stay where you are. Luke cocked a brow at his son. It sounds serious. Ben nodded. I guess. Any ideas? Ben returned to working on his Killik droid. Maybe. Deciding they would both find out what was troubling Mara in a minute, Luke returned to the sequestered sector he had found on one of R2-D2's deep reserve memory chips. Judging by the tarnished break in the service circuit, the fault had occurred years, maybe decades, earlier, and had been entirely benevolent until a microscopic sliver of casing bridged the break. Given that R2-D2 had been functioning well with the fault for most of his service life, Luke was wondering how long it had been since anything was written to the sector. The access hatch iris opened next to Luke, and Mara stepped through with an empty gel meat container in her hand. Her irritation was obvious in the briskness of her step, and in the turbulent aura she projected in the Force. Hold on a second, R2, Luke said, setting the micro point on the workbench. This looks important. R2-D2 tweeted a worried response. Of course you're important, Luke said. But I need a break anyway. I'll want to be sure my hands are steady. R2-D2 whistled his encouragement. Luke started across the deck toward his wife and son, where Ben was still sitting inside his crate-cover Killik shell, looking up at Mara. Did Nana say you could have a whole can of gel meat, young man? Mara asked. Ben's eyes grew round. She said I could have a slice? Does this look like a slice to you? She held the empty container down for him to see. Ben shrugged, rather bravely, Luke thought. I thought she meant one can. Luke felt Mara's patience snap. When she started to wave the container at Ben, he gave her a gentle forced tug and urged her to calm down. Mara paused, collecting herself while she pretended to examine the container label. Nana is the one who found the container, Ben, Mara said, handing it to him. She says we've gone through a whole case since we left Giulio, and I don't think anyone else eats this. Tessar might. Gel meat? Mara asked doubtfully. Maybe, Ben said hopefully. He eats anything. Anything alive, Mara corrected. But we could ask him. Should I have him come down? Ben hesitated, then shook his head. No. I didn't think so. Mara's voice softened. Ben, I don't know how you can eat all this without making a mess of my decks, but you have to stop. It'll make you sick. It's okay, Mom, Ben said, sounding relieved. You don't have to worry about that. I haven't been eating it. You haven't? Mara asked. Then what have you been doing with it? Ben's expression grew worried again, and he reluctantly said, Feeding it to my Killik. Mara was silent for a moment, then she asked, Ben, what did we say about lying? Ben's eyes dropped. That if I lie, I have to stay with Cam and Tyan the next time you and Dad go on a mission. Right, Mara said. Let's remember that. Okay, Ben said. I didn't forget. Good. Mara stooped down and took the empty container from him. And no more gel meat. Ben's eyes grew wide. None? Not until we get home. Luke hoped he sounded stern. You've had enough to last you 10 trips. As he and Mara returned to the engineering station, he continued to feel a general irritation from her. Okay, this wasn't just about gel meat, he said softly. What's wrong? Tired of hearing about how much Tahiri and the others missed Giulio? Mara shook her head. It's not that. Tired of growling Ewoks? It's not Tarfon either, Mara said. I'm not sure yet whether the Killiks are enemies or just dangerous friends, but I am certain we need to learn everything we can about them. Luke remained silent, sensing more was to follow. It's just this uneasiness I have, Mara said. I keep feeling like we're about to be attacked again. Luke paused and consciously opened himself to the Force. I can sense it too, but not as strong as you. We could do another stowaway sweep. And find something we missed the last 6 times? Mara shook her head and smiled. Go back to your droid, Skywalker. You're just trying to get me into our cabin again. I'm predictable that way, Luke said. But pay attention to this feeling. Whatever's causing it, you seem to have a special connection to it. Lucky me. Mara opened the hatch, then looked over her shoulder before stepping through. And about that cabin? Yeah? Maybe later. R2-D2 trilled a worried objection. Don't worry, Luke said, chuckling. I'm a Jedi Master. I can still concentrate. He picked up his tools and carefully repaired the break in R2-D2's deep reserve chip. Once the solder was cool, he flipped his magnospecs up again and turned to the diagnostic display above the workbench. All right, R2. Let's see what your deep reserve memory shows now. A list of headings and numbers began to scroll down the screen, but suddenly stopped as it approached the location of the repaired sector. Don't stop, Luke said. I need to see if you can access that sector. R2-D2 whirred a moment, then the scrolling resumed. The missing sector number appeared, but the descriptive heading looked like nothing but random characters. Stop, Luke said. The scrolling continued until the heading vanished off the top of the screen, then stopped. Now your response time is slow, Luke complained. Bring it back. R2-D2 piped a question. The sector I've been trying to repair. 222. The list scrolled down until the lower half of the entry appeared at the top of the screen. And you're having roll problems, Luke sighed. It looks like you've got a bug in your system. I may need to get out the blast degausser. The entry dropped toward the middle of the screen, one letter in the heading changing with each line it sank. Stop! Why are you randomizing the heading? The droid whistled the denial. You are too, Luke said. I saw the letters change. R2-D2 whirred a moment, then displayed a message on diagnostic screen. It must be encoded. Encoded? Luke began to wonder if perhaps the sector had been sequestered on purpose. R2-D2 had seen a lot of action even before the rebellion, and Luke was always curious about what secrets the little droid might have locked away. Then slice it. R2-D2 grated an objection. R2, you're an astromech droid, Luke said. You have enough computing power to slice a triple-key, double-blind randomizer. I think you can solve a simple substitution code. The droid buzzed in resignation, then began to whir and hum. A few moments later, the heading vanished altogether. Luke waited for it to return in legible form, then finally gave up and groaned. Don't tell me you lost the heading. R2-D2 trilled an apology. No problem, Luke said, losing his patience with the little droid's excuses. He lowered his magnospecs. I'll just fuse it to a sector that is in the directory. R2-D2 withdrew his interface arm from the data socket and whistled in protest. Then plug back in and stop making this difficult, Luke said. Let me see what's in that sector. The droid warbled a question. This one. Luke touched the tip of his soldering filament to sector 222 and was astonished to hear a tinny female voice erupt from the droid's speaker. Anakin. Luke caught a glimmer of moving light on the workbench. He flipped up his magnospecs, expecting to find the images of Tahiri and his dead nephew, Anakin, sharing a personal moment R2-D2 had caught with his holorecorder. Instead, Luke found himself watching a beautiful, hand-sized, brown-eyed woman whom he did not recognize. She walked across the workbench, then stopped beside a sinewy young man dressed, as she was, in night clothes. "What's bothering you?" she asked. The young man continued to look away from her. "Nothing." "Anakin, how long is it going to take for us to be honest with each other?" Luke's heart rocketed into his throat. He had not immediately recognized his father. He wanted to call out to Mara, to share with Leia what he was feeling, but he was too stunned. He simply continued watching. The young man, Anakin, turned to face the woman. "It was a dream." "Bad?" Anakin looked over her head. "Like the ones I used to have about my mother, just before she died." The woman hesitated, then finally asked, "And?" Anakin's gaze fell. "It was about you." The hologram crackled to an abrupt end, and an ominous humming arose deep inside R2-D2's internal workings. Luke flipped down his magnispecs and peered in to find the recording head bumping against his soldering filament as it attempted to access Sector 222. R2! Luke reached for the droid's primary circuit breaker. "Wait!" The recording head stopped moving, but Luke did not lift the soldering filament. "What are you doing?" The droid reinserted his interface arm into the data socket, and Luke had to flip up his magnispecs to read the message on the diagnostics screen. He continued to hold the soldering filament in place. "I need to reformat Sector 222. Those data are corrupted." "Nothing looks corrupted to me." Luke could not understand why R2-D2 would try so desperately to hide 222's contents, but he had no doubt that was exactly what the droid was doing. "Who was that woman with my father?" R2-D2 whistled 2 notes. "The woman in the hologram," Luke said irritably. "Show it to me again." R2-D2's holoprojector obediently came to life, displaying the familiar, three-dimensional figure of an Alderaanian princess in an elegant white gown. "Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi," the figure said. "You're my only hope." "Not that woman," Luke said. "I know my sister." The one talking to Anakin. Is she my mother?" A message appeared on the diagnostics display. "I don't know what woman you're talking about. That sector is defective. It should be sequestered." "It was sequestered, probably on purpose." Luke studied R2-D2 carefully, touching him through the Force. With most other droids, any hope of sensing the truth would have been lost to the indecipherable Force static generated by its system routines. But R2-D2 had been Luke's close companion for nearly 3 decades. The little droid's static aura was as distinctive to him as was the presence of Mara or Leia or Han. After a moment, Luke sensed the direction his questions should take. "It didn't look like they knew you were holo-recording. What were you doing? Spying?" R2-D2 let out a squeal that Luke took to be a protest of denial, until it ended in a sharp crackle and a surge of electricity melted the filament Luke was using to protect Sector 222. He jerked the wire free and started to rebuke the droid for his stubbornness, but one whiff of the acrid fumes pouring from the access panel told him this much damage was nothing the droid would do to himself. Luke used the Force to trip R2-D2's primary circuit breaker, then opened a second access panel to vent the interior of the casing. When the smoke cleared, he flipped his magnispecs down and saw that every circuit within a millimeter of Sector 222 had been melted. Worse, a bead of hot filament had landed on the sector itself. Luke tore his magnispecs off and hurled them against the wall. "Criffing slicers!" He could not help feeling that someone had gone to a great effort to prevent him from discovering his mother's identity. But of course that was just his disappointment. Whoever had booby-trapped our 2D2's spyware had done it for their own reasons. Reasons important 50 years ago, but that hardly mattered now. Criffing history. Dad, Ben's voice asked. What's criffing? Luke turned to find his son standing at his side, mouth agape at his father's unaccustomed display of anger. Nothing, a bad word, Luke said, calming himself. With a little luck, and the proper equipment, the memory chip could be restored and the booby trap bypassed. Things were never as bad as they seemed. Your mother won't be happy I said it in front of you. Don't worry. I won't tell. An innocent smile came to Ben's small face. Maybe I can have a tube of Nerf spread? 19. With the dance field glowing in the iridescent light of Koribu's reflection and 1,000 tots swirling through the intricate patterns of the little dawn rumble. Leia felt as though she had stepped 1,000 centuries into Aldrin's past, when the colony still ruled the planet and human expansion remained a dark storm on the galaxy's horizon. The Killiks were singing their part of the song of the universe as they danced, chirping melody through their tiny proboscises, tapping time with their mandibles, drumming bass in their chest cavities. Alien and primal though the music was, the performance was as flawless as anything Leia had ever heard in Harmony Hall on Coruscant, 1,000 instruments played by a single artist. Now that is just not right, Han said, adding his own special counternote to the concert. Why didn't she marry Jag Fell when she had the chance? Be careful what you wish for, Leia said, following Han's gaze. If we don't get her out of here soon, she might be spending more time than we like with Jag, being interrogated in his. Leia saw what Han had been looking at and let her sentence trail off. On the near side of the swarm, Jaina, Zek, and Alma were frisking through the dance steps amid an eddy of dancers. The 3 Jedi were holding their hands above their heads, waving them in unison with the Killiks' antennae. Every few seconds, Jaina and Zek would bow forward with the entire nest and rub forearms with the antennae of whatever insect they happened to be facing. Alma bowed as well, but rubbed Leku instead of arms. It does look a little unnatural, Leia admitted. Not at all, C-3PO assured them. It's a bonding dance, welcoming the birth of the new day. They perform it once a week, before they go to the harem cave to mate. Stomach tightening in alarm, or perhaps it was revulsion, Leia turned to Han. We'll talk to them as soon as the dance ends. You're okay with the plan? For what good it'll do, Han grumbled. Kidnapping her would be easier, and we both know how well that would work. Leia grew exasperated with his pessimism. Since when did you start worrying about the odds? You're starting to sound. She was saved from uttering the lethal-like 3PO by the thunderous reverberation of an alarm rumble. She turned and found all the Killiks looking toward one of the passage entrances that ringed the dance field. The insects were holding their antennae vertical and motionless, and their mandibles were spread wide in menace. Most of the joiners were mimicking the gesture to the extent that their various anatomies allowed, but Alma was the only Jedi doing the same. That doesn't look good. Han turned to scan the sky. Chiss? I'll be happy to ask, C-3PO said. He shot a burst of squelch at a nearby Killik. The Tots speak Bachi? Leia asked. Why, yes, Princess Leia. I've yet to discover a language the Killiks don't understand. It seems they learn every language their joiners know. A second Killik turned and answered C-3PO's question with a series of mandible clacks. For instance, that was just snooted click code. And? Han asked. It was quite fluent, C-3PO said. though that particular dialect predates. We're more interested in what it said, Leia clarified. My apologies. C-3PO sounded disappointed. I believe it concerns Jedi Sabatine. Saba? Apparently, she appeared in the depths of the nest rather badly injured. A knot of taut emerged from the tunnel, tumbling and staggering as they attempted to keep a hold of a flailing mass of scales. The rest of the Killiks turned as one to look in Han and Leia's direction, then thrummed their chests. In fact, Todd is rather hoping that you might help calm down Master Sabatine so their healers can close the small hole in her skull. Han took off at a sprint, with Jaina and the other young Jedi forcing their way across the dance field behind him. Leia asked Mewalt to fetch the emergency medpack from the Falcon, then started running. She arrived to find Saba strapped to a primitive stretcher, an elliptical slice of scalp and skull missing from one side of her head. Han was already standing at the Barabel's side, trying to quiet her. I know they're creepy looking, he was saying. But settle down. They're trying to help. No! Saba's eyes twitched as though she was trying to throw her head back and forth, but the head itself remained motionless. Azazins! Her lisp was more pronounced than usual, a bad sign, given the head wound. Leia also saw a number of other injuries, a circle of broken scales around her temple, some lost fingertips, a third of a tail missing, and some suspicious swelling on her neck and calf. Lying on the stretcher, strapped next to the injured tail, was something that hadn't come off Saba, a human bicep fused at the elbow to a chitinous Killik forearm. A blue chitinous forearm. The Killiks holding Saba drummed in protest. They point out that Jedi Sabatine's brain is showing. C-3PO translated. She's quite delusional. C-3PO rose into the air and began to spin like a pinwheel. What? Stop. Put me down, you overgrown newt. Not delusional, Saba growled. Saba, it's okay. Leia reached out to the variable in the Force, trying to assure her that they did not doubt her. We believe you. C-3PO stopped spinning, and Saba's gaze shifted to Leia. The pupils of her eyes were hugely dilated. Yes? Sure. Han let his gaze linger on the forearm. Something happened to you. Anyone can see that. Why don't we take care of these wounds? Leia wished Tekli had not left with Luke. She and Han had certainly patched up their share of wounds, but this was beyond their skill. Then you can tell us about it. No, Saba insisted. This one will tell you, now. Okay. Leia gestured to the taut healers cowering on the edge of the sled. As long as you'll let them work on you while we talk. Saba narrowed a pebbly eye. This one thought you believed her. Saba, some of your wounds are cauterized, Leia pointed out. Does that mean you shouldn't trust anyone who carries a lightsaber? The variable snorted. Look, we've got some concussion missiles on the Falcon, Han said. If they kill you, we'll blast the place. Blast it? Saba began to siss weakly. You are always joking. He wasn't joking, Leia said. Do we have a deal? Saba eyed the healers cowering on the edge of her stretcher, then nodded. Deal. She lowered C-3PO to the ground again. Thank goodness. He clumped over to stand behind Leia, then said more softly, They say she's been an impossible patient. A dozen Killik healers crawled onto her body and went to work, sterilizing her wounds and spinning silken bandages. As they labored, Saba recounted, in a halting voice, Her discovery of the empty exoskeletons and the attack by Welk then ended by noting that she had found 3 empty egg cells and killed only 2 immature assassins. She was worried that the third had left early to stow away aboard the Shadow. One of the healers squatting over her open skull purred an opinion, which C-3PO translated as, "Patients with head wounds often suffer from hallucinations." It was no. "Allow me." Leia laid a calming hand on the Barabel's shoulder, then pointed to the arm lying next to Saba's truncated tail. "If it was a hallucination, how do you explain that?" One of the Killiks holding the stretcher began to clack its mandibles. "The healers sometimes make grafts for the injured," C-3PO translated. "In her delirium, Saba must have mistaken a joiner for a Chiss. The nest is searching for his body now." Saba raised her head. "It was no." "Let us handle this, Hisser." Han motioned Saba down, then asked, "Then how'd she get delirious in the first place? Where'd all these wounds come from?" It was one of the healers on her neck that answered. "Oh dear!" C-3PO exclaimed. "She says Saba must have fallen after she was poisoned." "Poisoned?" Leia gasped. "Did this one not mention that?" Saba asked. The healer on her head purred a comment. "Head wounds often cause forgetfulness," C-3PO translated. The Killik on Saba's neck added, "And they're very sorry about the poison. They hope you won't blast the nest." "Blast the nest?" Leia looked to the healer that had spoken. "What's that mean?" It was the healer on Saba's leg that thrummed an answer. "It's a powerful neurotoxic venom," C-3PO said. "It causes permanent paralysis, and they have no antidote." Saba cocked her brow up at Leia. "Told you?" "You're not dead yet," Leia said. "How do you feel?"